Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you to the second day of the Freedom Games. I'm very happy to welcome everyone who has arrived to the Hall of Machines. We are starting with a very strong point. We will be looking at the map of Europe, the last map of Europe. This is the title of the first panel, which is held in memory of Bronisław Geremek, a historian, political scientist, a humanity professor, an MP, the chair of the Freedom Union. Katarzyna Skrzydłowska-Kalukin, who is the social journalist and reporter, will be the moderator, and she will have great guests. Adam Michnik, who is editor-in-chief of Gazeta Wyborcza. Let's give him a round of applause. And remotely, we will be speaking to a French sociologist, Georges Ming. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome Adam Michnik, the editor-in-chief of Gazeta Wyborcza, and Professor Georges Ming, who specializes in the topics of the Central Europe. He's a sociologist. He will be connecting from France. My name is Katarzyna Skrzydłowska-Kalukin. I represent Krytyka Liberalna. I'm a social journalist and reporter. I would like to ask about the following things. The Central Eastern Europe, throughout its history, was a subject, not the actor of events. After the Russian aggression against Ukraine, and now we have a voice we are listened to, but will it last? This change which is taking place now, does it provide us an opportunity of regaining European identity, or maybe a different type of identity? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. It's a double honor for me, because this is the meeting dedicated to the memory of Bronisław Geremek, who was my friend. He was the man. There was a great man. He was really very special for Poland. And the Freedom Games are an important event in the Polish spiritual, civic, and mind-related life. The moderator has asked me about our region. So I think we should start by asking whether can we imagine the future of Europe without this region, or at least maybe I'll be provocative by saying without these two entities of today's war in the East, without the victim of the Putin's aggression, without Ukraine, and without the aggressor, without Russia. We can imagine it easily without Putin, but without Russia, it's hard to imagine a European culture. We cannot exclude the Russian culture. When I'm looking from the Polish perspective, so I can imagine, I try to imagine how Professor Geremek would perceive it. I'm looking at Poland as a country of a specific paradox. When we look at the foreign policy, the Polish government's position is reasonable. It's unanimously supported Ukraine. But at the same time, the foreign policy has its other face, quite brutal. It's even aberrative. So the aggression of the Polish foreign policy against Brussels, Germany, EU member states. This is the policy of distracting the EU via alliances, extreme right and nationalist parties, which are against European values. So when we look at the domestic internal policy. We can be under the impression that the regime led by Jarosław Kaczyński is the regime that implements Putin's policy, Putin's model of state and society. So this model implemented by Putin, Kaczyński, Morawiecki and Ziobro. So the model this model is tried to be introduced in Poland to liquidate free media, independent courts. There is aggression against the West European values. So they are using the rhetorics which states that they are against LGBT movements, women's rights. So it damages the rules of democracy, the order of democracy in Europe. Europe is not just a geographic term. It's also an ideological and political term and cultural term. So you can be a European and you can live in Brazil or Argentina or in Egypt. You can also be an enemy of European values. You can live in Warsaw, in Paris, just like Marine Le Pen, Vox party in Spain, or even in Italy, like Salvini, or the victors of the latest election, parliamentary election. So, when answering your question, what will be the relation of the international public opinion towards our region? I must say that it will mainly depend on the type of ruling of our government. I do hope that now these are the last months or even weeks. Hopefully, these will be weeks that the Law and Justice Party will rule, and we will close this absurd policy of being against Germans, Brussels, the French, independent judges, physicians who protest, teachers who protest. So there are the two key themes in this Putin's policy. It's Putinism in Poland on the one hand. So on the one hand, they are giving money away, and at the same time, they are resigning from the reforms, social reforms that are needed. So they are infiltrating hatred. They are building the image of enemies. And the last thesis, Catholicism, real true Poles are Catholics, so this is really making fools of people. So this is what happened in Russia. Putin told some Russians that Russia is the object of aggression by the NATO, European Union, the United States. So it's against the model of the open and tolerant state, and Putin himself calls himself as a defender of the traditional and conservative values in Europe. And he loves being perceived as someone who defends Christian values from the rotten Europe. I can only repeat after Gałczyński, please help me, God, to be away from the friends who are not friends. So we know that before Russia wanted to be a part of European community, and the same about Poland, and now they are against. So, Professor, the floor is yours. So thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy that we are meeting here in memory of Bronisław Geremek. This memory is very important to all of us. He was a great politician and mędrzec, and the things Bronisław Geremek was saying and his inheritance provide very important messages. For example, he was saying that when Poland becomes NATO state, he didn't only say it was about security, but also about common values. And I do agree with Adam. This is of key importance. When we are looking at the borders, the border is the democracy is the border. There is no geographic terms that are as strong as the term of terms based on values. So I think this is worth considering. But I am slightly against what Mr. Michnik has said. He was saying whether the Central Europe is a term, or Europe can be perceived as a political or geographic term. Mr. Michnik said it's rather political in nature. In my opinion, it is geographic. Politics is changing. That's its nature. So when we look at the Central Europe, it's a semantic invention, because if we observe its history, in the Central Europe, there are different nations, different traditions, different resources of memory that are used by the states. And it leads us to the situation that now not all Central European countries behave in the same way in the face of the Russian aggression. When you are asking me whether the opinion on Poland will change, because we really are talking about Poland, not about the Central Europe. When we study the current status of Europe, the Europe stopped being the West and the East. During the Cold War, we had such division. Now it's a system of combined vessels. So, of course, there are some bad things coming from the West. They shouldn't be absolutized. The West should not be perceived as an ideal state. Even nowadays, in Italy or in Spain, we don't know what we will have to deal with, and maybe we will discover that the history will repeat and Poland will not be perceived so badly, because there are democratic forces in Poland, forces meaning that they are able to gain the authority government. And that's all from me. Thank you very much. So it sounds that this geographic and political community is in Europe. So I wanted to ask you, so do you think there is an opportunity that Europe will have the common identity, because now it looks impossible, and whether Europe can play a role not only in terms of being perceived by the Western Europe, but whether it will impact the change in the Western Europe? The role of Poland, yes? Well, it's very hard to answer this question because it's a question through a prophet. Professor Mink is a sociologist and historian. We are not prophets. So it's very hard to answer this question. Basically, we need to ask what Polish people are able to do with Poland, whether they can push Poland into a different track, whether they will stop being Poland will stop being perceived as anti-European. This Catholic nationalist philosophy will stop prevailing. So it's a very different mixture where the Catholic Church is perceived as the church expressed through the language of Radio Maria, not the language of Father Tischner. So we all the time hear about hostility against women's rights, the women who want to have the rights respected. Or also they are talking about refugees. It's a paradox. When we look at the Polish-Ukrainian border, the world is admiring the attitude of Poles. They are wonderful. They are better than it could have been expected. When we look at the border between Poland and Belarus, we can see this barbarism of Poles who allow refugees to die in mud of hypothermia. Pregnant women are trying to go through the barbed wires to reach Poland, and then the border guards who are guarding the border, they are receiving medals and diplomas. So it's the genius of Kaczynski in a way. Kaczynski can get what is the worst in people and tell them that this is the best, that they are cruel, they have no conscience, they are destroying innocent people, and he's telling the people that it's a virtue, it's their patriotism. So from this perspective, we have to agree that Putin infected the world with something horrible. Nationalism, imperial nationalism is used by Putin. It's at the same time a poison injected into all the spheres of life. And there are volunteers who receive this poison, and we have known about it from the times of Donald Trump when he was the president of the United States. There was this dramatic event where a participant of a protest was murdered. She was for racial equality, and then Trump said that the good people were there to help. So it's the same situation we are observing right now behind our eastern border. All the time we can hear some Putin's arguments. We do not believe in them, of course, in Poland, but in Russia, many people believed in them. So why Putin bombs the cities on the borders? And he says, why are they defending? If they didn't defend themselves, there would be no victims. They should surrender. So this is the logic we should never learn and use, although our government is trying to impose it on us when we observe how independent judges are treated in Poland. This is a model, a standard. We have seen this latest spectacular imprisonment of Professor Witecki. Fortunately, he left the jail. He was released, but in Russia, when people are imprisoned, some outstanding activists, Chodorkowski, and so on and so forth, there were signals that you will either do what we tell you to do, you kneel in front of the government, or we will destroy you. So this is this type of signals that we have to be very careful about, and we have to be very concerned, because this may be a route to kill democracy in Poland, as it happened in Russia. We can say that what is happening in Russia right now, we can see a big Tiananmen Square in the map. In that square, the Chinese aspiration to liberty were murdered. Now, Putin is trying to kill Ukrainian wishes to be free.
Similar events like at the embassy is like the meeting of hatred of those who don't want to go to the war in the name of Putin's craze, and they escape from Russia. They are stigmatized, they are offended, and disregarded. That's the worst Polish tradition. The phenomenon of what is happening is that Putin revives our worst features. Answering Katarzyna's question, whether we are going to change Europe, the answer is not easy. But 3 times in the 20th century, such changes happened. The first one was October 1956. The second time was Gdańsk shipyard in the 1980, and the third time was in 1989 when communists lost the election. They accepted this result and they handed over the power. But the question is, are we able to change ourselves? If we do, by the very fact of our inner change, will change the entire continent. How is it affected by our attitude to Russia and to Russians? Professor. It's really difficult to talk after Adam's speech because we represent the same generation and we've got similar experience. Well, it's hard not to agree with him because everything he said is nothing but the truth. We are not prophets, although Adam has been several times and it was quite good. What actually happened is not full confessionalization, but something more. But these are the details only. If you were looking for a prophet, that's Adam. I'm not a prophet. The question is about the hope, where the hope for Poland lies. We must not forget the European Union. What has happened since Putin struck, or actually since 2014, when Putin attacked Ukraine, it turned out that the European Union stands together. Secondly, that it stands together around specific values, and consequently, it strikes back against Russia's aggression and nationalism. It's also very important for Poland because the European Union is like the guardian of these values. It's a fantastic tool to make Poland more superior to subordinate to these values. Putin's ideas has spread all over the world, but it all starts with cynicism. That's how we can describe the beginnings of Jarosław Kaczyński. If such people believe in some facts, they become true through consequences. I think that any kind of rational approach in people like Kaczyński that would allow for coming back to values is not possible. So it simply means fighting with authoritarian regimes which exist now and existed in the past. I would like to say that much depends on the political culture in Poland, on the education and mobilization of young people, as well as the consent inside the opposition. It's not about possessions or distribution of roles, but it's about values, and we have to stand united. All right, I would like to ask the following question. On the one hand, as I said, Poland or Polish experience after Russia's aggression on Ukraine opened the eyes of Europe. But secondly, there is a vivid debate on the attitude towards Russians. It started after the aggression started, whether we should remove writers and creators, but now it's quite rational because there are some public attacks on Russians in Poland. Can Poland and Europe contribute to a certain change in Russia? It seems to me that you're absolutely right in what you're saying about the absurd, reactive, dumb, nationalistic approach to these Russians who don't want to serve Putin. They are natural allies of freedom all over the world. Their stigmatizing and discrimination is both non-humanitarian and stupid. But I would challenge one thing you said. It was not Poland that opened the Western's eyes to Russia. Putin opened the Western eyes. The invasion on Ukraine was against the logic of the Western mindset. It was like the concept of we do business, we help you, we invest, we offer loans, technologies, and it serves very well. Don't destroy it. Nobody believed that Putin would attack Kiev. Everybody expected Lugansk, Donbass, but bombarding Kiev, it seemed irrational and impossible, and that was a mistake. So it was Putin who opened the eyes of the West to Russia and to Ukraine. Before the war, many hadn't known what Ukraine was. Kiev, Russian city, Odessa, Kharkiv. They knew it only from literature, from stories. Therefore, I think that Putin's merits are huge for opening Europe's eyes and change the approach of some leftist communities that had anti-American dogma. What happened changed a lot in the approach of Western social democrats, but the same is true for Poland. It seems that the approach of the leftist milieus are more sensible and rational than ever before. And the last point I would like to make is about the plague, which is not only Polish, Eastern European, but we also mentioned Spain. Professor Mink is right that memory resources differ, but every European country has its historical burden. At a certain point in time, following reinterpretation, it can become the tool for building a totalitarian country. The English have had it since Cromwell, the French since Jacobinian times, the Germans, the Spanish do have it as well. Everybody has it. The question, therefore, is to what extent what is of animal-like nature in us can be criticized by the culture-based nature of ours. To what extent can we fight our bad tradition? That's what we all have. The United States is the country that used to fight with Hitler, with Stalin during the Cold War, but there was also racism in these countries. It was like illegal apartheid. Obama, in an interview, said that 40 years ago, he could be in a hotel as the one who brings luggage to a white tourist. So that's the question about hope that Katarzyna asks. The answer I would give is as follows. It's never so bad that it couldn't be worse, and it's never so good that it couldn't be better. There is no situation in which we can say there is no hope for our planet. There's always hope. But the question is whether the moment in which we believe there is no hope means burying the hope inside us. We have to be aware of too high optimism and think that we live in the best of the worlds. But we also have to remember that since there is Marine Le Pen and Vox in Spain and Salvini in Italy, as well as Meloni, Kaczynski, Orban, and the president of Russia, if we accept that we cannot affect anything, it means we give up this opportunity, we give up the hope. But what European tradition teaches us is that in no point in time we cannot say there is no hope. When the situation was hopeless, a French lieutenant refused to work for the government, signing capitulation with the Reich, and then he took over in France, and it was de Gaulle. We have to build these traditions. We have to build it here in our side. How to build it and what results from the general conversation, it's a separate and very complex topic. There are regional, generation, social differences. We have to decompose it into essential components, but generally we must not reject the belief and the trust that the future depends on us. I will never reject such knowledge and such approach. I have lived quite a long time. After 1968, there were moments when everybody believed everything was lost, that everything went to vain. And in December, there was a rebellion, just like during the martial law. We had the army surrounding our country, but it turns out that history likes playing tricks. What trick is going to play now? I don't know. But I think that in no time will we see that Putin's not here and that he was not such a monster, that he was just a rogue from Leningrad and pretended to be stronger than he really was. That we've got liberal democracy in Poland, right? Professor, over to you. I like decomposing things, but I still believe, just like Adam, that there is hope. And just like him, there were moments when we were happy and celebrating the victory. But victory is quite subjective. As far as memory resources are concerned, the issue is more complex. Once we analyze the case of Spain, we can see that a new socialist generation can trigger war. They built the rhetorics of coming back to 1936, 1939, because these were the forgotten victims of what Franco did. Consequently, the society is divided and it paves the way for new politicians to enter. Some understood that cynicism pays, and sometimes they believe in anti values against those that Adam has just mentioned. The second aspect is related to Russia. There is going to be a problem with Russia, but in order to understand it, we need to remember that since the beginning of noughties, there was military and nationalistic propaganda. So the society didn't have another source of knowledge apart from dissidents who had access to different literature, to different media, and who traveled. Although there were many oligarch rogues among those who traveled. Putin's end will not be happy whether it's going to be Nuremberg or hanging, but Russia and Russian society will remain. Hence the question, what remedy should be developed to offset the depth of the propaganda? The people believe in Putin's word and it blurs the reality. Just a short question, but perhaps I take the opportunity from the audience. Is anybody willing to ask a question? Thank you, Ignacy Niemczycki from Geremex Foundation. It's going to be a question and a short comment on what we have just heard. You asked about the attitude to Russia. I remember what Bronisław Geremek used to say, that human rights are played now not only in the public space but also in the private space. Inside us there is the fight whether we should observe human rights or not. And I suppose Marta Lempart, who you referred to, failed this inner battle. And the question, Geremek said there wouldn't be common Europe without common European identity. I'm wondering whether we are on the right way to build the common European identity. Isn't it so that this is not our region, the V4 Poland or the West, build the identity? Isn't it so that Ukrainian citizens with their attitude build the European identity and unity? Thank you.
I think it's a good direction. But I would add something. Whether are we able to build common Polish identity in the sense that we will have the elementary basis, something which is common to all of us. I come from Silesia and I know that historical awareness in Silesia is completely different than the awareness in Warsaw. So the question is whether we are able to do it. Now this process takes place by activating local communities, local governments. So there is a direction, a way taken by the Ukrainian committee, the way which leads to the European community. So it will be a type of Gleischaft. So there will always be a diversity which will be an asset in Europe. We are different from Italians, for instance, or the Spanish or Norwegians. It's not a disadvantage because these differences enrich our society. We are aware that we need some balance between what is local and what is universal. So you find out how a dessert tastes once you try it. So we have to try and taste it. This is the tendency. I think that Professor Geremek was for such arguments. He used to say after Schuman that Jean Monnet, he was saying that we created Europe. He didn't mean that we had to create a new European nation. Kaczyński was saying that Professor Geremek was an idiot. Professor knew very well where he lived. And he was very much rooted in the Polish tradition. And also in the European tradition. When he was speaking with French people, he was like a partner to the dialogue about France. So when he was in the Sorbonne, Kaczynski was saying that Geremek was refusing to speak in French universities because he was not French. It's a nonsense. It's a lie. We have to know how to look through the international perspective. Two examples. Daniel Beauvoir. What did he say about Poland, different periods of Polish history or relations between Poland and Ukraine? And secondly, Norman Davies. So we need to look at ourselves through someone else's eyes, through German, Jewish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Belarusian or Czech eyes. This will allow us to know better who we are. It will provide us it will help us to identify our identity as Europeans. Thank you very much. The time is up, but I would like to ask Professor to summarize. Yes, I would like to add a comment to what Adam has said. It's the double-sided impact. I will always remember how important for intellectuals, Western intellectuals and public opinion were the text of the dissidents and the democratic opposition in the Central Europe and also in Russia, because Solzhenitsyn really interfered with this Russophobia wall present in France. Secondly, I would like to say that the current inspiration to rebuild the European identity is provided by Ukraine. I do agree with this question mark in your question. I am certain, I'm positive that what we see and hear from Ukrainians, the president of Ukraine, who synthesizes very well. This is very important to the European identity. And it is food for thought for all politicians and sometimes to change their positions, because when I observe French extreme left wing. I think they are on the margin. Even in the extreme left wing, people disagree with such statements. So I think it's kind of a breakthrough, and we will witness it for longer. Thank you very much. Thank you to Adam Michnik and Professor Georges Ming. Thank you to the audience. I think it was a very interesting discussion. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We need 30 seconds for the reporters to take some pictures. However, I would like to welcome you very cordially here in Łódź in Freedom Games. Today, we will be talking about how local governments supported Ukraine in the context how the local governments cope in the face of the three latest crises: refugee, Ukraine, and pandemic-related crisis, as well as the energy crisis. My name is Jarosław Markowski. I am the head of the Civic Institute, which organizes the panel, and our guests include Emilia Bury, a mayor. Good morning. Mayor of the city of Gdańsk, Aleksandra Dulkiewicz. Deputy Mayor of the city of Kielce, Agata Wojda. And the Mayor of the city of Białystok, Tadeusz Truskolaski. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe you have noticed that we have not maintained parities, but we follow the direction that is favored right now. So there are more women on our panel. Local governments have become a very serious actor on the political scene throughout Poland. We know that I'm not sure whether the local governments want to be such important political actor, but this has happened. So when there are some problems, the government always approaches local government. So when the national government cannot cope with the pandemic crisis, it requests local governments for their support. The same with the refugee crisis. And now when the government cannot cope with the energy crisis, which is a typical activity, supply of coal for economic and private entities. And the government also asks us for support in this field. So I will start with with the mayor of the city of Gdańsk, Aleksandra Dulkiewicz. Are you happy that in so many critical, fundamental issues, you have to do the work instead of the government? First of all, thank you. I have to say that it's the first time I'm taking part in the Freedom Games, so I'm very happy. And during different debates, the gender balance was different. So I hope that nobody is bothered that Tadeusz is in such a great company of three representatives of local governments. I'm sure that each one of us would prefer to deal with our key obligations, which are laid down in the Article 8 of the law on the municipality governments. Nowadays, I often have to answer questions of reporters, residents. Why do you appear in TVN station? Why are you so much interested in the politics? And this is a problem which is rather fake. What is happening in Wiejska, in Ujazdowskie, and of course in Nowogrodzka, this is where things are happening. It impacts the life of residents of Stogi, Orunia. So it impacts them and it impacts us because I cannot be focused and deliver the key tasks for the local government. I would prefer to get money to develop all the roads, cycling lanes in Gdańsk, to make sure that schools work as they should be. So spending money on social policy, for example, for the purpose of integration of immigrants, I should be dealing with this. People are often blaming us for discussing for 2 weeks to answer whether I will organize enough coal in Gdańsk, whether I'm going to organize a facility for storing coal for Gdańsk. So I'm sure that all the local governments would prefer to deal with other business. But we are the hosts, and sometimes many inhabitants think that we've got a magic wand and we can do everything we are responsible for, prosecutors, police, courts, so everything which has Gdańsk in its address remains the responsibility of the mayors. And it's not the way it is. So a question to Tadeusz Truskolaski. Well, I'm not going to pretend that I don't know you. That's why I'm going to use first name basis. I don't think it's the bad situation when the government, the national government and the local government cooperate, especially when the times are so uneasy. When we look at the latest energy crisis, we've got the situation where Deputy Prime Minister Sasin states that the local government will be trading in coal. I think that the path should be different. First, you should invite partners to a dialogue. You establish the rules of cooperation, and only then you approach media. You make a press conference and announce the strategy of action. Have you got this feeling? I'm also speaking to you as a representative of 12 biggest Polish cities. Do you feel that the government wants to treat large cities as partners? Well, it would be a funny joke. As a matter of fact, government wants to destroy us. The Law and Justice Party, their actions can be foreseen very easily. I am the oldest representative of the local government. It's the fourth term of my office. Each term was different, but when the Law and Justice started ruling Poland, actually they were focused on destroying regional provincial governments. Out of 15 provincial governments, 16 governments, 15 were led by the opposition parties, apart from the Podkarpacie region. So they were taking away the provincial government's authorities. So we were not that much bothered. Nowadays, the balance is 8-8. They are not destroying provincial governments. They actually support them. The provincial governments receive money, they are quite influential. The latest subsidies, we are not quite sure why several billions of zlotys was allocated. Actually, they have not lost so much money due to change in taxation. So they want to destroy us. So it's not that they are taking our money away from the local governments. We are losing billions of zlotys. Just to use example of Białystok, we lost 519 million Polish from the taxation. 140 millions will be returned. So, and 13.5 billion. So if we look at the allocation, Białystok should receive 105 millions, and we only received 62. So 43 millions were allocated somewhere else. It's a huge amount. Now we are starting to lead a war economy because it will help us to survive, at least in Białystok. We are not a rich city. Our development is based on EU funding and the skills of our people, skills in obtaining such fundings. And we are perceived as enemies. Recently, the budget was allocated differently. I mean, the strategic investment, Gdańsk received 130 million. So congratulations to Gdańsk, but it's only but Stalowa Wola, the mayor Nadbrzeżny is praising the government, so they will receive 200 millions, and the remaining provincial cities will receive nothing. And then the government said, well, we gave you 5 billion zlotys for your investments as the local governments, but actually we are losing, we've lost the funding, and we have to survive. So if we are not successful in the next election to get rid of the Law and Justice Party, then the local government will disappear in Poland. This will be a local government like in Belarus, so it will be only about the money and being subordinate. The governor will be subordinate to the president, and then Law and Justice Party will have everything the way they like. Minister Czarnek already proposed commissioners. So it's about surviving this year, and it will either change and the situation will not be good because the local government's public finance has been destroyed. Recently, I was acting as a reviewer on a PhD exam, and I was talking with professors, and 200% GDP is the estimated debt. So we are living for the future generation. We are actually living on the future generation. Białystok, Gdańsk received more money because it's a bigger city, but this is the money for the future, for the next year. So now have lunch here today, tomorrow there will be no lunch. This is what we were told. There is no lunch tomorrow. So it's like a continuous combat. It's something irrational to me. There is one advantage because we always have to emphasize pluses. So now we are meeting, we cooperate, we have become one unit. When Civic Union or the Polish People's Party were ruling, we were meeting quite seldom, twice a year. We had coffee, then we left. Only once we were fighting with Minister Rostkowski. But then, we were just meeting very seldom. We were having short conversation. We were praising what we have achieved. And now the situation is different. Let's get back to your question. So the situation has enforced this position on us. As a single government, we mean nothing. Only when we work together, we have the power. And we will use this power as the support to make sure that the democracy wins in the next election.
According to what Mr. Truskolaski said, Law and Justice is like the telephone brand connecting people. It connected and brought together all representatives of local governments. But there is one more perspective, the perspective of inhabitants. There is this approach to the authorities as the unity. The question is, how do citizens respond to what you say, that there won't be any money for extra investments, that the government builds something as that we can call a client-focused approach, and only those who are obedient get the money. Do you see such questions, such responses, and how do you explain it? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for inviting me to this important event and for this panel with such distinguished members of local governments. I would like to come back to the first question. The government asks us. They don't ask us. They don't request. They simply impose a post-factum situation. It's like a dream of an insane person. When we entered this room, the chairs were spread apart, and instinctively we put them in a more dense arrangement. It shows that we are united in this battle with the crazy person from Nowogrodzka. My city has quite a small local population. We all know one another, and there are phone calls about when the call will be available, and we also read that the mayor should finally get down to work. Sometimes when I reach the limits of my patience, I say that these should be the guys from the government who should get down to work. Limiting the role of local governments and depriving us of money means that it's very often to share the message. Even if Morawiecki shouts, "You got billions," but nobody tells that instance, I have the budget of 140 million. I get 20 million less for my local community to maintain schools, kindergartens, renovate the roads, and to make good living standards. It's hard to explain to inhabitants that we cannot affect certain things. Giving money for loyalty and stupidity, because when we take a long distance perspective, we easily understand that bowing to people who want to take us away from the very important process, who want to lead us away from democracy. You can see how united we are towards the war in Ukraine. Looking at the future of this state, we understand that it does not pay to be loyal to the ruling party. Even though we, as Białogard, we didn't get any money for supporting people with disabilities. Occupational therapy, adapting the building of a former school to occupational therapy workshop. We got 800,000. And the commune, collaborating with Law and Justice, got 6 million for food manufacture, whatever it means. It's like joyful creation of some members of local authorities. The government or decision makers see the projects which apply to social exclusion, supporting people with disabilities, but on the other hand, they do not support it. And an easy, simple example. We can see many people expressing their hatred. In the local government, we've got liberal power, and Law and Justice would like to get what they lost. There is populism. We have reiterated this word since yesterday. And there is also some fake news on the internet. It's hard to combat it. I can't refer to words on the internet. I use my own resources to ensure renovation of the building for the occupational therapy. I think it's very important for the quality of these people and their families' lives. I have to explain that this building is not in a bad condition, that they can come there. So on the one hand, I have to fight populism and false narrative in such a small local community. It takes a lot of effort to reveal the truth. Once a bad word was said, somebody understood it. Even if I say that Madam Mayor should leave, but I don't go anywhere. Sometimes it's hard to spend or to share the time to participate in such great events. Members of local governments are not plain. They have their own opinions. They know how to use the resources, and taking a long distance perspective, it's important to help and not to disturb. And now the question to Agata Wojda from Kielce. I would like to ask you about the refugee crisis. On the one hand, we can see a very difficult collaboration between the government and local authorities, but on the other hand, we learned that local governments can mobilize local community, most probably because you are so close to your citizens to local inhabitants. You actually gave a month and a half to organize help. What did it look like from the practical point of view? Could you describe how local government works? Sometimes it's hidden, is disguised when a crisis situation occurs, and that was the refugee situation. According to calculation of Mr. Duszczyk, around 1.5 million refugees remain in Poland. Agata. Actually, the crisis situations vary. We've got pandemic crisis, energy crisis, and refugee crisis, each of them being different. It seems that local administration should supervise the law and perform emergency management. There should be partnership on each level, but there is no such partnership. I will move on to refugee crisis and share more details, but first, referring to what you have just said, when it comes to coal and the current crisis, that's really a mess. It's mid-October. Since July, the Prime Minister has been mentioning coal coming in abundance to Poland. After August and September, it turns out that it's not so plenty of it. In October, we understand that something needs to be done about it, and now they believe the local governments will buy and distribute coal. There are no formal possibilities to do it. First, there needs to be a tender, market research, and so on and so forth. Entering here, I read that Prime Minister Morawiecki said, "Don't worry, we'll impose the law that will operate backwards. So even if you do something against the law today, we will legalize it after some time." It is so absurd in emergency crisis situations where you can accept exceeding the line, crossing the line, if we are convinced that this is the right thing to do. Very often we get things we don't want, but then the regional Court of Auditors, Prosecutor's Office come to us and they remove them in handcuffs for breaking the procedures. So if we are afraid that somebody does not have good intentions, it means we should observe the law. The refugee crisis is different than the one I referred to because it was a bottom-up initiative, grassroots initiative. People wanted to do something to get over their sense of helplessness. In energy crisis, people don't have much to do. They don't go to mines to excavate coal. But since we were devastated by the war, we wanted to do something not to feel helpless. It was possible in the case of helping refugees from Ukraine. We had to channel the grassroots initiative in the right way. The war broke out on Thursday. Then my acquaintances called me and said, "We are going to the border. How should I do it formally?" I called the voivodeship office and I said, "What does it look like? Where should these people go?" And I learned that everybody crosses the reception point at the border. And if they don't, then what? Yeah, there is a special number for those who come from Ukraine and do not get to reception points. I don't know if 5% of refugees went to reception points because they stopped working. People were driving with their private cars to collect people from Ukraine. We were lucky to have Europe East Integration Association that has been helping Ukrainians and connecting people. So they were the best people to refer to and ask, how can we help you to extend your coverage? The essence was to channel the assistance and to offer the tools to help. On Saturday, on Sunday, we were in their office. We were talking about how to help them, where to store the goods. To local government MPs organized a collection of goods, and then first. Initially, it became spontaneous, then it became systematic, separating the food from clothes, deciding who will deal with logistics. Do you know who was missing? There was no voivodeship office. They started a telephone line after 3 weeks. They opened a point at the bus station. They requested premises. It was open from 7 until 3 p.m. That's really sad. First and foremost, because governmental administration should have adequate books on crisis management. I shouldn't wait for the war to start or shouldn't wait for the flood to happen. I'm really furious and I'm emotional because I experienced the flood in Sandomierz in 2010. I experienced it, and I know the crisis was different. The voivode, deputy voivode, do not handle the reality. They didn't go to those who were at the forefront of this battle. So, if you don't know the mechanisms, you are not able to help. There are also issues related to personal identity numbers. It does not occur on any laptop computer, but on special authorized equipment. If I were to define it, the refugee crisis means engagement, solidarity, and help of citizens. It was our role to channel it and to systematize it. We were distributing goods on Saturdays and Sundays. There was something we could call the Republic of Citizens or Civic Republic. The refugee crisis connected us towards common activity, especially after the post-pandemic crisis, when we wanted to show that we can change the reality for good. So now just briefly, because I would like to give the floor to the audience. After the first wave of enthusiasm, what does the current situation related to help for Ukraine look like? We can now observe that some politicians with xenophobic approach want to take advantage of this crisis to stimulate anti-refugee emotions. Listening to what Madame Mayer was saying, I thought that we should mention it first thing. Apart from grassroots initiatives, apart from their great engagement during the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, we also need to say what is happening now. That's a normal situation, that the wave of empathy and the sense of or the zeal to help, we become exhausted. Our emotions become exhausted. We have to deal with everyday mundane problems, and there are some bad feelings which occur. We can notice that and we need a general idea how to cope with that. We can hear that they don't want to go to work, they get everything for free. Beauticians as well, probably. I once read a Facebook post that they come to us because they want to get free makeup. Right, they escape from their own country to have makeup or manicure done. What does it show? The person did not understand my comment, but it shows something very dangerous. Everybody sitting here understands that we wouldn't like to be in a similar situation. But there is such a hazard. For instance, Ukrainian or refugee children were the first ones to be accepted in kindergartens. But this is something like this exists for Ukraine. And it is conditioned by the lack of response of those in Ukraine. This is something that can be used by nationalists or neo-fascist organizations. That's a very dangerous phenomenon. Poland has a lot to do in this respect. It can gain something as the Polish society by overcoming the crisis. We should draw conclusions, but the history teaches us that we should draw conclusions, but it does not happen. We have to tell that the government knew there would be war in Ukraine, but they didn't prepare for it. Nobody implemented any measures when the refugees were crossing the border. These were the members of local governments who cope with the situations. The stronger the local authority, the stronger the state.
Tadeusz, a question for you. The last three crises, pandemic, refugee, and energy crisis, show that the more local governments are important in the states, the response to crisis is better. They are better to engage the civic society. So, due to your functions, you have contacts with the central government. So, could you explain to us in a simple way why the local government country works? Why does the government wants to get rid of the local government? Because the first three letters, law and justice, they hate everything that includes an element of independence, and the self-government, local government is self-governing itself, and they say it's not possible. They do not accept the situation. The leader, he's a little bit older than me, but I remember exactly the communist times, and it's a copy. He's like a copycat of the situation in the 1970s. They always call everything national. Our council should be called national, and then it will be done and over. So this is an ideological problem. The government view the functioning of the state in a completely different way. They want to have the centralized state, and such states do not cope. Now they have the strong local government, so they just impose the duties on the local governments, and then they boast. When the refugee crisis started, they were claiming that the reception points and the assistance to the Ukraine was to be the responsibility of the central government, and they didn't cope. A month took before a truck from the government started its journey to Ukraine, and we started working spontaneously, and very quickly we launched the charity points where Ukrainian refugees could get some help. We were working every day, 24 hours a day. We were not working just between 7 and 3 p.m., 7 a.m. and 3 p.m. because we know the needs, we feel them, we are very close to people. And now the central government has ideology, on the other hand they've got us, and this coal-related maneuver was really terrible because they were saying, you lazy bones, you have to start working, why don't you want to help your inhabitants? And if some of us did it, then the commissioner would be probably introduced. Sooner or later, we would have a commissioner. Do you remember the envelope election? They were blaming us that we blocked the election. And this is the problem. Different approach to the state. This is the problem. We have some slogans, strong local government, strong Poland, but central government does not understand it. The only way is to make sure that they are out of the authorities, that Poland again goes back to the European family. Polexit is a matter of time. The next term of their office, remember the strike of teachers strike. Now we could read in Minister Dworczyk's emails, they were full of hatred, so they believe in propaganda. And the propaganda is efficient to a certain extent, but you cannot use it to produce energy at home. So all we have to do, we just have to keep working. There are some local governments, such as Otwock, and the mayor of Otwock, who is shown as the example to follow. So we heard this news that 64 families were supported. So is this a way to make some arguments between the local governments? Yes, but the money-based method is more efficient. Local governments lost some 200,000, 300,000 from the taxation, and the minimum amount they are receiving now is 2,800,000. So they are happy. I was talking to a head of the village, and he said, if they are taking away from you and giving the funding to me, I am happy. Of course, this is the mayor that supports the central government. He is not a member of the Law and Justice Party, but in this municipality, support for Law and Justice Party is huge. They don't care what is happening in Gdańsk or Białystok. They are happy because they receive the money. So we have these differences. The rural associations are not very outspoken about it because they receive the money. They don't care that this is the money that has been borrowed, that there is inflation. They are just happy because they receive the money. So they also use haters, trolls, or some residents who simply got cheated. There were not that many people. There was a protest of local governments in Warsaw. I think it was quite successful. I took part in it. And then on Sunday, I received the so-called 50s. So I was awarding medals to couples who were together for 50 years. And actually, 6 of the couples congratulated me on taking part in this protest. Also, it's interesting what is happening during meetings of Donald Tusk. Actually, these are real participants. Nobody brings them in coaches to speak with Tusk. When there was complementary election in 2015, the Law and Justice Party were winning, and now actually they are losing if there are some additional complementary elections. So it shows that the majority is against the centralization. Mrs. Mayor, Madam Mayor, I wanted to ask you, sometimes you have to work under the pressure that there is no regulations. For example, during the coal crisis, they are saying that they are going to establish new regulations. So I would like to refer to the example of pollution to the Oder. So in fact, Oder River, the marshals, Madam Marshal Polak, she was under the pressure, she was threatened and blackmailed, so on and so forth. So, how can you work efficiently and also in accordance with the law? It concerns the odor pollution, it's also important for the energy crisis. So, how can you work if the ministers, deputy ministers are threatening you and they say that if you do something this way, you will have prosecutors to deal with? Agata mentioned it. I think that we will leave this meeting feeling that we can only complain and nothing positive happens. We still got a quarter of an hour. What should I say? Minister Czarnek often threatened me that he will start a case in prosecutor's office. Then the national television, all the public media were talking about it. We always focus on TVP info channel, but there are different websites, publications supported by the law and justice and use the propaganda message. And so far, I haven't received any letter from the prosecutors. So it's just propaganda. Very often in our metropolitan area, I speak to the heads of villages, districts, local governments from smaller villages. It's easy for me to say something more provocative. Of course, we will see the result of the local government's election. Now we don't know when the election should take place. It should occur next autumn because it will show. I'm not sure whether many residents of Gdańsk are happy that they have to stay on barricades because they elected me for different purpose, and this is our dilemma we have to face on daily basis. Being with people in the street every day, even in a difficult situation, but also the open expression of our inability of achieving something. To be honest, in my fatherland, in Poland, in Europe. Actually, this weekend I took part in training delivered by Americans. So Poland is still considered to be the tiger of Europe, the leader of changes. We are seen as the country that has used the opportunities after the collapse of communism. And the things we have done for Ukraine is our huge capital. And now, do you know anyone in Poland who is in authority, whether they can be the true leaders? Have they ever stood in front of us and say, it's difficult, we don't know how to do it, help us, or let's do this way or that way, or let's consider together? Have they ever approached us to be a community? Once, when I went to a meeting to Prime Minister Szydło, that she said that we should be united under white and red flag, and this is the real problem we have to face and cope with. The residents from Kielce, Białystok, Białogard or Gdańsk, all these residents want to have leaders who will also say about difficult things, but the leaders will be able to resolve them, and the residents prefer to have street lighting. They want to have nice roads and nice toilets at schools. So it's like balancing. There is another difficult thing. Education. We cannot explain. I don't even expect that the average Gdańsk resident will understand the role of the city council, regional parliament, or other offices. People do not understand where taxes are from, and if they do not understand what checks are, because somebody told me that yesterday I received 100 million zlotys to develop the road system to support Gdańsk airport. We have 2%, the city has 2% in the state treasury company. We have to develop the port because the cargo has to be transported. Gdańsk port is one of the suppliers to the state budgets, excise, duty, taxes. It's all for the central budget. So I'm very happy that something that will cost 350 million zlotys, we have received 100 million zlotys to develop Gdańsk port. We are missing good economic education. I have a very good assistant. He's not here with me today because he is still studying, but next year he will be 26 years old and he starts discussing his salary with me. Young people, till they are 26, they do not have to pay the corporate income tax. So the gross payment is the net payment. And they are quite open. If they are going to receive a certain amount of money, once they are over 26, the gross amount will be completely different. People do not understand it. We are not taught such subjects at school. People do not understand what the personal income tax is. And he's a graduate of my secondary. Actually, Jacek Kurski has graduated from the same school as me, and actually he says that the stupid people, the dark people, will buy it. So, of course, we have to disseminate knowledge, education. This was done by Mayor Paweł Adamowicz. He has always remembered it, and it's very important. We mustn't assume that people know everything, and we have to remember that they are vulnerable to propaganda. So we have to keep explaining, educating them. This is our role. I don't know whether we win or not. But education to me is the only way. Education is important. Just answering the question on social anxiety in terms of the national aspects. Do you know when the migration policy draft has been presented? When people in the forests next to the Belarusian border were dying. So this was the first time when the representative of the local government presented this policy. We are one of the biggest member states and we have no such policies. In 2017 in Gdańsk, actually, Mayor Adamowicz was really very keen on having the policy for immigrants. It wasn't the officials who were working on this policy on their own. They were contacting NGOs, activists from different European states who had to tackle integration. So we were accused that Gdańsk wants to be involved in the foreign policy. Nowadays we've got a standard, a model that maybe is insufficient, maybe we should have more instruments and better ones, but it has been very helpful during the refugee crisis. And this is very important, but this is the tool that was initiated by the local government. So my wish is that in our very small fatherland, we have leaders who will really assume responsibility for these aspects. As Emilia said, the social change, the refugee integration, diversity, they are the assets. You know that I'm in love with Gdańsk. You know why it looks the way it looks, because it was built by several nations, by people who believed in different things. They came to Gdańsk from the Netherlands, Germany, they were Jews, so on and so forth. That is why the city looks the way it does, and it's becoming more and more beautiful because it keeps being open. Agata, very briefly, because I would still like to ask the audience to intervene. Do you feel that this solidarity, empathy capital started also thanks to the local governments during the refugee crisis, and whether we still have some of this capital left? We'll see also whether the energy crisis will lead us to hatred, when people will hate one another, and there will be the belief that only the ones who have more supporters will win, who have friends. I will just repeat what the mayor, Madam Mayor, has been saying. This enthusiasm is diminishing now. First, we were offering free public transport, and initially people were all for it. But in May, when we extended this for 2 months, half of them stopped being pleased. Why it's for Ukrainians? Why it's not for Poles? Now these proportions are even more negative. It's due to many aspects. People have their problems. They have less capacity. The money is smaller. The Russian trolls are also very active. Observers or analysts showed how anti-vaccine accounts were transferred into accounts that were dealing with other areas. But we haven't lost this capital because some organizational groups have been developed. People have met one another. They were meeting through Messenger, Facebook. There are still groups that share information via these media. We also have the social assistance point for Ukrainians, and people from abroad were sending the money. They were sending the gifts to our point. So this has remained, and it's a value. But I would like to stress one thing. Paradoxically, we were lucky that the law and justice, this government has not been against Ukrainians, that they didn't turn Ukrainians into a new enemy. If we had refugees from the Belarus-Poland border, and if we were to help in this way, the cities would have to face hell. So many antagonizing efforts would have been made. Now the Law and Justice Party members actually did not disseminate hatred. Very often they were placing Ukrainian flag on their Facebook accounts. I don't know Law and Justice people in Gdańsk who would be bringing the gifts, but maybe they were, but at least they were not disturbing us. So the situation would be very different if the central government's narration would not be so open towards Ukrainians. It was very difficult, of course. This wave of solidarity and empathy among Poles was huge towards people who were running away from evil, from death.
But it's not so obvious when Mr. Kaczyński says it's going to be parasites spreading all over our country. Please note how difficult the situation of refugee centers is. It's not only about Ukrainian refugees, but those representing different religions. Who of you, ladies and gentlemen, would like to ask a question? Our volunteers are there, and we need a microphone. Okay, so I will ask the first question, and then I will give the floor to you. I don't want to waste time for delivering the microphone. Joanna Ciesielska, we have had so many interesting things. I would like to refer to the war in Ukraine and refugee crisis. I would like to ask you about the experience from other countries, because there was a strong refugee crisis in Europe. Is there a community of projects, of ideas? Do you use the knowledge of mayors from other European cities? And if you could deliver the microphone to the lady on the right, please. I will just briefly answer. I'm going to give the answer to this question. We'll remember that. Together with Tadeusz, we are members of the European Committee of Regions, which brings together local and regional authorities from all over Europe. Since last year, I have been the head of the Ukraine Committee of Regions. I have to say that our colleagues from Greece, Italy, we have to remember high numbers of refugees arriving in Greece or Italy. It's around 500,000. when we take Poland, Czechia, and Romania into account, there were 8 million people entering, but 5 million left European Union. Around 3 million stayed, majority of whom in Poland. So on the one hand, our colleagues say, you know, how Poland behaved back then. We all know what was the approach towards refugees, but they also teach us solidarity. The mayor of Palermo said, "How can I help you?" I can clearly say that from Rotterdam, Leipzig, Brems, we also received the financial support, not to mention material support. And the question. I've got a short comment. Mr. Truskolaski said that they don't understand self-governments. I'm afraid of such rhetorics because they know what local governance, what European Union, what democracy is. They understand that this is something they should destroy. They are on the trajectory towards dictatorship. If they don't understand, well, explain it to them, they will understand, and hand in hand, and then they will say, yes, understood. That's the strategic objective, to take us from the European Union using all the methods, destroy democracy, destroy local governance. They follow such a narrow logical corridor from which they cannot come back. It's not possible to withdraw. It's like low, narrow bridges in the Himalayas. We can hope that they will fall into the abyss. It's important, it's a matter of our logics. If we are not on the right trajectory following our logics, they can reach their strategic objective. You expressed it much stronger than I did. I wanted to be more gentle, but I fully agree with you. Agata, you wanted to refer to it. I'm afraid you are right, because unaware operation is much better than intended one. We need to finish because time matters from the point of view of successive panels. Well, local government is not a perfect creation, but nothing better has ever been created to bring authorities closer to people, and so that the citizens have the right to co-rule. Local governments during the last 3 crises know how to deal with that. Ladies and gentlemen, can you imagine different Poland than the democratic one? I think we don't. There is no other Poland possible. The fact that we are here, the fact that there are around 400 panels, it shows how many people are involved in such activities. I'm full of hope for younger generations that Poland will be democratic and European, that nobody is going to deprive us from that. And I believe that truth will win and the dictatorship will fall down. Agata Wojda, Kielce, Emilia Bury, Białogard, Tadeusz Truskolaski, Białystok, and Aleksandra Dulkiewicz, Gdańsk. Thank you.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Heute Ihre Ausreise.
Atlas Network is, as the name suggests, a network, and it's global. We work all around the world. We're based in the U.S. We have about 159 partners in the United States right now, and the bulk of our partners are outside, nearly 500 in total.
Atlas Network, it connects people from all over the world, defending the idea of human dignity, defending human rights and personal liberties.
Atlas Network is focusing on, I think, the most important and moral cause in the entire world.
We partner with local innovators, local leaders who understand conditions on the ground in communities facing real challenges. We look at the people from the worldwide freedom movement that are passionate, are ready to make a difference, understand local conditions, and we invest in them.
At Atlas Network, we unleash individual ingenuity to enrich humanity.
The United States does not have a lock on the idea of freedom and liberty. Those ideas are beyond borders.
One of the main goals of Atlas Network is to eradicate poverty around the world, and we do that by investing millions of dollars in our partners' work every year.
Historically, wealthy nations around the world have tried to help low-income countries develop. The way we've been doing it traditionally has not really been working. So there's a movement to do development differently, and that means we need to step back as outsiders and rethink the role that we're playing in helping people in low-income countries achieve their dreams.
We want to make the world a better place. We want to make the world a freer world.
All of us want to leave a legacy and be part of something big to make a better world. This is exactly the work of Atlas Network.
With our growing number of hundreds of successful partners, we're stronger than ever.
Changing the world.
Changing the world.
Changing the world
Starts together
with us.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you very much to the Freedom Games and to Radical Exchange for inviting me. It's really a great pleasure to be giving this keynote speech here in Łódź. My name is Claudia Chwalisz, and I am the founder and CEO of Democracy Next, which is a new research and action institute based in Paris. And to give you a little bit of an introduction of who I am before I dive into my speech, it's actually quite interesting for me to be here in Łódź because some of my family comes from here. And I was the first person who was born in and grew up in Canada. And so my own personal story is somehow shaped a little bit by the fact that, you know, my own, sorry. A little distracted by the conversations going on right in the front, if people could perhaps tie them up a little bit. So first person born in Canada from my family who comes from Poland, and it's quite interesting that actually, you know, my parents had left here in the early 1980s when it was quite a different sort of country and context going on. Skipping over a little bit, I started my university studies in politics the day that the Lehman Brothers crashed. So my whole sort of view about politics, about democracy, studying all these things was really shaped by this notion of crisis, financial crisis, then the European sovereign debt crisis, democratic crisis more broadly. My very first work was looking into populism and trying to understand the extent to which people's disillusionment with politics, with the system, with feeling like they were not really able to shape the decisions affecting their lives, were driving people towards populist parties. And through my own research and looking into the work of others, I've become very much convinced that this is one of those deeper underlying aspects of it, that it's not just going to be different policies that are decided top-down on the economy or immigration or any other topic alone that actually gets to people's sense of not feeling like they're in control of being able to shape their lives and their communities. And this has been the sort of root then of looking into democratic innovation and what are the new and different ways in which we could be creating meaningful ways for people to be involved in shaping public decisions. And that research and set of explorations is very much what I'm continuing to be doing today and what we're doing at Democracy Next, and is a little bit of the premise for this speech. So with that bit of context now in mind, what I want to lay out to you today is in the form of 3 questions. So the first being, what if elections were not at the heart of democracy? What if we shifted political and legislative power to everyday people? And what if we revived the ancient practice of sortition, of selecting people by lottery to form our parliaments instead of by elections? Now, 2 weeks ago, I was in Athens for a different conference, and I had the pleasure of going across the hill from the Parthenon to the Pnyx, which is the gathering place where the ancient Athenians came together to deliberate in their deliberative assemblies. And in the agora there's this ancient, quite sophisticated machine called the Kleroterion that the ancient Greeks used for selecting people by lottery. And so actually these ideas that I'm talking about are nothing new. This notion and the principles of citizen participation, representation by lot, and deliberation have a really, really long-standing history. And in fact, the idea of democracy as deliberation and democracy implying equal political rights are also nothing new and are quite widely shared in different democratic traditions around the world. And different indigenous communities, different non-Western cultures, it's also very much rooted as democracy as deliberation. As the writer Jay Griffiths wrote in her beautiful book, Wild, acknowledging that there are different ways of knowing and different ways of speaking is the very starting point of democracy. Now, of course, elections are nothing new either, but what is new is this association between democracy and elections. Because the ancient Athenians knew, if we go back to Aristotle actually, that elections lead to polarization. They lead to short-term thinking. They concentrate power in the hands of very few people. Elections are a form of constituting an oligarchy. If we think back a little bit to the French and American revolutions, which are a little bit the starting point for a lot of the modern systems that we have today of what we are calling democratic, those founders were actually intentionally designing the institutions to be oligarchic. And it's only much, much later, as suffrage started to expand, that elections came to be associated with democracy, and the term representative democracy started being used. The reference point was initially about representative government, which is not the same thing. And today we often say democracy tout court to describe the system that we have. Now, of course, I recognize that that this form of representation is an improvement on many other forms that we have when it comes to, absolute monarchs or monopolies of power by ideological or religious minorities or tyrannical dictatorships. But just because this is an improvement does not, and it's more democratic, does not actually make this an ideal form of democracy that we have today. And I really feel that in this moment, actually, of crisis that we're in, where so many people feel powerless to be shaping the decisions that are affecting their lives, and so many people are frustrated with the system and voting against it or not voting at all and disconnecting and protesting, we really need to be questioning our own assumptions. What if elections were not the heart of democracy? What if we shifted political and legislative power to everyday people? And what if we revived this practice of sortition to constitute democratic forms of governing ourselves again? Now, I invite you to imagine what this might look like. So if you want, you can close your eyes, take a deep breath. Imagine that today we are in October 2032. Yesterday, when you got home from work, you opened up your mailbox, and in there you received an invitation to be a member of your country's executive assembly. You and 30,000 other people like you have received this completely at random. If you accept this invitation, you're putting your hat in the ring to be selected in a second lottery, where there's an extra process to make sure that this final group of people in the Executive Assembly broadly represents the diversity of society. Yes, this could finally be your turn. Last year, your partner was a member of the Education Policy Assembly, and it was really interesting to hear their reflections about all the different discussions, deliberations that were happening, and how they were able to find consensus on so many different aspects, from exams to school meals. Your best friend was on the Judicial Selection Commission last year, which was set up to take the partisanship out of selecting judges. And a few years ago, your daughter was selected to be part of the Legislative Assembly when she was 16, and it's completely transformed her life. All of these different deliberative assemblies are selected by sortition, meaning by lottery, a new ritual that has come to be defining democracy. Just like with jury duty, everybody has access to paid time off work, childcare is provided, transportation is covered, people are paid a good salary the same way that we once paid politicians. There's access to listening to all sorts of different experts who play a really crucial role. This is not about getting rid of expertise, but it's about having the citizens who are in charge and listening to experts. And it's not just in voting and politics that this system has really changed. It's extended to other aspects of life as well, from your workplace to schools to even shaping your social circles. So last year, with new legislation that was introduced, your company has changed the way that it's governed to have part of its board selected by lot with employees who are working there. Your son's school board is now run by the teachers who take turns being selected and representing others. And your son himself was also selected to be on his school student council. They got rid of the popularity contest of elections to have this sortition-based way of governing. Now, he never would have run if it had been election-based. He was really nervous to accept, but actually it's given him a huge amount of confidence and a new set of leadership skills to have taken up his duty and his role in the student council as well. Your social circle has also really evolved. Through all these different deliberative assemblies, you've met people who are CEOs and writers and chefs and bakers and cleaners and writers. People really coming from all walks of life. People like you and me, your mom, your dad, your brothers, sisters, They are the ones who are taking turns in these different assemblies, being the ones in charge. So as you drink your morning coffee today, you think, yes, I am going to put my name in the hat for the Executive Assembly. You can open your eyes if you close your eyes. Coming back to 2022, I really do think that such a vision of another democratic future could be possible, even if perhaps achieving it within a decade might be a bit ambitious. But is it really so radical to imagine a system where everybody has equal political power? Is it so radical to imagine a new set of democratic institutions that are designed to recognize that everybody has agency and dignity, that are designed to channel our collective wisdom, and that are designed to help us find common ground on the issues that we're collectively facing in society? Now, I don't think I'm your classic revolutionary. Before founding Democracy Next, I worked at the OECD, where I established and was leading the area of work around the future of democracy and new forms of participation. With my colleague Yeva Chesnula-Tite, who has also left the OECD to found Democracy Next with me, we had established a really big evidence base of looking at 600 different citizens' assemblies around the world that have taken place at all levels of government on all sorts of different issues, and have been really showing us how it's possible to be giving everyday people the conditions to be grappling with complexity and to work together to find common ground on what do we do about the big challenges that are facing us today. We established standards of good practice as well, and we looked into the different ways of institutionalizing this. So at Democracy Next, we're really not starting from scratch with this. We're really building on this growing deliberative wave that has already been underway for a few decades, and following a bit in the footsteps of the pioneers who have been showing us that these quite ancient practices of democracy actually work very well in a modern and contemporary context today. Examples like the Citizens' Convention on Climate in France, where 150 people were selected by lottery and tasked with coming up with propositions for how can France reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030 in a spirit of social justice. They worked for 9 months and developed 149 recommendations that were put to the government. This was in 2019-2020. In Ireland, it's been a decade, actually, that at the national level, citizens' assemblies have been used to tackle all sorts of different issues, from climate change to gender equality, biodiversity, and devolution, to take some of the most recent ones. But I think some of the most inspiring examples have to do with when the Irish people tackled constitutional questions, coming up with proposals for whether Ireland should have a referendum to change the constitution on abortion and on same-sex marriage. And in both cases, a group of 100 randomly selected Irish people recommended to the government that there should be a referendum, but they also did the hard work of coming up with the proposals for how should the legislation change if people vote for change. And of course, now we know that in both cases, the Irish people did vote for change, and the new legislation that came into place was influenced by these deliberations of everyday people. And there's hundreds of other examples that deal with other issues, from infrastructure investment to 10-year, $5 billion plans to nuclear waste and nuclear reactors and all sorts of other things. And we also have permanent citizens' assemblies that are in place today. So I had the privilege back in 2018 of being part of a small group of experts that was convened in Ostbelgien, which is the German-speaking community of Belgium. The president of the parliament and the president of the government, from 2 different political parties, came together, and they wanted to establish a permanent way of having basically a second chamber working alongside them of people selected by lottery. And so we had come up with a proposition that was then put forward to the parliament and voted on unanimously across party lines. So since 2019, the Ostbelgian parliament has been working alongside a randomly selected citizens' council that has agenda-setting power, that decides what issues are put to citizens' assemblies every single year, tackling issues like the first one that came up actually was about how to improve the working conditions of healthcare workers. And this was pre-COVID. And okay, Ostbelgien is a very small place, and perhaps some of you haven't heard of it before. It has 80,000 people, it's a small region, but it also inspired the city of Paris. The vice mayor for participation was inspired by this example and also convened a small group of us experts to think about, okay, how could we adapt this model that was developed in Ostbelgien to the institutional context of the city of Paris? And so it's been since December 2021 that there's now a legal basis for a permanent citizens' assembly that has been meeting with 100 randomly selected Parisians, not just French nationals, but anyone living in Paris who can be part of this. And these are the examples that really give me a sense of hope of another democratic future being possible. They're founded in the evidence that everyday people are more than capable of being able to grapple with really complex policy issues, of listening and interrogating experts, of listening to one another, and of being able to find common ground and develop policy and legislative proposals. It's not some sort of pipe dream that's founded just on looking back to ancient Athens, but we have a lot of modern day examples of all of these practices taking place today. And I don't want this to come across as some sort of kind of politician bashing either, because I really believe that a lot of the people who are going into politics and running for office today are motivated to change their communities, change their countries, change the world, and improve things and make things better. And are often just as frustrated when they get into the systems of government by the system and by how it works as well. We need the courageous leaders like the presidents of the parliament and government in Ostbelgien, like the vice mayor of Paris, who are willing to be upgrading and transforming our democratic infrastructure for another democratic future. Because I really believe that in this moment that we're in today, where so many people feel powerless and feel like they're not able to really change things around them, we need to be thinking about the new ways in which we can be evolving our democracies and building new democratic institutions that are founded on these democratic principles of citizen participation, representation by lot, and deliberation. We can be shifting political and legislative power to everyday people. We can be creating institutions that embody political equality, where people can take turns being represented and representing others. And we can revive this practice of sortition for selecting people by lot for our parliaments rather than by election. So together with a group of other democracy practitioners, academics, activists, writers, but actually quite simply citizens, we've come together to found Democracy Next in this belief that another democratic future is possible. But I don't think we'll be able to do it alone. And so this is also a bit of an invitation to all of you to join us in this mission of shifting political power and building new institutions for the next democratic paradigm. Because I think that together we can be working to make another democratic future a reality. Thank you. And we have about 10 minutes left because I didn't want this to also just be a one-way speech, but also a moment to be able to hear a bit from you who are here about whether, if you have any questions, whether this resonates, whether you're like, what? If you have any challenges to this premise, there is a microphone that is just over there. So if you'd like to come in, please feel free to raise your hand, and we have a little bit of time to exchange. I see 2 hands over there.
Thank you. Julian Zawistowski. So what is, of course, the most interesting in such a visionary plan is how do we get there? So, like the old problem of what is the method of agreeing on the method of the vote. So what are your thoughts there? So like this is certainly possible, but perhaps needs like the huge revolution to happen, perhaps not very peaceful, to offset the voting machine we have at the moment with all those fresh ideas.
It's a very good question. I think maybe I'll collect the 2 or 3 hands that were up, and then I'll come back to all of them together after.
Hi, thank you. My name is Ignacy Niemczycki. I was late, so maybe you already responded to that. But I do remember when I was writing my MA dissertation, I did interviews with politicians. It was more than 10 years ago, and I remember one of the politicians that I interviewed, he told me, right, so the role of the politician is not only to listen to the people, but also to lead, to propose, even if it's controversial, to go ahead. And my fear when I hear about citizens panels and only the citizens being at the center of the discussion is that it will be stuck here. Just to give you an example, European Union or the European Community wouldn't have happened after the war if it was up to the citizens. I really think so. It was really the political will and the political power of people living on the borders of different countries. So how will, even though I'm very open to the idea of citizens panels, there's fear that we'll just get stuck in what we are. How would you respond to that? Thank you.
Yes, very good question so far. How do we get there and what's the role of leadership? There's one more hand up over there.
Hello, my name is Marta Jagusztyn, and I try to encourage participation, not yet deliberation, in decisions about forests, public forests in Poland. And again, I was late, so maybe you have addressed this. I would very much like to hear a very specific example, like nitty-gritty details of how there was a citizens panel, there was a solution developed, and then it was actually implemented. Because I've heard of very big citizens panels that were huge events and then resulted in nothing because there was no implementation. And I find that small details and nitty-gritty is usually what's important.
Thank you. Yes, so are there any last hands up? Otherwise I will answer these questions. No. Well, three very good questions. So the first question, I'll start with them in order then. So how do we get there is obviously a question that I'm also really interested in, and this is a big part of the work that we're doing at Democracy Next as well, because I think there's a need to have actually some sort of big picture vision of where we might be going. So that is definitely one aspect of why there's even these propositions that we're making to open up an imagination that actually we're not limited to just trying to save broken electoral politics, or otherwise our only other option is autocracy, that we can actually have the agency to be building something new. But obviously we don't have a blank page to start with. And so I think there's a lot of value in exploring what are the different ways in which parts of our system today can be changing with this aim of getting there. So how could we perhaps be changing the governance of existing institutions, so of public institutions, even like public banks or central banks, or looking into, at a more local level, how could we be completely reimagining local government with sortition-based deliberative bodies? How could we reimagine a system for taking urban and planning and design decisions with a system of citizens panels, but ones that actually have real power? And so that also entails exploring then what are the accountability mechanisms for that, and so on. Now, I don't claim to have all the answers to these questions right now, but I don't think these are unanswerable or unsolvable questions either. And I think it's part of the work and the interest now to be exploring what are the different ways in which this could actually be functioning. And there is interest from different political bodies, and we have some of the foundations in the examples that I mentioned, like in Ostbelgien and like in Paris, and actually there's things happening in Toronto and Bogota and Australia and other places too. I just shared a few examples to show. So I think it's building on those few things that we have, creating institutional legal bases. And what I'm interested in is what are the initial steps we can be taking where it's not just an advisory citizens panel that's established, but one that actually has decision-making authority. So I think that's one way of getting there, but I also recognize your point that I'm not calling for a bloody revolution, but I do think that there's a need to be engaging a wider public and getting more people, aware of, interested, and inspired by, and calling for this kind of change too, because I don't think most politicians just want to give up power and change the system like this. So there needs to be both, working with the agents of change who are within the system, and I do believe they're there, but also working with a wider public to gain momentum for this too. Now, I really appreciate the question about political leadership too, which I recognize is a thing. And I don't have the answers to that question. And I don't think that a system with sortition-based deliberative assemblies means that that's the only thing that defines that system. So just like how today we have elections and we have our parliaments, but they're often in connection to different bodies that are sometimes by appointment, sometimes more participatory processes. Now we add on the citizens' assemblies to the system that we have today. For me, the vision goes more to having a sense of these deliberative sortition-based bodies being really where the heart of power lies, but it doesn't mean it's the only thing there. And that question actually of what is the articulation between leadership and sortition-based panels is one that I'm also exploring. And again, I don't know, but I think there's potential answers to be thinking about how do we combine those two things, because I do think there is still a need for leadership as well. And then in terms of the question about the example, I did give a few examples in the talk, so maybe I'll just elaborate a tiny bit on one of the ones that I mentioned with a bit more detail, which is the example that I think has been the most powerful in Ireland about the citizens' assemblies that they had to define different constitutional issues. So actually, I mentioned abortion and same-sex marriage, but they also dealt with other constitutional issues around divorce and blasphemy. And on all four of those issues, they led to referendums, which changed the constitution, and the legislation that changed as a result of those referendums, which were all with positive votes for change. That legislation was very heavily informed by the propositions from the citizens' assemblies that came out of them. And there were also other assemblies on climate change that led to Ireland's Climate Act, and I can go into more detail about this, but actually I agree with you about the problem being that today a lot of the citizens panels, their recommendations get ignored or watered down, or nothing happens with them completely. And that's part of the motivation for the work we're doing too, because I think we have seen actually how these citizens panels create these amazing conditions for everyday people to be able to grapple with really complex issues and find common ground on them. And often these are issues where politicians are just stuck. And then those recommendations are going back into a system with the same set of incentives that we have around electoral politics and the short-termism of it and campaigns and lobbying and everything else. And so this approach of just adding on citizens' assemblies to a broken political system is not actually changing the system and what's not working. And I think that's why we need to be advocating for and trying to imagine and pushing for transferring real power towards citizens' assemblies rather than just being an advisory add-on to a system that's not actually changing who's taking the decisions at the end of the day and how those decisions are being taken. So I agree with the challenge, and my own motivation comes from the sense of urgency of feeling like we need to be doing something that, more fundamentally changes how we're taking collective public decisions today than just tinkering at the edges of our electoral democratic systems. So I have my little notice here that we're right up at the end of time, so we won't have another round of questions, but I appreciate the chance to answer some of those, and thanks very much for your attention, and thank you for the invitation to be here today. I look forward to the other speakers. Thank you. Thank you.
'Thank you. How does it work? Here? Which focus?
Nie,
ale nie do prezentacji.
Nie wiem.
But I think it's green. I will know. Okay, not green. So you have 30 minutes the time, so we can go on stage and present. 1, 2, 3. Hello, everyone. I'm going to try and use the remote. But perfect. I figured it out. Hi, everyone. My name is Alyona Shevchenko.
I am the co-founder and operational lead of Ukraine DAO that I will tell you about in a bit. I would like to start from thanking the people of Poland for all the support that Poland provided to the Ukrainian people. We really, really appreciate it, and we will never be able to thank you enough for everything that Polish people have provided for us, for all the help. So that is something that I wanted to start from. And also to express gratitude to our armed forces. Yesterday we celebrated the Day of Ukraine's defenders. And they are not just defending Ukraine, our armed forces are defending the rest of the free world. And so I also wanted to start from showing the appreciation to them. I wanted to make today more than like a monologue. I wanted to be an interactive conversation. And the topic of today's conversation will be, initially it was called Technology for Democracy in Ukraine. So I was going to focus on the tech solutions that have helped Ukraine defend itself so far from the Russian invasion. And then I realized I kept iterating, and then last night I realized that a better angle would be not on how to help Ukraine continue to develop its democracy. A better angle would be to use Ukraine's knowledge and Ukraine's expertise to help other countries in the world develop their democratic institutions. And so that is something that I wanted to have a conversation with all of you about. So let's define some terms first. And so who knows about, who has ever heard of DAOs in the first place? Great, there's lots of hands. What is a DAO? How would you describe a DAO? Someone will need to help with the mic as well. There are volunteers. This is struggle for the mic there. Or with the mic. Hello.
Yeah, it's not working.
Did you turn it on?
I like what you have said, which great. Okay. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Alone, I was just going to reflect that I like your definition, which is that it's a community with a mission and a blockchain-based wallet. I think that's cuts right to the chase.
Thank you. Let's have some other options, just for variety. Diversity of opinion.
It's a decentralized autonomous organization.
Right, so if you look up a DAO, if you Google it, it will tell you very different versions, and the definitions often depend on the level of ignorance of the journalist who wrote the article. Sometimes I see definitions of a DAO as an organization that does not have governance at all, not just centralized governance, no governance. And that makes me think, what is it doing then, right? And so from the very beginning, like very often people told me in the first, especially in the first days of Ukraine DAO, they would be like, when are you going to become a real DAO? And I was like, what do you mean? And to many people, a DAO is, it needs to have a governance token, right? So the way it often works with most DAOs is that they issue a token, and that token is basically it's like your voting ballot. And the more tokens you have, the more voting power you have. Now, that can be problematic, right? If you have a social impact DAO that is focused on defense of Ukraine, and anyone can buy and sell any amount of voting power. So what would happen, right, in this case, that any bad actor would be able to hijack it. And that obviously did not look like a good idea. And we did something very drastic. And we just didn't have a governance token at all, and we still don't have it to this day. In many people it causes this reaction. Most DAOs have a governance token, you don't, therefore you're not a DAO. I think what some DAOs fail to address from the very beginning, what they fail to do sometimes, a very simple thing. To sit down and think, what is it that I am actually trying to achieve? What is it that where am I going with this? What's the mission of this project, right? So there is no point in having a DAO that does not contribute towards this mission that you have in mind, right? And so from the very beginning, we thought about impact and about whether it works or not, and whether it's creating that impact that we intend or not. And then if it does, then we fix things that are broken, other aspects, right? There is always other issues to solve. And so in the beginning, we had a call with Aaron from Govern and Gary from DreamDAO, and they gave us really, really good advice to not try to solve every problem at the same time, and to be solving problems that are there, that are most urgent. And that is, I think, is important to do within the framework of this conversation as well. Now, how would you define democracy? What is democracy? And I need a mic again.
The rule of the people.
Okay, how does it happen?
It can happen through voting and elections, or it can happen through deliberative processes or citizens' assemblies, like Claudia was speaking about. But in general, the principle is that some sort of power is influenced or governed or controlled by a more distributed set of people.
And that's a great answer. So there is direct democracy, where let's say there is 10 people and they all vote on every issue, and that's how decision-making works in that case. Or indirect, where you have your elected representatives, right? Which is what we have right now in most countries. Now, why do you think we have like these really long kind of election cycles, that we choose one government for some time, for 4 years or 5 years, let's say? What's the reason for that?
Shall I continue here? One reason for that is that if you give a particular elected leader more time, then they can make decisions based on what they think is right instead of what they think their constituents will want them to do, which has sort of, this becomes a difficult question, but I think that's kind of the trade-off. That's how I look at that. Or, yeah, Julian.
Yeah, I think we'll start fighting for Mike, because I can give you the different perspective. So basically, democracy is a system where transition of power happens in a peaceful way, and you have check and balances that will protect the minorities from majority, from tyranny of majority. And I think that this is a way better definition of democracy in a way that that's exactly what we have problems here in that part of the world at the moment.
So a better solution, you meant, could you clarify?
So basically, you know, like the problem with power is that power corrupts. And if we come to Claudia's ideas, this is not really important who rules you. The problem is that if you rule for too long, then you become corrupted. So what is democracy about is about changing the ruler in a peaceful way.
I'm so glad you said this, honestly. I'm so glad you said this. Watch your choice of words right now. You choose who rules you, right? That is so and there is so much in that. Today I was reading the Constitution of Ukraine, and Article 5 says that, and that is something that in Ukraine it really works. We've seen it, and we kind of take it for granted. We do not see our politicians as our ruler. It's our rulers. So the source of power in Ukraine is the people of Ukraine. So the politician is there to serve us. Our president's TV show that he had before he became president, it's called Servant of the People, right? And so it's the concept that the politician is there to represent your interests, and if he doesn't represent them, then you need to remove him. That is a core problem, I feel like, to address in many countries in the West, because we've realized that, and I personally only realized it this year, that many people they see themselves as subordinate to their politicians, and they feel helpless, and they feel like they have no agency, and they feel like their voice does not matter because they're not in power, right? So what can they change? So let's take Ukraine. A lot of people in other countries who are not Ukrainian, they really want to help. And they feel helpless watching all the atrocities, all the war crimes that Russians are committing in Ukraine, but they don't know what to do. They feel helpless, and it makes them depressed to just kind of watch this tragedy unfold. And what we try to tell them repeatedly every day is that you have agency. Your politician, if he is not representing your interests, he should not be, at a drastic level, he should not be in power. And if you feel like there is just one group of people, one group of politicians, small group of people in your country that are just making all the decisions and people don't have a say, then it's not a democracy. People are often surprised when they hear it, but I don't know, maybe at this point, I would like some feedback, like, would you agree that if the people's voices, if their interests are not represented by their government, then it's not a democracy at this time? Right? So in Ukraine now, a couple of weeks ago, we hosted a Twitter space called how to help Germany become a democracy. And some people joining the space, they told us they joined because it was a provocative space, the title. And they said, obviously, it's a joke. And it was very interesting to hear because to me, it was, well, it's not a joke. Because I do not see right now Germany as a democracy. And if it is a democracy, that is actually very scary, and that's a more terrifying option, because that would imply that the inability of the German government to react properly to the full-scale Russian invasion, it means that the people in Germany are okay with it, which I hope they're not, right? So we have to deal with this, we have to address the problem of people feeling like they do not have agency, and people feeling that their politicians are their rulers. They are not your rulers. You are ruling them, and if you are not ruling them, then they need to go. And so at this point, any questions, any comments? And I'll delve into Ukraine DAO, if not. All right. So let me tell you a little bit about who we are. All right. So this is one of my favorite quotes. Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. We started as a Telegram group chat with 3 people on it on the 21st of February. So that would be 3 days before the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine. And it was a product of me becoming desperate after years of trying to tell people that Russia was turning into a fascist state, which is something that I realized back in 2014 when Russia initially invaded. And I saw on the Russian news, I saw that the way they were presenting Ukrainians to the Russian audience and also to the Western audience as well was very similar to how Jewish people were portrayed in Nazi Germany media before the Holocaust. And I try to communicate that to people, like in the UK, where I was when I was in my master's, and I had an opportunity to give some talks in France, where I was in language courses, and people would laugh at this notion of Russia being fascist because they had this perception of beautiful, amazing Russian culture, and Russia being now almost a democratic country, and it's like it has some issues, but it can't be that bad, right? And at some point, I just I saw that no one is listening, and I didn't give up, but I got on with my life, right? And then in January this year, so I was never like a political activist. I was never a member of any political party at all. So it, like politics and activism and so on, it was not my type of thing. And then on the 19th of January, my friend tells me that it looks like the Russians are going to start a full-scale invasion. And what followed afterwards is weeks and weeks of myself and all other Ukrainians shouting from every rooftop about what was about to happen. And the reason why we knew exactly what Russians were going to do is because they do exactly the same thing to everyone, not just to Ukrainians, not just to kind of people. I wanted to say people they consider inferior, but they consider pretty much everyone inferior. And so they go by the same guidebook. And when we speak to people from Estonia, when we speak to people from Poland, when we speak to people from Latvia and so on, they understand us on another level. And it's because they went through the same thing, and they suffered the same violence from Russians, and they were never Russia was never held accountable for it. And so the reason why you see just the horrific violations of every possible human law and just horrific violence from the Russian army and very little response from the society, very little like resistance to that, right, or protest to that, is because they are used to it. And so they are used to the fact that, to the perception of them nothing being their fault. Lack of like accountability is just not a thing in the Russian culture. And I'm sad to say this, but it's true. And so in order to stop this, and in order for nothing like this to ever happen again, what do you think will need to happen? Like, how are we going to stop genocide of Ukrainians? And that is when I want input from you guys. I need a volunteer. And silence. All right, I'll word it differently. How do we stop the war? Say again? Come on, guys. We should have some thoughts on this by now. It's like almost 8 months into this. No one wants to share any ideas. All right. Definitely not? Okay. So, the goal is to not just temporary peace, right? It's long-lasting peace. It's something that's sustainable. Otherwise, Russia will kind of consolidate, get a bit more energy, and attack again either Ukraine or another country. And so an integral part of making sure that happens, that the long-lasting peace comes, is correctly identifying the problem. What would you say is wrong in the phrase Putin's war against Ukraine, for example? What's wrong with it? I will need a volunteer. I feel like you sir, want to tell me. Yeah. Great. Would you like to get the mic? Let's talk about this.
Wrong in this statement is that it associates war with one particular person, Putin only, not with the support of the Russian society.
Why do you think they're doing that? Russians, why do they call it Putin's war? Or why does Russian propaganda media call it Putin's war? Why is it so important to identify it with him?
Because I think that by default, particular citizens that not support war itself, but and they feel ashamed, but on the other hand, they are not brave enough to clearly state it and to provide any resistance.
What empirical evidence do we have to suggest that they feel ashamed? How often do you hear Russian people speaking about being ashamed?
Well, maybe ashamed was a wrong statement. I mean, they don't fully support, but they also are either, and that's a question because I'm not so familiar with the Russian society, although I know a couple of Russians, but they are most probably a bit exception. So they are not fully able to provide any resistance, to clearly say that they are against war, of course due to the regime and due to the fact that they are simply scary of doing this in public.
Yes, that's a very good summary. And so they are not doing anything because they do not feel shame and because they do not feel accountable. They don't feel guilty. They don't feel responsible. They carried out another genocide of Ukrainians in the 30th, the Holodomor. That was a human-made famine that took lives of about as many people as did the Holocaust. And Russians were not held accountable. And so the only way to help both, to help Ukraine should be everyone's priority, just to make it clear. No one should be worrying about Russians right now, they're okay. But also to help all the people within Russian Federation that are now oppressed by Russians, to help all of them and to make the world a better place. We are going to have to hold Russians accountable for the first time in their life. And that is going to be difficult. And guess whose job is it? Who is going to do it?
Everyone.
Excellent. Everyone. And that is a complex solution, but that is the only one that will work. And that is where democracy comes in. Power of the people and the power of every individual person to make a choice. And sometimes it's going to be not at some local, I don't know, or nationwide elections, but it's going to be about how you act in a certain situation around Ukrainian people and around Russians. What kind of behavior do you tolerate? Do you allow them into your country or not? This kind of stuff. And so Ukraine DAO, among other things, advocates for visa ban for Russians. And it's disappointing that we even have to discuss it 7 months into full-on genocide. But if you visit our link tree that I'll show you in a second, you can find all the materials that you may find interesting on this subject. And so I guess my main point is that, we are running out of time, is that it's going to be hard. The internet provides opportunities to help that were not available before, but it's going to be every individual person's job. And if you ever need if you ever have any questions about how justice for Ukrainians can be achieved, come into our Discord, follow us on Twitter, ask questions, and we are always there to help you educate yourself, and we are very grateful for all the genuine support. Yeah, I guess, God, we didn't go through everything I was planning to, but please feel free to reach out and feel free to follow us on social media. We have also just hosted Kyiv Tech Summit, which was a combination of online and offline events. Part of it was part of it was a hackathon hosted in a bomb shelter. Vitalik Buterin, Ethereum's co-founder, came to visit Ukraine for the first time, and it was a very unique experience for us that we are planning to repeat next year, hopefully after the victory already. So, do we have time for questions or not? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise
Network is, as the name suggests, a network, and it's global. We work all around the world. We're based in the U.S. We have about 159 partners in the United States right now, and the bulk of our partners are outside, nearly 500 in total.
Atlas Network, it connects people from all over the world, defending the idea of human dignity, defending human rights and personal liberties.
Atlas Network is focusing on, I think, the most important and moral cause in the entire world.
We partner with local innovators, local leaders who understand conditions on the ground in communities facing real challenges. We look at the people from the worldwide freedom movement that are passionate, are ready to make a difference, understand local conditions, and we invest in them.
At Atlas Network, we unleash individual ingenuity to enrich humanity.
The United States does not have a lock on the idea of freedom and liberty. Those ideas are beyond borders.
One of the main goals of Atlas Network is to eradicate poverty around the world, and we do that by investing millions of dollars in our partners' work every year.
Historically, wealthy nations around the world have tried to help low-income countries develop. The way we've been doing it traditionally has not really been working. So there's a movement to do development differently, and that means we need to step back as outsiders and rethink the role that we're playing in helping people in low-income countries achieve their dreams.
We want to make the world a better place. We want to make the world a freer world.
All of us want to leave a legacy and be part of something big to make a better world. This is exactly the work of Atlas Network.
With our growing number of hundreds of successful partners, we're stronger than ever.
Changing the world.
Changing the world.
Changing the world
starts together with us.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Witam bardzo serdecznie na kolejnej dyskusji tutaj w hali maszyn. Tematem tego panelu będzie idea wejścia Polski do strefy euro.
Entering the Eurozone, and the title is with a question mark. Before the panel, we have noticed that actually on the stage there are people who are for this idea, but maybe when the audience will have their say, you will express your challenge to us. Just a brief introduction. The partner of the panel is the Economic Freedom Foundation that delivers the eurodirection.pl. So visit this campaign. It's in the zone of NGOs in the EC1. So in this website you will find a lot of information on the history of Euro, myths and facts, frequently asked questions and answers, and the results of some surveys we have delivered through internet. The surveys were conducted by an external company. So it's rather not about sentiment and support to the idea of Poland joining the Eurozone. And at the end, there are some explanations why there are no opponents to this idea. We think that we are of the opinion that in 2004 Poland has obliged to enter the Eurozone. So from this perspective, we think that the answer is clear. Poland should join Eurozone. We don't know when. We can discuss this, but we have to join the zone. So the panelists include Marek Belka, who is the member of the European Parliament and the former president of the National Bank of Poland. Professor Joanna Tyrowicz, who is an economist. When I was inviting Professor, she was a candidate to the Council of Financial Policy. Paweł Wojciechowski was an economist and the director at White Shield Company in London. And Andrzej Prędke, the head of the Młodzi Nowocześni group, which has just organized a campaign, the Mission of Young People. So the first question goes to Professor Marek Belka. Poland has obliged to join the Eurozone, and the fact that we are outside of the zone generates some costs. So if you could answer why Poland so far has not joined the zone and why this cost of not being in Euro is high to Poland. It's a coincidence in 2008 when the Prime Minister Tusk announced that Poland is ready to join the Eurozone. 2 weeks later, or even a week later, the Lehman Brothers Bank collapsed, went bankrupt, and the global financial crisis started. And later on, in 2012, euro as the currency could be withdrawn. I witnessed the situation, how European companies were asking members of the board of the European Central Bank, they were asking whether there will be a collapse of this currency. And they were also asking how we going to calculate liabilities and assets of specific countries. When Mario Draghi heard of this, he went to London and he said, we will do whatever it takes, and believe me, it will be enough. And that was the peak moment of the banking in Europe, because the participants of the financial market believed, and they were right to do so, they believed that the European Central Bank has sufficiently strong instruments to save the Eurozone. So in such conditions, it was hard to hurry to join the Eurozone. When I was the president of the Central Bank, I expressed an opinion that yes, we need to join the Eurozone, but we do not have to hurry. Now, I have changed the opinion, so when someone asks me why I changed my mind so quickly, not quickly, now I've got the reasons. At the time, Poland's monetary policy was very good, and nowadays it's weak. That is why we should cooperate with the strong actors. When we're talking about the cost of being or not being in the Eurozone, there are benefits, and economists are able to compute them. But this doesn't have any special impact on the country's economy. Sweden doesn't have euro, and this country develops very well. This is an argument used by the opponents. But we have to be aware that nowadays, in today's world, in the world which is not only burdened by the war in Ukraine, political aspects of security are also important, and using the common euro currency would provide us political support. It would support the Eurozone and the EU politically, and it would increase our security. And the last thing I wanted to say, you have to be aware, and I'm an economist by saying this, euro from the very beginning was a political project, because euro is a mechanism of continuous deepening of the European integration. Euro forces Eurozone states to approximate, to deepen the interaction between the economic and financial institutions. If somebody is against euro by instinct, just like us as the central government, we cannot be surprised that they are against euro currency. Let's continue this theme. I have already mentioned this internet survey. I would encourage you to read through the survey results. It shows the benefits of being a member state, a member of the Eurozone, how it impacts security. It also covers the aspects of the war in Ukraine. I would like to continue the theme of the cost and the economic nature of either presence or absence in the Eurozone. So the same question goes to Joanna Tyrowicz. How much does it cost us to be outside of the zone? Thank you for the invitation. I will be speaking as the economist because I do not understand politics. Sweden is doing very well. It's true, Poland will cope outside of the Eurozone, but economists say that they won't manage so well. It's the same about Sweden. They are not doing so well. It's not only about the integration. The advantage is that if we look at the development of such countries as Poland, we can identify some differences. There are regions where the level of economic development is higher or lower. And if we were to alleviate these differences, which obstacles do we face? Geographic distance barrier, and that's it. Maybe the infrastructure is insufficient for individual movement. But in my opinion, it's all under the category of geography. When we are looking at the EU, and if we ask the question, which barriers are there for sharing welfare? Then we will discover that beyond the geography, we can't change geography, there is another barrier. If I am going to trade with a partner outside from the Eurozone, the distance is bigger, and we also do not know the currency exchange rate. Today it can be at this level, but tomorrow it can be different. So the currency exchange rate estimation takes a lot of energy since the 1980s, when we were estimating the home bias. So here we are looking at maintaining trade relations with the countries that are using similar currencies. So, for example, Canada or States. So the distance, geographic distance was addressed. So, for example, if our partners is 100 kilometers away from us, if you look at the connections between Canada and United States, these distances are much bigger. Of course, many things have changed. These are the results from the mid-1980s. Now these outcomes are smaller and smaller, but they still remain important. So we need to understand the difference between Poland and Sweden. Sweden is quite far away from any other Eurozone member states. It's located on the peninsula. The land border is not so long, and geography is of importance to Sweden. Poland has a very long land border with member states within Eurozone. So this barrier we are choosing, we are not members of the Eurozone. It's much more important in terms of geography. So the argument that not being in the Eurozone generates cost, it's an important and powerful argument, but at the same time it's hard to notice because people find it a bit difficult to understand that there are attractive partners, financial partners. In business terms, it's very important. So can we develop outside of the Eurozone? We can, but the speed of development is slower. The same question to Paweł Wojciechowski. He's also an economist. So I would like to ask you about the cost of being outside or in the zone, Eurozone. It's a good question why we still haven't joined the zone. There was a chance to become a member state to the zone. Some people say it's an advantage, others that it's disadvantage. There are some differences, but the geopolitical factors mentioned by Professor Belka are important. There were such opportunities in 2005, 2007, and in 2015 till 2017. This is when we met all the accession-related conditions, apart from the last one about accession to M2 mechanism, and such decisions were not made. I remember when the Minister of Finance Jacek Rostkowski said that we should wait for the Eurozone to manage its problems. Here we had the debts of Greece, so there were problems within the Eurozone. Then the rhetorics changed. It wasn't about the Eurozone that the mechanisms didn't work because Eurozone was fixed, the fiscal system and the procedure for imbalances was introduced as all ex-ante actions to signal some imbalances was implemented. And what happened? Now, then we had the government, so some 7 years ago, President Kaczynski said, first, we need to have German lifestyle. We have to reach the level of the German lifestyle. I remember this major debate of economists. What does Kaczynski mean? Is this true? Will we reach it? It was a mistake. It was a fake thesis by Kaczynski, which resulted from the fact that maybe he just doesn't have enough economic know-how. When we join Eurozone, we intensify investments, the public debt is cheaper. And due to this, economy develops. Now I am checking the member states that have joined the Eurozone, and I compared it to Poland. Because if we hear that the economy doesn't grow so quickly, let's check Latvia. In 2014, the GDP was 3.1 thousand euro in Poland. This equivalent was different. We earned 160 euro less than in Latvia. Later on, in Latvia, they were earning on average 10,500 and Poles 8.8. So the difference was 10 times bigger in Latvia. So euro didn't harm them. If we look at the prices of 3 states, Poland, Czech and Hungary, were at the same level that in Latvia. So the prices were growing at the same speed. Of course, there were some differences, especially when you start being a member to the Eurozone. But a cappuccino effect was 0.3%, but there is no such effects that the prices grow differently in the Eurozone. So the Eurozone, so if we want to have a higher gross income per capita, it's a good idea to join the Eurozone. Now the narration has changed. It's quite weird, even more weird. The president of the National Bank of Poland, Glapiński, he is against the euro entering the Eurozone, although it's not his decision because it's a political decision. We also hear that the EU will impose euro in Poland. So this is a festive ideology, patriotism festival. So it's not about economy, it's about politics. Thank you very much. I'm very happy that some myths have been already referred to in our discussion. So the first question to Andrzej Prędka, who has organized the Euro Mission campaign. So some street events were organized. So if you could tell us about the experience from this project and what people in different cities and towns think about it. What were they saying when you were asking them about their fears? Which myths were repeated? Thank you for invitation to this panel. It's a major event. I am surrounded by authorities. I'm quite moved. Answering your question and telling you about the Euro Mission campaign, in general, it's worth having a common currency, because if we define the money as a mean of exchange, the more popular it is, the better it performs its function. I can travel more or less freely, so some things I take for granted, and the common currency is quite natural. We live in the world of globalization, whether we like it or not. I am not an economist, but I must say that having euro is comfortable, it's convenient. I work for the association which associates young people. We are not economists, but we look at euro as a very convenient mean. So when we were thinking of our Euro Mission campaign, we didn't have major doubts whether we should organize it or not. It was obvious, it was natural for us to organize this campaign. So we make some exhibitions, traveling to different places, and we try to get rid of the myths. Of course, we've got some know-how, thanks to such partners as the Economic Freedom Foundation. And I must say that this was a very interesting experience to us. Purposefully, we have focused on smaller towns. If you go with a street campaign to such towns, it's not so obvious to the residents who are not quite used to some happenings. It's quite common to residents of big cities. So to them, to the small communities, it was quite an event. So we witnessed very different reactions. Quite many were negative, and I was quite surprised. We know that economic arguments are not always very convincing, and we were often operating in the world of emotions. We are in the European Union, and many people use euro currency, and young people, modern people, just like our association, can ask ourselves the questions why we are not among the millions who use euro. So it was a challenge. So sometimes we heard the arguments of people who were saying that they are against being a member state in the EU. So we were explaining how attractive Poland is, how attractive economically Poland decided to be after the year 2004. And we were saying that we could double the benefits of our credibility if Poland joins the Eurozone. I was also quite surprising. Our exhibition consists of colorful panels, posters, and President Glapiński is in one of the posters. In Poland, not many people associate such central people knows who these people are. So, for example, Prime Minister, President Kaczyński are well recognized, but President Glapiński was causing some quite a lot of negative emotions, and I found it quite uneasy.
Right, before we go to the next round of questions, now we can ask the audience, who of you is for Poland joining the EU zone? Any votes against? I can see 2 people at the back. Perhaps you will have some questions. Anybody not having an opinion? All right. Thank you very much for your opinions. I would like to come back to Marek Belka and ask a combination of 2 questions. As the head of the National Bank of Poland, you observed changes in the Eurozone. It used to be different than it is now, but when it comes to the quality of the shared currency institutional value, do you think it should evolve in order to become better? And the second question is about the Polish institution. To what extent the central bank should be active in the process if another government, a new government, is involved in Poland's entering the Eurozone? Is it possible in case of resistance from the central bank? The Eurozone, at the beginning of the previous decade, experienced a severe crisis. Greece, Portugal, Spain, and as Damocles sword, the situation of Italy. Therefore, as a result of the crisis, we also say that the European Union and Eurozone has to evolve through crisis. If there is no crisis, it's boring and nothing's happening. If there is no crisis, there is no progress. Well, we had plenty of crises, so the institutional structure of the common European currency has changed. We've got a banking union, common supervision, common system of insurance, shared capital market, but the most importantly, the European Union slowly evolves towards a fiscal union. The United States is also a currency union, but there is the central budget, which can be used as a life jacket for poor elements of the structure. The EU needs the same. As a result of the Greek crisis, European Stability Mechanism has been developed. It is a huge pot of money which can be released in case of economic shocks. But quite recently, as a result of the pandemic, but it also fitted the roots and the foundations of euro, the European Union decided to build a next generation EU, which is a new financial instrument, 750 billion euro, which this time is not brought as installments by the member states, but are borrowed in the capital markets. It's a revolution. It means that the European Union as a whole becomes a budgetary or fiscal entity. There are European assets that the financial market is crazy about because they are considered the best, safest and most stable assets. Every bank and every financial institution needs such assets. The next step will involve building EU's own resources, namely pan-European taxes. Don't worry, they are not going to be taxes that will become the burden for the EU citizens. The first example is something that is not called a tax, but this is carbon footprint tax. If you want to export goods and services to the largest market globally, but if your goods, Chinese, American or Polish ones, are characterized by high carbon footprint, then you have to pay. This is a kind of tax which goes to the European pot, and it will help repay the 750 billion euro debt. There are a number of similar proposals which raise lots of emotions, also because when it comes to taxes, there is uniform liberum veto in Europe. You know how it ended up in Poland, and it has to end in Europe as well. At least in some areas, the EU needs to shift to majority voting. That will be among the most important aspects of Euro functioning. Thank you. Together with Joanna Terowicz, we delivered presentations during the campus, and there were questions about some economic myths. So I would like you to refer to at least two of them, which are quite vital, and they are present in some comments. The first one is related to strictly economic aspect, and very often people don't know what it means. Meaning that the European Union is not the optimum currency area, and that's why Poland shouldn't join it. And the second one is related to inflation rate. Nowadays we've got high inflation rates in Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia. We shouldn't join the EU because it's going to be so high. Is price increase the key argument which we read in the comments on the internet? Could you please refer to the two myths related to economy? Thank you very much for these questions. They often emerge in debates. The theory of currency areas has been developed by the Nobel Prize winner. In the time when the Eurozone was created, the optimum currency area sounds good, but it was not when it was created. The very fact that these countries live together much longer than you do live, sir, optimized the economic cycles and production indicators. Discussing whether Eurozone is optimum makes equal sense to discussing whether Switzerland is an optimum currency value or whether the USA is. There are tensions, differences which occur in all currency areas, and that's why we are looking for fiscal mechanisms which facilitate the use and operation of capital so that the potential of the tensions to spread throughout the EU is limited. Although it was not the optimum currency area in 1990, a long time has passed and a lot has changed in this respect. I also wanted to say that by the very fact of being an EU member, our economic cycles became synchronized with the EU. Something that seemed a huge cost has lost its significance. We've got stronger economic links to Germany, France, Spain, Italy, regardless of the fact that they are not as high as they could be once we had shared currency. They are high enough to follow the same economic cycle as the Eurozone countries. That was the first myth. And the second one was related to inflation rates, that it's so high in the Baltic states, so we shouldn't join the EU zone, and generally that it means expensive prices. Well, I'm not sure whether it's convincing, especially in the tourist season. But let's put jokes aside. The Eurozone inflation rate is lower than in Poland. The price increase in Poland is not uniformly spread throughout the country, and we don't ask why the prices do not go up so high in the Rzeszów region than in Gdańsk region. And the third one was about the increasing prices in the EU zone. As I said, the inflation rate in the EU zone is lower than in Poland. And can it happen that in 20 years' time we are in the Eurozone and the price increase is... I'm sorry, somebody has been disturbing the sound? It's the same in Poland. The Podkarpackie region can say that our policy is too restrictive from the point of view of the dynamics of prices in this region. I often quote the following example. People say the autonomy of the monetary policy needs to be adopted locally and not throughout the continent. First of all, it requires an assumption that the central bank will respond adequately. And secondly, being inside allows for observing how the European Central Bank responds. Being outside does not let it. There are pros and cons. Being outside the Eurozone deprives us of the power to decide what policy is followed. And it helps us decide on the monetary policy in the entire Europe. In 1991, when Estonia became an independent state, they adopted a currency board. First, the currency was linked to German marks, then to euro. It means no autonomous decisions were made in their central bank. When the interest rates were going up in the Eurozone, they were also rising in Estonia and vice versa. Now, they say they've got independent monetary policy. They didn't have it until 2009 when they joined the European zone. So hence the question what we want to refer to, whether it's the piece of 360,000 square kilometers between the Oder and Bug, or we perceive ourselves as the part of the strong developing Europe. I prefer the other one. Poland does not fulfill the criteria of entering the Eurozone, but this is not only technical fulfillment of the criteria, but more reforms in our economic policy. Entering the Eurozone will be closer to the northern institutions when it comes to quality of our financial institutions. Hence the question to Paweł Wojciechowski, priorities in the economic policy. If a window of opportunities is open, what should we do as the country in the economic policy in order to enter the Eurozone as a strong economy? The very fact that we consider access to the European zone, it would set our economic policies right, because we don't know what they are. We mentioned catching up with Germany. Mr. Glapiński said that in 8 years' time we'll catch up with France. All right, but we can't see it. We've been chasing them, but not successfully. In the Eurozone, as the previous speakers said, the entire concept of reaching the objective is set. It's like applying the framework of stability of the currency, stability of inflation rate, and public debt. They're all linked from the macroeconomic point of view, and there are also some components of institutions and extension, for instance, of the fiscal union. We are actually a member of the currency and economic union, although not everybody is aware of it. There is a component which is often mentioned. It's the component of sovereignty. When you mentioned that when you talk to young people and ask, are you for and against euro, it's something that they don't understand. We can be for and against. Young people who were raised in the culture where they can easily cross the border and that there is the currency which we might have. It's simply money. From the point of view of the priorities, they are sequenced in the macro scale. I'm not going to enumerate all reforms because the majority of them applying to Poland and high quality of public services apply to national policy, but it also affects competitiveness. Once we are healthy, we'll work longer. I don't want to talk about it, but we should pay attention that those who live in the Eurozone, once you ask them, this was Eurobarometer research from 2021, they said openly they are happy to have the shared currency. 70% of the Eurozone inhabitants are satisfied to have euro in their countries. Nobody asks us whether we want to be in the Eurozone or not. They ask about our attitude to European institutions. This is a kind of thinking that owing to sovereignty we can do better. That's fantastic, but let's imagine that the sovereignty on the European level is, or in the Eurozone, is exactly the same as sovereignty related to customs. We've got common trade policy. Perhaps we were more efficient if we could determine our import customs, but we are now a member of or a part of the larger body, and hence higher integration and security it entails. In this integration, we perceive some positive elements. It comes from the macro scales through to institutions, up to what is of the highest interest for population. We are in the safety zone, especially when it comes to external hazards. If there are no economic arguments, the arguments of safety and security should be raised, and the relationship between countries which share like-mindedness. It means we support one another. There are components of solidarity, but also the components of co-reliance and co-security. Before I give the floor to the audience, because somebody would like to ask another question, and hence the question goes to Andrzej Prędka. We mentioned some myths, but which were most common in Poland, and in what groups did they occur? Do you know who the strongest opponents are, and what arguments they use that we shouldn't enter the Eurozone? Among the youngest respondents, it was often Europe for and against, because the economic argument was of pivotal importance. However, European integration is obvious for young people. They are familiar with euro, and sometimes they don't understand why they can't pay in euro. Other arguments which are against are that it's going to be more expensive here, but also about national identity. I don't buy it. We do remember how strong brands were the German marks and French francs. The fact that now they use euro does not undermine the national values and national identity of these states. Poles know the euro currency because they travel throughout Europe. We try to catch up with the West, but paradoxically, once we reach this objective, we'll talk about euro. But paradoxically, if we had euro, it would be much easier to catch up with the rest of Europe. But in order to accept euro, we need the political will. Before there is political will, there must be the social will. Politicians won't go against the social mood and social approach. After Marek's question, I have learned that there are quite many of us. We, as the association Young and Modern, decided to carry out this social and information campaign because it's obvious for us. We have to disseminate this knowledge, we have to talk about it, because it's going to trigger the political process leading us to the Eurozone. That's what we hope for. On the Kurs na Europę website, you can find a number of arguments to help you discuss with the opponents of the idea. There are not many of them here, but many of them outside this room. I'll give the floor to the audience in a moment, but first a short question to Professor Belka about the thing that we were talking informally, but it also occurs in comments when we talk about euro. The Slovaks who go to supermarkets in Zakopane and Lithuanians who go to supermarkets in Slovakia, since euro is so good, why do they come to us? Because they are richer and everything in Poland is cheaper, hence they come here and they buy here. We need to be aware that a country like Slovakia, which entered the Eurozone after a very strong exchange rate of the Slovak krona, they were not afraid of its impact on the export, as it was mainly executed by foreign companies. The majority of Polish exporters are also importers, so the exchange rate is less important than we think. Slovakia entered the Eurozone having very strong national currency, and as if it was touched by the magic wand, they became richer. It was a dozen or so percent higher purchase power. They could buy cars which became 30% cheaper, and the same applies to our regional cheese in Zakopane. So let's not feel sorry for Slovakia, because they benefited a lot on entering the Eurozone.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the audience? We can have 2 or 3 questions. Maybe some of the opponents would like to ask a question. I think everybody is convinced that we should enter the Eurozone. I can see that the mic is approaching to a person who would like to contribute to our discussion. Jakub Dynmek, Przegląd magazine. I am one of the opponents. And I would like to ask the question to Professor Tyrowicz. Recently, you are very popular in the media. I hope I won't spoil it, because my question is about the logic of your argumentation, because your thesis is that accepting euro will protect us from high inflations in terms of the crisis we are just facing. So how would you comment the situation in the two countries that have been mentioned, Estonia or Slovakia? They have high inflation, even higher than in Poland, which shows a different thesis. From my information, on average, the inflation is lower. Actually, we can see that being a member to the Eurozone does not protect nations, states from inflation. So countries which pay a lot of money for energy, they have a higher inflation. It doesn't matter whether we are talking about Hungarian forint, Polish zloty or korona in Slovakia. So in other countries, the average value is better than in Poland. So does it mean that after we accept the same policies that have been accepted by the countries, the situation in Poland will be just as good as in these countries? Thank you very much for the information that I'm present in your homes. I think I have answered your question, but I'll be happy to repeat. We can meet in the same place next year, in a year's time, and you will see that the rate of the decrease in inflation will be better in these countries. Our inflation is higher. I'm very sorry about this. I do not want to compare inflation between Riga and Paris and Warsaw. When you enter the Eurozone, this is irreversible decision, just like introduction of Polish zloty was irreversible in 1922 when it was introduced. Thirdly, you are talking, how to put it, I don't know. When we are looking at the mechanism of transmission of costs of imported goods, and when we are looking at its impact to the prices of goods, it's not like in the combined vessels that if you pour water, the level will rise. If zloty is strengthening, when we looking at the ratio between dollar and euro, actually it is impacted on the prices of the energy carriers. So if we look how it is accepted in Poland and in many member states, in particular the countries that extend their integration in the Eurozone, as President Belka was saying. So when we look at the logics of development during the crisis, they are in a completely different place. So now we've got the crisis of the aggression of Russia, so the carriers of energy are much more expensive now. What has happened, and I think that the Eurozone countries will be more resilient, and we, Poland, should also learn a lesson, and our economy should be more resilient. So if we had more shocks, then we can see that the EU is in a completely different place. Due to investing in green transmission, thanks to the National Reconstruction Plan, we can use renewable sources of energy. We can produce green energy in countries where there is a lot of sun and wind. There are lots of mechanisms which deepen European integration, and this allows these countries to become more resilient to such shocks. Professor Belka. If I could add anything, euro is not a panacea. You can have good economy and you can be outside the eurozone. You can have euro and you can have destabilized economy, weak economy. Let's look at the present situation. Inflation in 3 countries, Baltic states, is very high. And it can be explained by the fact that they are specifically dependent on the gas imports of other energy materials. In the Netherlands too, somebody added. But the Netherlands, we are looking at 10 to 12%, and here it's 25%, so it's a big difference. And Sweden and Finland are the countries which either use green energy or nuclear energy, and they are separate from the high rises of cost of energy. And in Poland, a strong factor is weak Polish zlotys, and it's due to the poor condition of the monetary policy and the institution of the Central Bank of Poland. The natural gas's price has gone up to 5 to 10%, not more, and the dollar has strengthened by 20% in comparison to zloty. So it means that the price for the natural gas in Poland is 30% higher here. This results from the situation that we are not in euro. And what would happen if from yesterday we introduce euro? Several things would occur. First of all, interest rates would reach 1.5%, not 6.5%. Young people are getting happy who are getting mortgages. There will be fears it will lead us to the speculation bubble, economic growth, and maybe even higher inflation. All economists were afraid of the situation if euro would be taken by the catching up countries, and it has never worked. This thesis has never come true. Good economic policy means that these small interest rates do not lead to inflation. And marginally speaking, now we have 130 billion euro of reserves. Do you know how much would we need if we were in the Eurozone? 1/10 of this amount. And the rest? We would be able to spend this money on some good purposes. And Paweł Wojciechowski maybe would like to address this. I'm monitoring the audience. If there is another question, we will give you the mic. I only wanted to add, there are Baltic states that depend more on the energy from Russia. Ignalina, a nuclear power plant, has been disconnected. The Baltic states cover the population of 6.5 million people. It's 0.1% of the Eurozone. So we are talking about minority. If we are looking at the forecasts of the European Commission for the next year, Poland will be the leader in inflation. Poland will be leader in terms of the interest rate. So credits will be very expensive in Poland. We still are number one. There are such countries such as the Netherlands, whose inflation is 2.1% of the percentage point than Poland. So the gas, it's much more expensive than other energy sources. There are countries where the inflation is much lower. So if we look at the Eurozone, the inflation is around 10%. For Poland, it's 17.2%. So it's a difference. So we have to look at the overall Eurozone, not just 2 or 3 countries, because I think next year these countries will have lower inflation than in Poland. I would clarify this. Professor Tyrowicz has suggested a bet. I hope it won't be it won't be the same as the bet accepted by Professor. You're talking about a bet. We cannot compare your statement to my intervention. You said that in a year's time we will see that the fall of inflation in those countries will be more visible than in Poland and the Netherlands. Subject, Professor, well, you can look at the base inflation. I'm sorry I'm interfering. In Poland we have 10% and in the Eurozone it's 4%. But I think that the latest result in the Netherlands is not 10 or 12, it's 17.1. 2.1%. The inflation was lower by 2 and 1%. One more person would like to ask a question. We are coming to the end of this panel, so the question to Prime Minister Belka. We have heard strong arguments to enter the Eurozone, but all these arguments are strongly for. Is there any other side, any risks or costs caused by entering the Eurozone? And if yes, how to cope with them? When I was the head of the National Bank of Poland, I was defending the Polish zloty against euro using the following argument. Look at the year 2008. Great financial crisis. Export is falling by 20 or 30% day by day. And in Poland, Green Island, in Poland, the exporters have experienced great benefit due to the weakening of Polish zloty. So if the exporter was to export 20% fewer goods to Germany, but still earned more Polish zlotys, then the exporter did not have to lay people off or sell equipment. So Polish zloty saved us during the times of the great crisis. And then the zloty came back to the normal level. I was saying that I was lying because I didn't see or I didn't say that 2 years before, in 2006 and 2007, we were dealing with non-presidential strengthening of Polish zloty. Otherwise, well, you know, we were talking about the credits in francs, so it was huge inflow of capital with strengthened Polish zlotys. This was the time when we could buy $1 for 2 zlotys. So it was a bubble which exploded when the crisis started. Now, currently, we wouldn't have this. Defense. I admit, I was not telling the truth, and now I am telling the truth. Thank you very much for this final comment. We are approaching the end of the panel, so I would like to invite you to our post in the room next door. Please fill in a questionnaire because we are very much interested in your opinions on the euro. We are asking you about pros and cons, what should be on the 1 euro coin in Poland. So I would like to thank the panelists Marek Belka, Joanna Tyrowicz, Andrzej Prędken and Paweł Wojciechowski. Thank you for taking part in this panel.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Heute Ihre Ausreise.
Atlas Network is, as the name suggests, a network, and it's global. We work all around the world. We're based in the U.S. We have about 159 partners in the United States right now, and the bulk of our partners are outside, nearly 500 in total.
Atlas Network, it connects people from all over the world, defending the idea of human dignity, defending human rights and personal liberties.
Atlas Network is focusing on, I think, the most important and moral cause in the entire world.
We partner with local innovators, local leaders who understand conditions on the ground in communities facing real challenges. We look at the people from the worldwide freedom movement that are passionate, are ready to make a difference, understand local conditions, and we invest in them.
At Atlas Network, we unleash individual ingenuity to enrich humanity.
The United States does not have a lock on the idea of freedom and liberty. Those ideas are beyond borders.
One of the main goals of Atlas Network is to eradicate poverty around the world, and we do that by investing millions of dollars in our partners' work every year.
Historically, wealthy nations around the world have tried to help low-income countries develop. The way we've been doing it traditionally has not really been working. So there's a movement to do development differently, and that means we need to step back as outsiders and rethink the role that we're playing in helping people in low-income countries achieve their dreams.
We want to make the world a better place. We want to make the world a freer world.
All of us want to leave a legacy and be part of something big to make a better world. This is exactly the work of Atlas Network.
With our growing number of hundreds of successful partners, we're stronger than ever.
Changing the world.
Changing the world.
Changing the world
starts together
with us.
even short announcement. The driver of the car EPA 80AE is requested to move their vehicle. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second part of today's day, and welcome after the lunch break. It's going to start several panels of sharing ideas, and here we'll have Szymon Hołownia, publicist, reporter, journalist, social activist, and politician, and the candidate in 2020, the president of Association Poland 2050, and the founder of the political party with the same name. He has been working for Gazeta Wyborcza, Newsweek Polska, Rzeczpospolita, and Wprost. He also published in Catholic magazines such as Tygodnik Powszechny. It will be chaired by Tomasz Kamiński, professor at the Faculty of International and Political Studies at the University of Łódź, permanent associate of Liberté. Let's welcome them with a round of applause. Good afternoon. I don't have to introduce you because you have already been introduced. That's why we can start our conversation. We'll talk about two topics that intertwine, namely liberalism and green transformation. Your political party over a year ago published a document called Poland on a Green Route, containing 19 postulates that are supposed to take us through the transition. That's what I would like to talk about, but let's start with liberalism. If I were to attach a label to you, I would say that a liberal person would be far away, and your party belongs to liberal international area in Europe. Do you call yourself a liberal? When I look in the morning into the mirror, the first thing I say is, now I have to survive the next 30 minutes and then an hour, because that's the moment when I have to change the diaper of my 8-month daughter, and then the babysitter arrives. Perhaps one day in my life I'll try to attach labels to myself in the morning, but now I'm far from that. I understand that your question is serious. What is liberalism for you? Well, it's not going to be soothing for a scientist's approach, but I am simply a pragmatic person. The last thing we need are the missions of charismatic leaders. We need a cold pragmatism of not warm water in the tub, but a very pragmatic approach. The green transformation, green transition, and green revolution are the processes which can be compared to industrial revolution. Now we need pragmatic leadership that will take us step by step, procedure after procedure. In the very sense, we talk about economic liberalism, political liberalism. We can talk for hours about political liberalism. In the orthodox sense, it's not a remedy to all ailments. I'm the fan of everything that is included in social policy, and I notice multi-dimensional aspect of all relations. Political liberalism is something that is dear and important for me. That's why, together with our political party and our organization, we cooperate, but we are not in the core of this area. We refer to political liberalism, which is a huge achievement. I feel I'm a liberal person in this respect. The state should be something that extends the scope of liberty and freedom. We understand that Kaczynski would like to deprive us of the ability to determine. We need somebody who would give back our freedom. What freedom do we have if we go to a shop and we cannot select what we buy because we have limited amount of money? What liberty does a person who does not have any means of transport or commuting to work? What liberty does a woman have who cannot send her child to a nursery because the state spent money on something else? Today, Poles need someone to give their freedom back, the freedom of everyday choices, the freedom of conscience, but the freedom of following one's own development footpath, the freedom of buying in the shop whatever you want. We should have more of them instead of less of such freedoms. When you were presenting the program document about the green transformation, you said Poland needs a story about the green route and shifting towards greener economy. When you think about the story, do you consider a political mission of reinventing the world or creating a kind of revolution which is indispensable, or do you rather perceive yourself as a mechanic, 1,000 steps, 1,000 screws to replace in order to change the situation? I mean, different regulations. How do you see the new story? From the perspective of a mission or using the tools? I highlighted the aspect of a toolbox. It means we need to do specific things. Where would we be if these people didn't implement 10H Act? There were calculations saying that they and we would have surplus instead of lack of coal. It would have sufficed not to pass the law which leads to a situation in which you cannot build new windmills. We could talk for hours about these decisions. These are mechanical things, but please note the results. if we had 19% of wind energy in the energy mix, we would have cheaper energy, and then a lot of people would experience greater freedom. Our life would be different. All these little steps translate onto our freedom and liberty and on the story of our lives. If in such a situation somebody drains blood from our veins, we won't have the strength to tell the story of our lives the way we want. I have 2 points I would like to make. We know how to implement the procedures. We talk about it. We reiterate that we want to be the greenest party in Poland, and we want to have it on our colors. When I started traveling around Poland as an author of books, and I tried to implement this kind of narrative, some said, you know, these are the ecologists, beautiful spirit, we are talking about new perspectives, and they talk about fauna. However, if we know that there is no green transformation, we won't be able to afford our life. If we still burn coal in 2050, we can imagine what the emission prices would do. It will lead to a situation in which we'll be less secure. First it will be Putin, then some shake, and the annual embargo on oil. People have to see it and have to understand it. Now they are more aware of environmental issues. They will try to rescue themselves burning waste, but it's not done carelessly. If somebody does it, it will be driven by despair. This is the state's role not to do it. I've been discovering for a long time that the state's role is to give people the opportunity to make good decisions, to broaden their cafeteria of answers, to have A, B, C and D to select from. I live by a river. Since I've moved there, there has always been a mess. Shop trolleys, beer cans, vodka bottles, and so on and so forth. I organized several actions to pick waste, but there were no waste bins. The city authorities said not possible because it's nature park. Once they placed waste bins, the problem was reduced. There must be justice in the background, and this is what the story is about. Green energy is fairer. Green revolution is supposed to increase their sense of fairness. If we had energy dispersed among clusters and cooperatives, it would be fairer. We wouldn't have monopolies that raise the margin 70 times, and it means you cannot get away from it. I learned a lot when I started running my foundations mentioned in the introduction. Then I understood the links, what we finance in education, in healthcare centers. I understood that we need to build the world which holds us all. There are more of us, but we also have sufficient resources, but they are not well distributed. It's not about being a Robin Hood or the one like Kaczynski, who takes money from the rich and from the poor, and he takes his commission from both types of products he loots. But there is room for everybody. I wrote a book, Divine Animals. And I try to explain that if we give some space and if we move 5 centimeters to the left or to the right, there'll be more space for everybody. I don't have to stand up and lose my seat, but it will be to the benefit of us all. I don't agree with you that the environmental awareness is high enough, that we know it suffices to move ourselves 5 centimeters to the side. What I see is huge anxiety when people hear about successive transformations. We experienced the digital transformation caused by COVID. It had some victims, it was quite successful, but generally there were some victims. We are now experiencing a thorough social transformation. Now we are experiencing financial transformation because our money is reduced because of inflation rates. I can see fear, anxiety rather than enthusiasm. We are in the middle of a war situation, therefore you can't expect enthusiasm in any type of space. We could talk a lot about what contributed to Law and Justice winning power in 2014. I think that the lack of the sense of justice, which was accumulating, it has been accumulating since 2005. When I explained to my colleagues from abroad that we've got the holy war in Poland, and this is not the war of former solidarity and former parties, they are discombobulated, and I have to explain that these are two solidarities fighting with one another because there was no justice. People were working for 20 years. They were promised to catch up with the West. They wanted to understand and see that something happened. Nothing happened. And then the friendly uncle came and said, I will promise you this and that. I will promise you pie in the sky, but just vote for me. I can't see enthusiasm, but I can see pragmatic engagement. There are several thousand people in Poland who installed photovoltaic panels. They paid for it from their own money. You get 5,000 and the system costs several times more, but they decided to spend their own money. The people who discovered that waste segregations, sorting waste, and any other aspects that have become the part of our everyday life do matter. I established a Facebook group called Less. And these people still discuss how to use less rather than more. It's not about becoming to become a priest or a monk, but we have learned the skill, we have learned the awareness, and we use it pragmatically. Not everybody. Has the process been finished? Certainly not. But once you compare the situation 10 years ago and today, we live in a completely different reality. Don't you feel it's a matter of generation, that when we talk with people who are one generation younger than we are, there's difference in awareness?
I think it's an overgeneralization. I meet with young people, and when I do this, I can see fire. It's represented by the young people's climate strike. So they will attack you, and they are saying that you are not radical enough. Actually, their attacks are not that strong, because they have noticed that now we have entered a very dangerous land, and my plans were too ambitious. The dates we were providing after the several years that have passed. So I respect young people, and I also talk with them. In my previous life, I was attending panels, we were discussing, we were arguing. When I had the presidential campaign, I was always asking them to come to the stage. I have never told them to go away. I remember when we met with Duda in Białystok, actually, Duda's meeting was several meters away from me. So when the young people representing the climate strike, they came to the stage, they spoke, but when they went to candidate Duda, actually, they received beating. It wasn't Duda, candidate Duda, it was the people, his supporters, who really asked them to leave the stage and who were quite brutal towards them. They are the children who decided to declare war to their parents to survive. This is the generation of children who are fighting with the generation of the parents to survive, to live. So this is a very difficult ethical situation. When I'm looking at the older generation, the situation is different. There are people who will be laughing at the topic, but they will become a bit more reflexive when they will see the bills. Now money talks, money shows that it's better to be green. I know many people from the generation of my parents who are more advanced in this way of thinking than me, and they are acting like this more because they understand more, because they understand processes better, because maybe they are not that much involved in the present situation. They are looking from the meta perspective. Maybe they do not have enough space to behave appropriately, to have a choice, but it's a matter of the state. Again, I could be talking for hours. For example, we have to develop a prosumer-based program. If I have a plot of land, I have to see economic profits if I get connected to the grid. And if I start thinking about it, maybe I will be told that Obajtek will have to issue some decisions. So I have an installation on my roof, and I know that 20% is taken away from this installation and 30% from that one. And if I am going to build a new installation, I will have to pay 80%. So if you want to have a green mix, the state should provide subsidies, not to take 20 or 30% away. So, I'm really angry. They received so many millions of zlotys from the previous government. They should spend the money to renovate the grid. Yes, it wasn't done, it's true. I would like to get back to the topic of young people who are very often emotional about such topics, and they treat it as a matter of life and death. When we are talking about the green transformation, we are mainly talking about getting rid of reducing the use of coal. In Poland, we produce only 1% of the emission. The future of the world will be determined by China, India, the United States, not in Poland. So there are huge emotions concerning this issue, and I don't think they are really needed. We shouldn't promote them. We should rather calm them down. Well, I can feel a provocation in your question. People are often using this argument. They're saying, "Oh, maybe first the Chinese or the Indian government should implement such reforms." So if we perceive it in this way, we will lose. China will be ahead. Now China can see what is going on the market, and now China has very radical targets concerning climate neutrality of this huge Chinese economy. I'm not disillusioned. I know the methods they will use to achieve these targets. In China, the party just gives an order. I have heard it myself when I was in China. we were delivering one of the projects of my foundation. So if in one province there was too much air pollution, 10 mines were closed, 10 cities which received fuels and which made earning from the mines, they had to go to refugees. They became homeless. So they do not care. They take a very quick decision. If you need to demolish churches, they do it. So they have planned very ambitious goals and they will accomplish them. India, I don't know what the situation will look like because this is a very specific economy and very specific country. We can look back at China and India, but what will it change in our perspective in 2050 if we keep saying first, let's see what China or India will do, and then we will have coal, everybody will be blackmailing us, and the prices will be 14 times higher than the French, the Germans, or the British. Of course, in the total calculation, maybe it won't be that bad, but you know, we have to be reasonable, and we do not want to lead to the situation when we will say, okay, at least we were morally right. China's economy is very slowly decarbonized, and we've got competitive advantage over China, and we are losing the global competition. So we have to use customs duty for this purpose. It shouldn't look like this. It shouldn't be like this. You know that after COVID, economy is redeveloped. The supply chains have been broken. Now they are becoming shorter. Still, we have the recession. And the recession will make it its way. Paweł Wojciechowski, the head of the Economic Council, is here. He would be able to provide the details, but it will be a completely different economy. As the market that has very ambitious aims, we have to defend ourselves from the competition which really ignores such aims. I would like to re-appeal. Okay, let's look what the Chinese are doing. Maybe we will learn something, or maybe not. But we are in Poland. And we have the specific energy mix of small chimneys, not in the large chimneys. This year, some 30 or even 50,000 people will die because Kaczyński allowed to use very bad materials, very bad fuels, which in the past were treated as waste. So it will lead, and in the past it caused some 40,000 deaths per annum. Now it will be 10,000 deaths more per annum. So we can say that, you know, that people will be dying, and we cannot say that it's because Chinese didn't do their work. We are responsible for CO2 emissions. It contributes to global warming, and then again we will need more electricity because we will have air conditioning systems. The rivers will be drained. So how can we impact the global issues? Only by taking part in the bodies that are the real power. When I was in Africa, I learned it. When the president of Poland, the prime minister, was coming, one representative of the EU was coming, but when the EU are having negotiations with so many member states, these negotiations are completely different. So when in Africa they were negotiating the bloody diamonds, and I was in Muganga province in Congo, where a foundation, it's hard to say that it's my I founded it, but this foundation funds a hospital which is in the war zone, the zone which lasts 20 years, and it's the war for raw materials, rare materials used for electronic products. I have seen the children. We were admitting them to the hospitals. I attended their surgeries. Children who are often covered with the earth, and these bags with soil are transported further down. The EU has possibility, has capacity to do such things, and Poland doesn't have this capacity in the international area. So we have to keep the position we have in the EU. We had it in the Weimar's triangle, and the position we could have when the UK was leaving the EU. Then this capacity was available, but we didn't benefit from it. This will be the topic until 2050, and we have to take part in this dialogue. Let's complete this international theme. You were working in Asia, in Africa. You could see the scale of developmental challenges for these regions. Maybe we shouldn't move by 5 centimeters, but by 15, because what's our moral right to tell them that they cannot develop to reach our level because they cannot have that many cars, they cannot emit as much as we can. So what is your approach to this problem? Because it seems in the European debate this is one of the key dilemma. What should we communicate? What our message as the EU should be for African populations? They want to develop, they want to travel by air, they want to have what we have. Today they hear from us. We go to Africa and we are telling them, you know, the planet, humankind. Mankind has led it to this bad situation. Not the mankind, it has been us. The climate crisis is really harming most those who have not contributed to it. So what's my moral right to go and tell them, you know, for 30 years I have been doing it, but you know, I could do it, but you cannot. We are, for example, advising Nigerian women to have fewer children for the purpose of the planet. How can I tell her that? How can I tell them to have only 2 or 3 children if she wants to have 5? What's the moral right to behave this way? You all know the numbers. You know that we would need many planets if everybody would like to live as a statistical American does, or as a statistical poll, 2 planets would be needed, and we don't have 2 spare planets, and the population size definitely will grow within this 100 years. At the end of this age, probably the population processes will stop, but before it happens, there will be many guests coming to this planet. So looking at the African experience, what I have seen and read about Burkina Faso, Rwanda, Senegal, Congo, in all these locations we worked, in Zambia and Zimbabwe, Rhodesia have followed a different path, but Congo or Burkina Faso are classical examples. We had this African decade in the 1960s, parties regained independence, but it was just on paper. Metropolis were looting them, so they were made even more dependent. They were selling technology, so we were transporting our waste products to these territories. It was a nightmare. So now these governments usually expect they want to have a fair conversation and partnerships. So we should help them by saying that we won't use very high customs duty. We will save our farmers, and you will sell some of your foods for you to be able to develop. I have never seen so many creative startups as I have seen in Africa. It was my job for a while, and it's the market that really aspires to develop, but to develop it needs partners, understanding partners. If we don't do this, we have to aware what will happen. So if people do not want to accept that we as Europe should be responsible. Poland was not on time with Madagascar in the 1930s, but as Europe, we really should be blamed. But there is justice, the feeling of justice. We feel that Europe is the continent based on justice, on such values as social justice, brotherhood. we have to remember these values. So what will happen if we do nothing? There will be so many immigrants that we won't be able to cope. Lukashenko has been doing it now. We had a wave of immigrants, of refugees already. There will be the second and the third wave. I spoke with these people. There is a school for girls in Senegal, in Dakar. And these are the girls who are migrants from African cities. So they come to Dakar from different towns and villages, and this is a stop where they decide what to do next. So Polish nuns founded this school to give them a choice, to teach them jobs. Then they get very good references. They start working on the market. So I met many families which sold everything. They borrowed money. They sold their land, and I asked them, "Do you know what will happen if you move to Libya?" Slave trade is in Libya. People are sold for $100 or $50. This is a non-existing country where some dramatic procedures are applied. You won't survive. If you get on a boat and you want to come to Poland, you can drown. But they are determined. I have no more space left. So if you do not create space for these people, they will ask for something we've got or we have had, and we won't be able to blame them morally. I'm very happy that you have mentioned climate migrants, because it seems that in the next decades it will be a very important challenge for Europe, also for Poland. Let's get back to Poland. Let's assume, I think it's an optimistic scenario, that next year the opposition will create a government. You will be in the government, and you will be for the green transformation, and there will be this green deputy prime minister in the government, and you will be at the ruling party for, let's say, 4 years. You will introduce reforms. Maybe in the optimistic scenario you will rule for 8 years. But this green transformation, is this a challenge? It's a challenge for 20 or 30 years. So what to do to build a consensus on the green transformation? In Poland we find it hard to agree on anything, and the current ruling party doesn't have it on their flags. I can see that there is a huge threat to green transformation in Poland. The present opposition will become the ruling party, then the next party will come and withdraw it. What can I say? It's a phenomenon, negative phenomenon of this new democracy. I remember when Law and Justice Party won in 2015, and I met a friend from this party. He was so happy. I'm sorry, I'll use the word that is not and said, well, first, we were jealous, and now you will have. So it's either 4 years or 8 years. So we come, we put you in jail, we get rid of all your laws, and we keep shouting that the previous government has caused all the problems. And then we will change, and you will do the same. You will imprison us, you will get rid of our laws. Can you live? Can you function in such an environment? I don't think it's possible. So what to do about this? So we should operate at two levels. In the first meta level, I am convinced this is the last election of the old world. In Poland, this old year started not in '89, but started in 2005, and this is the last MMA game between the giants that will have this clash. This is the last act of this old world. Once it ends, from the very beginning of the next term, we will have to start agreeing. Donald Tusk is always disagreeing with me when we are discussing the future until 2050, I hope that we will have the same program. So all these reforms we are having, we should implement to reach the V1 speed. 8 years is a long time and it can be done. We are very much for such reforms and we are open when talking about it. And many people blush when we say that euro must be introduced in Poland. This is Poland's obligation. So I'm asking people, your savings, do you prefer to have them in Polish zlotys or in euro? So then people have no doubt. So it's the task that will be completed in one term. I'm sure that when we win, we will have chaos to deal with. So once we are in the office, we mustn't just make this symbolical violence against their predecessors. From day one, we have to start working to make sure that we develop such green transformation architecture that no one will be able to destroy it. When we are talking about clusters, about wind farms, and if there is money, we have to establish a system. And even if Law Party has another reincarnation and comes back, so when they come, still, they won't have enough money to damage the system. Minister Sasin, he's a rare case of a Polish politician. He's so determined in his incompetence. They will ruin everything. They have no knowledge. They don't understand anything. But if we set it up, even if they come back in any reincarnation, they will be beneficiaries because it serves people, it serves the budget and economy. This cannot be reversed once you set it up. Okay, maybe they will install the wind farms and they will introduce coal furnaces. Will they bury the nuclear plants? Will they go to the voters and tell them, we've got a great program, you will pay 7 times more for the energy? Green energy is cheap and money talks. So I'm not afraid of this. I'm afraid that we cannot be sure that we will win the next year's election. I have seen it for 3 years. When you are too certain of your certitude, you are approaching the fall. You have to be uncertain. It's stupid to share ministry. The only task of this government, the only thing of interest is just sharing ministry.
All right, so if I assigned the role of the green deputy prime minister conducting this energy transformation, every transition has its victims. We remember the one from the beginning of the 1990s. There was Leszek Balcerowicz, the deputy prime minister, who was called the Mengele of Polish economy. Would you like to be Leszek Balcerowicz of Polish transformation? Tempting, hard to resist. Now I should get up and say, yes, I do want nothing else but it. Every transformation, every transition costs. When there is the window for the European money, which will be closed one day, and there is the window to execute this objective, we can do it nearly painlessly or limiting the losses as much as possible. I am famous for my persistence in the approach to Turów. I asked specialists in mining who said it cannot be closed down overnight because it's physically impossible and we cannot stop the mine. Nowadays, nobody talks about it because without it, there won't be energy mix in Poland during the war. I went to Turów. I stood near the mine. I was chased by the protection guards, and we talked about those who work there. We were for guaranteed income for those who cannot be re-qualified. We can use any resources to make this transition fair. If it's supposed to last, it has to be just. There are some harbingers. Please note the energy transformation plan for Wielkopolska region. Private business has a good idea. They close coal mines, place PV farms, reclassify the people, buys electrolyzers to make green hydrogen. Near Wrocław, they will make a bus factory, and they will sell a package of buses, charging stations. And there are many people who approach energy this way. They'll be the allies of just transition. Local governments know perfectly that a biogas plant is a perfect solution. Pawlak used to have such an idea, which he didn't manage to fulfill. There is plenty of agriculture waste, and we should produce heat and energy according to biogas plant formula. Using the money, we can reduce the number of victims. And even if somebody suffers a loss, it will be short-lasting and quickly compensated. It will not resemble the situation from the beginning of 1990s. Not in any sense. It's a different process and a different story. The benefits of the process will be experienced in no time. Every successive week, every wasted month make me furious. I've got a counter in my smartphone, and I know how much current is generated on my roof. And if I think how much can be generated in the scale of the country, I get tantrums. If I think we can win next year, the National Recovery Plan money will expire by 2026. How much time have we wasted? Hundreds of millions higher bills will be paid. As I understand your idea for the technological transformation, energy transformation is a scattered system. What about nuclear energy? The government announced a tender for a nuclear power plant. I am an advocate of nuclear energy. For instance, when we take the example of France, which is relatively safe, having quite a high amount of nuclear energy. Last year, you were not really sure whether it's a good solution. What is your stance today? I would like to be precise in the area we discussed previously. There is one good statement summarizing what I have said so far. The costs of not implementing energy transformation will be much higher than the costs of its implementation. It's a clear hint for you. You should take care of it. I've been reverberating it since the presidential campaigns. No children can be inferior to others, whether it's a politician's or miner's child. You ask about nuclear energy. I had the opportunity to talk to the previous head of the Polish nuclear power plan in the previous government. He told me that they had drawn the facilities, and the power grid representative said, "Great idea, we'll be ready to connect you in 10 years' time. Let's do it." Nothing has happened ever since. Now, everybody has decided that we should make a deal with the Americans to show that it's a good idea, that somebody likes them. You know, everybody wants to have a colleague, at least one. But we need to remember it takes a long time. Let's take the example of the Finnish. They plan to open the power plant they started building 17 years ago, and it will be commissioned in December. If the Finnish have been building it for 17 years, can you imagine how many years it will take for Sasin to build? Sasin and Soskie and the Polish nuclear project, this type of intellectuals, the 23rd century is feasible? Will they live that long? Oh, you never know, you never know. And I will give you the answer as a politician. Yes, of course, they will live, because the health protection system will be reformed by us, Poland 2050, and we will ensure such a long future for them. I have to remember it for my campaign. But coming back to nuclear power, this is the project that will let us generate currents towards the end of the 30s, and we need it now. We need extra current, extra power to improve our energy mix. I am quite against nuclear power. We said that if we cannot balance the energy mix using green energy, we should consider SMRs. They've been commercialized, but it seems they are feasible until 2030. It's a good technology which is modular and can be used by local governments or companies. You need one unit, you install it, then you can purchase another one. This is dispersed power generation. If a missile from the Kaliningrad region hits it, it does not destroy the entire grid. Since it's so dispersed, local governments know better how to manage the energy in their area. Every region has different needs. It's the same as with the healthcare system. We've got specificity of regions. People are more willing to work for clusters. They can add some power from biogas plant. They know that SMR will be a good solution in the area. We'll be in favor of this technology in Poland, but first and foremost, renewable energy, wind and solar energy should be the priority for us. And we need high capacity there. If we don't manage to connect the system, I don't know whether we'll be able to give up on gas heating. Following Marcin Popkiewicz and his excellent book, To Understand Energy Transformation, the author uses his intelligence. He undermines his thesis and proves that we can have energy mix based on renewable energy sources by 2050. So, if we need to use SMRs, then we will. Once we take over the power, we'll carry out an audit and find out which stage they reached with the project. In 40 or 50 years, nuclear energy will be obsolete, and it takes time to develop it and to implement it. If I could choose, I would do without nuclear energy. SMR first, but you never know. Otherwise, it won't be possible to use or to build energy mix. There are a few minutes left. If somebody from the audience would like to ask a question, please do. I need a volunteer with a microphone. I would like to ask the following question. If we could focus on green energy, and if we started building windmills, and everything would go towards green solutions, but then we find out that the conditions are not met and that we need some extra energy, can we, as Poland, afford it? Apart from the solar and wind energy reform, can we also use nuclear energy? Where are you? Ah, there you are, towards the back of the room. I couldn't see you. As I said, I have nothing to add. The priority is to build energy mix and to release the power from different sources. Then you have to accept SMRs. When we take a look at the example of energy development, it's tremendous. We can do much more now than we could a year or 2 years ago. It's going to develop just like mobile telecommunication, and the entire world is in it. Research and development is present globally. It might seem not necessary, but we'll have to be very cautious. Everything is better than fossil fuels, which are dangerous for our money and for our health. We have to leave fossil fuels as soon as possible. Whether it takes 10 or 15 years, it's a matter of smart governance. Let's leave fossil fuels, solid fuels, priority renewable energy sources. If not, then SMRs. If does not suffice, we should go to larger solutions. But it also means using solutions which will soon become obsolete. 3 questions maximum, and will give the opportunity to answer the questions. Andrzej Ziółkowski, I would like to say that I like your plans, but my question is, what can you do to make these dreams come true? Everything. Don't you think that pinching one another at every possible opportunity, does it lead you to fulfilling your objectives? And we need warm water in tubs. Right, the paradigm has become the top of our dreams. I don't know what you mean by pinching, but this is the part of politics which I like the least. This is a boyish thing. If you are a fair observer, you know that I am not the second best in this area, but it's measuring the potential, determining who is more powerful, who is going to be the one who sets the pace. At the end of the day, it's all about power. And that's temptation, and that's passion, and it awakes passion. If you have an impression they pinch somebody, I pinch them only when they hold me tight. I try to defend myself by pinching. And they pinch or grab me. I know it's a sad performance. It's better to do it face to face over a bottle of wine. I know what people talk about me, that I block united opposition, but I am ready to accept anything. I am pragmatic. I've been working for the media for 25 years, and I know that being in the opposition, it means the same. Should I go to press conferences? You go to politics for authority and for getting the power to execute something. When it is necessary to do it, we'll do it. Czechia is a good example with clear coalition agreement. You say that's the right way to do. We'll strike agreements. We are ready for any solution. If we have to make one list, we are ready to do it. We know that two lists can give us higher chances. Then we'll stick to two lists. Perhaps within 6 months, the decision will be made in spring, but it needs to be there. If it's possible to be an individual candidate, it's better, but I can guarantee that we won't mess it. That each of us who pinches one another, we want to show that we can do better. But at the end of the day, we know that in the world where law and justice rule, there is no future for us and no future for our children. And we need to deliver the project. If you ask me if we are going to strike an agreement, we will. Our time is up, unfortunately. Short question. I think we owe it to ourselves to say that there is nothing called renewable energy. It's only a wording, just like a green energy. If there was renewable energy, it means there are miracles, that there is no thermodynamics. That's the wording. There is energy which has its constant source, such as wind or sun, and it's always present. But the system... Where's the question? Where's the question? These systems where we capture the energy are not renewed, and there are no methods to store the energy. I don't have a question. That's just a comment on what you said. I'm very happy to disagree with you, because there are methods of storing this energy. There are peak load power plants and energy storages. If you say these are not renewable energy sources, we can call them anyway. We can call them Sigma or Jarosław Kaczyński or Szymon Hołownia. It doesn't change anything. But an alternative, what is it? We must have energy. We have come too far. The civilization won't work with energy, and we need even more energy resources. If we don't take sun and wind, what alternative do we have? We can buy it from a sheikh, from Putin, And finally, they will conclude they will not pump oil to the market. And we need energy from the sun, from the wind, and this is our raison d'etat that every government should understand. If this is the will of the society to change this government, it will be our dogma. Szymon Hołownia used to say that his greatest dream when it comes to green transition is the moment in 20 or 25 years is when he says, Micah, we've done all we could in this respect. That's what I wish for you. I hope I will say it with a smile on my face and not crying. I drive an electric vehicle. I've got PV panels on the roof. I know how it works on the customer side. I know how to do it to make it work so that I can smile to my daughter and say, daughter, daddy didn't fuck it up. That's what I'm concerned about. My daughter will go to school in 2 years' time. Czarnek must not be a minister there, and I have to promise that for her.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about to start another discussion. I am taking a special place. It's for the first time I can sit. And I would like to invite to the stage two excellent speakers. Maybe I shouldn't introduce them because everybody knows them, but I will do it. Let's welcome them very warmly. And Adam Zieliński-Łona. Let's make some noise. And the other guest, Andrzej Saramonowicz. How should I say, hi or good evening? So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Andrzej. Hello, Adam. Ladies and gentlemen, Adam Zieliński-Łona is a Polish rap musician who has been working on the music market. He is also a lawyer specializing in intellectual property rights. The panel is called Polish for Poles, so it's very suggestive. We will be talking about the Polish language, and in 2017, Adam Zieliński received an award of the Council of the Polish Language as the Young Ambassador of the Polish Language. In 2020, the Mayor of Szczecin has awarded duet Łona and Weber of the Honorary Citizens of Szczecin, and in 2012, the Art Award of the City of Szczecin. Adam Saramonowicz is a director, screenwriter, former journalist and author of the greatest Polish comedies in the 21st century, including Body, Testosterone and Ladies. In several days, a new film, The Babies, will have its premiere. It's a combination. Combination of Testosterone and Ladies. So he wrote two novels, The Boys of 2015 and Cry, then the After Country novel. So let's start with the language, since Polish language for Poles, and since we are speaking Polish today, so what can you hear in the language of the street, the language you are using in your communicators because you are very active on the internet, the language when you're speaking to your relatives, and also when you're speaking to co-workers, whether the reality is reflected in the language that is used nowadays. Shall I start? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think we are going to talk about the new words and slang language, but how we understand the Polish, modern Polish. So what I can hear in the modern Polish language in the public space, I can see that people are lost. There is the semantic loss. There are so many words that are somewhere near to their meanings and senses, and it is probably the biggest problem. I'm not talking about the fake news reality, because it's rather actual, but the language, the public language, the language of the debate stops being used to identify the reality, and the language has been designed for this purpose. It's used to model the present, so it's leaving the space of description to the space of creation, which is to meet different goals, and this is the key problem. Is this a problem, or maybe the language that models reality, it also models the future? Can we perceive some positive changes in this phenomenon? Because when we consider some words we haven't been using, now these words create, in a way, our reality. We talk about diversity, which before was not very valuable in the Polish language. So we have modeled something positively too. Have you perceived this, or it's only a problem to you? I think that recently, in the recent years, there has been nothing optimistic when we think of the language. I wanted to talk about something obvious. The word is the word, the way it this? Well, we do not know what is the word, because we describe the word how we see it. So words, in this sense, we have to get back to this biblical phrase that it started at the beginning. There was a word. The word has the power of creating. We are the only known animal species that has constructed the language of syntax, because other animals communicate rather well, but we have constructed grammar, and we use it to describe the word. We can also distort it, and once we do it, we harm ourselves, and we harm ourselves. You can create using words, but you can also destroy by using them. I'm referring to the public, almost political debate, but not only. We have more damage caused by the word. They rather damage than build. Adam. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. If you allow me, I would like to clarify some things. I am not a music producer, and I'm not an expert. I'm rather a practitioner when we're talking about intellectual property rights. When it comes to your question, I'm very happy that we start from being very specific. I'm very interested in the audience opinion on the language. We have agreed that we are hoping for a dialogue with the audience. At the end of the debate, we will reserve some time for the questions. But and I can already tell you that there are two voluntaries on each side of the room, that even during the meeting, if you find something of special interest, if something will be too painful for you, if you want some clarification, please let us know. And during the meeting and at the question and answer time, you will be able to speak. In my opinion, the questions, what is happening with the language? There are 14 million answers in Polish to this question. Just like most of you, I usually use different Polish languages, and I try to take care of this multi-Polish language. I am a practitioner when it comes to language, just like everyone else. But if I take the role of the person, I am not really such a person. So, for example, if I assume I am an expert who is to assess it, I would probably say that the language that dominates in the public debate, maybe it's a result of democratization of the public debate, which in itself is something that has advantages and disadvantages. Thanks to the democratization, we have started with a very broad public debate, and the language we use is deprived of empathy and cordiality. I have nothing against the language expressing anger or when it's even obscene, but I find it difficult when I hear the language that doesn't see the other human being. So in all storms through the social media, this is the language we use. That's probably why, because we didn't have time to learn cordial or empathic language. It's a puzzle to me. When we are having a discussion like we are having right now, when we are looking into each other's eyes, we are speaking differently, and the language is different than the language used during writing some comments on social media. So I think this is a disadvantage. We heard that you said that you are using many Polish languages, and I wanted to ask about them because they are probably in a bubble and they are a result of a specific convention. If you advise somebody on a law, intellectual property law, you use different language, and when you meet your friend from school times, you'll be using another language, but maybe this is your natural language. Andrzej has really addressed it. In the language of the public debate, there are Polish languages that do not overlap. So, do the Polish people who speak the same language, do they speak Polish? Do they use the same language? Adam, I would like to address something you have said. You have managed obscenity of the language. We have to identify which words are obscene. I'm not going to list them, you all know them. Obscenity of message, the way we use the language. When we are obscene when describing the word, we do not have to use swear words. And the description of the word is simplified, and it really falsifies the word. In case of the Polish public debate, we are dealing with the intensified process. Persuasion is the foundation, not the description of the word or expressing a kind of truth, but persuasion. The right-wing language, we've heard it for a dozen years or so. It has defined our way of thinking of ourselves, of the world. Even if we oppose this language, it generates some impacts on us. This is the language composed of vulgar understanding of patriotism. Patriotism is nothing wrong, but in a specific dimension, it can act like a caricature of the phenomenon, and it becomes the language which tries to get religious dominance. It's a quasi-sacral function. So you can do this because the God will not like it. We know such language and we are against it. We try to counteract it. But there is also a language of the other party, the left-wing language. The left wing is not defined properly. Are we talking about young lefties? So it's again a language of dogmas, and it's the language of exclusions. This is a language of political correctness. The political correctness as an idea is nothing wrong. I do not want to say that it's missing reflection. It's about meaning some words. We are made to understand some words. And that's why such language also produces lies. I think we will discuss it at the level of some specific examples. What is the political correctness? If it's not making sure that our interlocutor is not harmed. We are all the time talking about political correctness in the wrong understanding. Political correctness that excludes from the dialogue, either on the left or on the right. We can always find evidence for different phenomena. We can say that any exclusion from the dialogue is wrong. Each a priori assumption that the speaker has no moral right to take part in the conversation. This is not a good approach. We all know what to do, that in the public debate we will have some platforms to have normal conversations, I think the problem is the intention. The public debate perceived as an argument of politicians, active politicians who meet on the television. It's not a public debate, it's more like a performance where people do not really have a conversation. And the trouble is that we consent to this, that we take part in it, that we are happy to watch such public debates, that we repost them. Maybe all of us are responsible for this. In a way, we are. Because we refer to something that really makes us so surprised, and we say, wow, what nonsense this is. Jarosław Kaczyński is traveling around Poland and is talking rubbish. We are angry, we repost this information. This is the natural attitude towards fake and lies. Kaczyński is very consistent. He knows a lot about human nature. He knows that if you repeat rubbish information many times, it leaves some residues, and this word stays. And all of a sudden, people start believing it. As Victor Klemper has written about it in his book LTE, the language of the Third Reich. So he wrote something very important. The language was not very spectacular. It was a primitive, systematically repeated narrative. So it was systematically repeated, and it started working. So if we cannot react to such phenomenon, for instance, I mean media that remain silent, they do not answer, they do not have debates, they remain silent. If we did something, we would take this destroying power. I'm sorry to say that Kaczynski is like the Moscow model. If you know how it used to eat, well, so it walks around the islands and follows a mammal it's trying to eat and tries to bite it. It doesn't want to kill it. Actually, there are two concepts that this monster, this giant, has a toxin in his saliva. So in 2 days' time, the mammal dies. It has some venom. So it's enough that it bites. It doesn't have to murder. So these bites are repeated all the time. We are like this herd animal. We are running away from the falsehood, but we have been already infected. So the lethal venom injected by the Komodo dragon is working. So there are different people. There are some who are more aware and they are quite resilient to such venom, but there are people who are very vulnerable, so it works. So this is the language in the political debate more and more often.
You raise the argument that perhaps such venom should be silent about, but neither you nor Adam remain silent about. So, what do you think? Do you think that media can remain silent over some incidents? I talk about electronic media, which always try to lure us with cruel hooks. And I also talk about our own field, music, press, run by people who adore music. That's strange to me that they also chase the viewers and readers and they publish nonsense. And finally, I click. Just like we all, I click this nonsense, so we are all to blame. Right, we are all to blame, and there is no single good answer whether we should keep quiet about certain things or not, and what intention should be behind it, and if we express our thoughts, in what way. We are running errand, we are like errand knights, and we have to find ourselves. Right, you need to respond to every case individually. You cannot say, okay, let's keep quiet about it, or let's comment on everything. There are journalists who are intelligent and they need to get the freedom to be aware that they should keep quiet about certain things. A few hours before this meeting, I read that Jarosław Kaczyński would be in a town, and I've forgotten the name, and it doesn't really make sense. And there will be online transmission. Nobody knows what he will tell, but the website is going to broadcast live. It adds certain weight, certain value because then it's easier for people to refer to it. They feel they do their job, do they? Or actually they don't, because one of the tasks of the media, at least that's what I was taught, is to separate the essence from the unimportant things. And you cannot focus on everything, and you cannot, you have to make some selection. Why? The activities which are around politics, because they are not political, with some space for political marketing. It's a kind of meta-politics. In the political space, law and justice is failing successively, both on the European and internal market. Inventing meta-politics, it adds some value because others respond. Right, so apart from responsibility, which we have to bear for what we read and what we click on, there's also the role of you as artists. You comment on the reality through your creation. You comment on what you disagree with. That's the evidence of rebellion, of anger, and discomfort. This is the artist's role, and I'm waiting for your voices, for your opinions, because you are responsible towards your audience. They listen to you. So, what do you say and how do you say it, as well as who do you talk to with your creation? I always think that poets are more stupid than their poems. And the evidence is in the not so smart things I'm telling now. The musical creation in the teenager, when you are a teenager, is fueled by the will to impress your female friends, in my case, and then it is driven by a will to rebel. Music shouldn't be only a manifesto and only a voice in the public debate. It should be something more. The same applies to different kinds of creation. I try to find the balance between the two. Right, I promise a lot, and I think that this is a kind of record of my lack of acceptance to the reality. Well, Andrzej, what do you think? I'm in two minds, because my comedies were really successful, and now everybody wants me to make comedies on some trivial things because it brings money. However, I also try to maintain the level which satisfies me. Whenever possible, I try to voice my opinion. In January 2020, I directed a play in Krystyna Jandos Theatre. One of them is Police by Sławomir Mrożek. Fantastic, absurd play, which tells that the police is so efficient that everybody is in prison, but the last political prisoner is left, but he declares loyalty. Since there is nobody to be sent to prison, the police is no longer necessary. Then they decide to send one of them to prison, and the person doesn't really know whether he is a police person or a prisoner. I added another part. It's the Night of Perdition, and I elaborated on the original topic. It's always difficult to discuss anything with such an exceptional writer as Sławomir Mrożek. I referred to the Law and Justice debate and the space of forcing certain decisions, since Law and Justice is immersed in retrotopy and says that the past matters. They force us towards mandatory remembrance of the previous generations. They sacrificed themselves, and now we cannot afford being like them. There is the dictator who is an elderly person having full authority, and he gets information that a part of the country is annihilated. It turns out that the members of the national community are revived. Those who live are said not to fulfill any standards. They are annihilated. This is the metaphor of resurrection, of reaching this level. I wrote a kind of story to show that the characters who immersed and who live in the country of observed, they don't perceive it. They use strange language which they consider sophisticated, but it's really awkward. The entire narrative is a multi-baroque one, using sophisticated words in Polish, also inspired by the Polish dating back to the 18th or 19th century. I love the Polish language, so it was real fun to do it. I tried to voice my opinion in this respect. Babies is a comedy, but there are plenty of social observations in Poland. Those of you who will decide to see it perhaps will notice that. I hope so. Just like in Andrzej Szuba's creation, no matter how you address it, you always write for yourself. The same applies no matter how you address it. Poland is always at the background. Even though you said that Pokraj, after a country, is not about Poland, is like a mirror which walks along and Poland is reflected. Pokraj, after a country, is about the people who don't even notice. They live in caricature. This is living on the debris. Everything is a phantom. We live in phantom Poland. The Poland of Law and Justice is the phantom of Poland we know. The Poland of Miłosz, of Mickiewicz. In the real dimension, there is only the Poland of Kaczyński, Ziobro, Krystyna Pawłowicz. Well, artists tend to be prophets, and this is what we can tell about your works and your creation, Adam. Do not listen before 2050, when the record was brought out in 2020. You did not expect it to become a prophecy, just like the priest Rydzyk. But before we reached 2050, and there is still a long way to go, many of what you wrote about became true. Are you afraid of that? Yes, I am. I still regret that I have forecasted it all. But referring to my distinguished previous speaker and trying to answer your last question in a more precise way, I will confess that recently I project devoted to taxi drivers. It was inspired by conversations with taxi drivers, different representatives of this profession, from guys with mustache. Were there any females? Yes, they were. Very interesting people. That's a very interesting professional group using very peculiar and diversified Polish language. It's interesting in different levels. Nobody can complain as beautifully as taxi drivers. If you think that you're a Pole and you intrinsically know how to complain, you will always fail with a taxi driver. It also seems that taxi drivers are very interesting because this profession has been disappearing. They complain about Uber quite rightly. They resemble cart riders who did not accept automobiles on the streets. It's like a farewell to the current world. Taxi drivers are a perfect example of how behind the cold welcoming of their interlocutor, deep inside they are full of passion, they are friendly, they are warm and hospitable. It takes a lot of effort to reach this area, but it's worth it. One will be able to see the results within a few months' time. Excellent. We can learn about Poland, Polish nature from taxi drivers and what is happening in the language. And even if they are masters of complaining, there is your piece called "Where is it? Where is such a beautiful place?" We live in a beautiful country, but we are all if country or if only country. If only is a special form of complaining. If only. What do we miss to make it all so beautiful? And what will help us avoid this if only rhetorics? We are the masters of saying if only and deliberating. For the good beginning, we complain or we criticize, but then we take it tenderly. If it's within the limits of common sense, it's quite nice that we don't have one answer to the question, how do you do, and say, I'm fine. It does not exist in Polish. In the best case scenario, we'll have the answer like in Kieślowski's film, so-so. We always reach deep and we tell everything that we have in our minds, and which in the best case scenario we can say, oh, the same old things. You approach Poland tenderly, but also with a common sense. You say the horizons are not the broadest, but poor taste. We can deliberate. My entire country is closed within the if-only phrase. Lots of criticism, but also a lot of kindness and benevolence. So you are not furious. Sometimes you are worried rather than fumed. That's my small victory, but it doesn't always work to take a critical approach. I try to combine both, but principally I try to be kind. I try to be benevolent. The greatest problem I have when you talk to an eloquent speaker and you say, I cannot get over it, I suffer physically, that's the greatest problem. I can resist, I can survive any major problem, but you also include them in your texts. You use incorrect forms of Polish. This is one of the forms you use. How can you be hurt by a poor Polish language? If I am not able to express what I want to say, but it depends. I adore Adam's pieces. It's so warm because it derives from love. That's what we all have. We often say, I won't stand it any longer. But our hearts are broken. We create this place. It's difficult to live here. It's disappointing. We can do our best within our opportunities to limit it. We should at least limit the spread of the evil. I'm now going to refer to what Priest Heller said. Human thoughts expressed with words are deeds. We are the species whose thought is an act, because a thought can kill. Stupidity is evil. Stupidity and wisdom is good. This is not the knowledge you got. You can have huge knowledge but be stupid. Wisdom is the ability to use it for your benefit and to the benefit of a larger entirety. If we can extend the space of the good and not be stupid for ourselves in our small local communities, this is the task we have. I try to do it in my own life. I'm here because I make films, but I do it rarely. I live as a normal person, and in my normal world, I try to remain humble and not say that I know it all. I try to learn, discover new things. Andrzej used to say that he has been learning all the time, but I don't agree with him. We can try to limit the stupidity space in ourselves, in our environment, and make the world better.
Tell me one more thing. During the Freedom Games and in general, we often talk about young people. Do you think that you can catch up with not only the language of young people, but also whether you catch up with their thinking? You have to be 20 to catch up with the young people. If you are 41, no way. The language of young people, I mean 18 years old, it cannot be your language. You can understand it, but it doesn't mean anything. Because this is not quite my language. The language of my peers is my language, or rather, which language is my language? Probably all these Polish languages are mine, but first of all, the language which unites my generation is probably my language, so it covers a map of association. I do not think I can share this map with 20-year-olds. They will not understand what Bareja has said. They won't even know the director himself. Unless, of course, there are some who know Bareja. I'm sorry if I offended 15-year-olds who know the movies by Bareja. So this is my opinion. You have a very young audience, many young fans. That's true. But it's the evidence that they are great listeners. If someone is 15 or 19 and he finds listening to my music, me and Weber too, they love listening to us. Well, Weber always writes good music, so that always works. But this means that they are very special. Your texts are not very easy. They are encoded. There are cultural codes which are not easy to understand to many people. So the fact that you have such audience probably shows that the young people are very promising. I am very lucky that I can meet with the audience who come to my concerts. Sometimes I can look into their eyes when we are playing a piece, and I can see that they understand our efforts, and this is a great feeling. The problem is that our music, and if you listen to our music, this is a kind of a niche music. Most people have a different approach to music. I don't want to say that it's worse, maybe it's even better, but it's different. And they are looking for something else. Your music with Weber has been tagged, labeled as the intellectual rap. Is it insulting? Is it irritating to you? Well, how do I receive it? Well, I am in the rap musician circles. I don't think there is the intellectual or intelligent rap. It's not really that we don't like it. It's a continuation of your tradition. You lived in the you come from intellectual family. Yes, but there are some cultural codes, as you have noticed. Sometimes my texts are texts for simpletons. Sometimes they are really stupid. They are very different. Andrzej, what about you? Are you also coined? I have lots of images allocated by my audiences. These labels do not depend on you. They depend on those who award them. Most of the labels are not related with my art. I am a publicist. I have quite a wide reach using Facebook. I have been writing texts for Facebook for a decade. So I initiate debates or I just comment upon comments of other people. I do not do anything to become controversial, but very often I am. I have my political views, but you cannot say that I am supporting only one side, because I am also able to attack those with whom I identify myself, and sometimes it causes problems. Because in Poland there is another problem in the context of the language. In Poland, we probably cannot call ourselves as the national community. We rather act as a tribe or even dual tribe. It's a kind of tribalism. So in a way, the football fan logic is used. So if you wear the t-shirt of your football club, everything is associated with this club when people look at you. I'm a liberal by heart. I mean the system of values. I don't mean my attitude to economy, because people often mistake liberalism with neo-liberalism. I am a liberal, and many natural views are the views of the left wings, but I do not like everything that the left wing creates. This is when I intervene, and then I am accused of being a stupid old man or a chauvinist. Female activists, some female activists told me that I am a privileged white heterosexualist. They are also white, but when females are white and they say that women are persecuted by men, sometimes they do not perceive themselves as white. They say they are transparent. So they say that I'm heterosexual, I am white, I am a male. I live decent life. I am aware that in some spheres I am privileged by biology or culture, privileged to some extent. But how can I apologize for this? It's not about you being guilty, it's rather what results from these accusations. We are privileged, so some things are easier for us, but very often we had no impact on this. I can see, well, I don't think that males are more privileged. Maybe, we live shorter. We live shorter, that's why our suffering is not that long. We are always looking from our own perspective, but to make it clear, when it comes to equal payments, I am all for it. When it comes to sexual minority rights, I was always saying that all the rights should be observed for homosexuals, including the right for adoption. I see no problem with this. I have no problems with this, but there is some semantics. I don't understand it because I'm not homosexual. Yes, and we have to be very careful about this language. Sometimes we have to avoid some words. We cannot say a female. We have to say a being with uterus. It's the same. The same is expressed by the right wing. When somebody says, "I feel insulted," that his or her religious feelings have been insulted because the artist wrote Jesus in the way the person didn't like it, so that's why the artist should be put in jail. I disagree with such attitude. I don't understand this. In other spaces, I always respect non-binary people. But I see what I see, and I do not understand why it is required of me. I'm provocative. Why should I use specific words when I refer to this person? It's the same with the feelings of the person who says is religious, and this person says my religious feelings have been insulted. So people think that there is supreme space which provides the field for assessment. It should be, it doesn't happen. This is a question about the border of freedom in language. Where does this border runs? Maybe where the freedom of another human being starts. Can we imagine that the language is spacious enough to include people who don't want to have their gender named? People who do not want to be referred using different names. Maybe it's possible, or maybe it's not possible to have two such people in the same room. I don't know, but I know that whenever there's a dialogue, what we are missing in the public debate, so in the dialogues that are held in magazines and newspapers. And this is the right space for such dialogues or meetings like this one. But it happens that I leave my bubble and I meet with another bubble in completely different circumstances. So when I have such a dialogue, I am quite interested what this other person wants to tell me, and it enriches me. I know it sounds obvious. It's like a cliche from a cheap textbook, but this is how it is. So when there is a community or remains of the community, maybe this community can be found in this kind of communications. So on the individual basis, such dialogues are possible once we get over the initial interventions. But it's possible maybe in the public debate. Priest Father Wierzbicki took part in this debate. This space is very important to me. So that was a debate, and Father Wierzbicki was there. Before the program, I told him that I'm going to do the public, that I won't be telling him Father, I'll be saying to him Sir, not because I don't know how to use these forms, but I was going to discuss with him as a citizen of the Republic of Poland, not with a priest, which would put him in a privileged situation. A priest is the same as the leader of the Scouts. So if I have a discussion with the leader of the Scouts, I wouldn't refer to him Mr. Leader of the Scouts, because I'm not a Scout. Thank you for the round of applause. This is how it works. If I were to talk, because I have never talked, if I were to talk with non-binary person where physically I can see a man who tells me use the specific pronoun in private, I can do this, but when I'm taking part in the public debate, I wouldn't use this pronoun. It's not damaging to this person. I would be contradicting me. It would start destroying me, because I would have to write about the situation I do not understand. I cannot see this situation. I do not understand it. When I have an interlocutor, I cannot see a priest in this person, although I really respect him. It's a matter of convention. Before we start first name basis, first we have to say Mr. Saramonovich. We make a certain agreement, but if somebody insists that I should use the specific pronoun, what will happen if you use this pronoun? So will it really harm you? No, it won't harm me, but it will harm my understanding of the reality. I would have to negate what I see. It's provocative. I have given you an example of Father Wierzbicki, and people started clapping hands. It's the same example. But the other way around, you are less vulnerable to some spaces than to other. And it's dangerous to us. The danger is that the right-wing language strengthened with some options available to the right wing. They have full authority in Poland. Additionally, they get support from the institution that states that it has some contacts who's very important in the world, in the space. So we want to defend from such approaches. So we are dealing with the situation where we are like enslaved, but we can expect that this situation will be reversed. I'm talking about myself. I am the person of the center, and we will be in the same situation because we had left-wing regime. The world used to have such regimes that have formulated their own regulations, linguistic regulations, and they were punishing if people were not observing these regulations. I want to keep to this this neutral solution.
You said there was something like the rightist Polish language and that the right-wing party has full power, but we could challenge it because they do not have the power over our imagination and power over our language. Considering what you said, that the word is the deed, what we say matters to refer to the access of our meeting. But before I give the floor to you, I would like to ask you about the Polish language and your favorites. Agnieszka Osiecka used to play with words. In what other language I could say the following: somebody is waiting for you and becomes blue with their tears. Do you have any favorite words of yours? I'm not referring to the ranking or competition of the word of the year, and I'm always surprised. But for you, something favorite in the Polish language? Sorry, if I may, I'm here. You said... Okay, I'll give the time to Adam and Andrzej to find the answer to the question. Thank you. The question to... Well, the light is a problem here. I can see you right now. With due respect, I think you are wrong. I think you recalled inadequate example because a priest does not feel a priest. The priest is a priest because of education, just like president. If you wanted to say Mr. President, Andrzej instead of Mr. President in a public debate, but if I felt a male and I would like people to use masculine pronouns, I don't understand why you couldn't leave your comfort zone and refer to me if I wanted it. This is not my example, but perhaps this is not what the person selected. The priest can always resign from being a priest, just like a professor, director, student, vocalist, or any other person whose roles, social roles, have been assigned. Thank you. It seems that priests approach it in a different way if they feel this is their vocation. But I have nothing against it. It's not that I'm not going to refer to such people this way if they want to, but it bears certain consequences. If I say I'm a woman and I ask you to refer to me as if I were a woman, but then I went to the swimming pool and I want to enter a ladies' changing room. Will my freedom be violated if you tell me to leave? Or will you say, yes, you can change here? I'm trivializing, but I'm simply saying it never works this way. It's not savoir-vivre. I have no problems with that, but we trigger the mechanisms whose consequences we are not aware of. I can say, should I go to prison for women or for men? Do you know how it can be solved? The state should give the opportunity to change sex so that these people do not feel inferior when they need assistance. When a woman who doesn't feel she was a woman needs to fill documents to get testosterone, the person wouldn't go to the wrong changing room. It's not your fault, it's not my fault, but we as the society of this country take responsibility for the discourse we create. Why do you create such a discourse? You're absolutely right about transsexualism, but I talk about being non-binary with no physical change of sex. We want to be described in a specific way. I do not refer to transsexual people. It's obvious that if somebody feels bad in their body and they want to change their sex, we have no right to limit it. I'm talking about the situation if somebody tells me, call me this way, and I'm going to stay who I am. It's not possible to analyze it. It's not bad will. In a book called The Birth or Growth of the Culture of Harm, a division was formulated of civilization growth. First there was the culture of honor, then the culture of dignity, human rights emerged, and now we've got the culture of victims or the culture of harm. It is related to what we heard yesterday and today about the policy of identity. If it precedes over any universal links creating the society, it will be even more, it will alienate us. It will stick to our diversity. We live in a culture of victims or in a culture of harm. It raises our sensitivity, but it can have certain consequences for the societies around which it's happening. I don't know if it's good or bad, and I don't know which way it's going to go. Typically people say that something is bad, but the world moves on and still holds on. But we need to be aware that triggering certain processes, we won't be able to control them. That's not persistence, that's not being stubborn, but it results from the fact that you start to analyze the consequences, and they can be positive, negative, or finally unpredictable. Perhaps the answer to the question is to be the community which learns, and the opinion from the audience and the opinion from our speakers can learn from one another. Thank you. I think it's our responsibility as the community to ensure safety and security to those who suffer individually. It must not be limited to a choice or to a whim. because what we said about are stories of specific people. I don't want to extend the time is left. It's naive to assume that we can predict consequences. We are humans. Typically, we do stupid things. And here we've got the opportunity to do something good. I don't want to reproach that you challenge cancel culture. I mean, not personally to you, but to those who challenge it. When I talk about the situation of Afro-Americans in the United States, they should take the perspective of James Baldwin and read his papers from the 1950s. If we do not see the reality through our own perspective, we will never be able to communicate. It is reflected in the language because we discuss the same things, but the limits of our language set the limits to our world, and the point is to learn more. You wrote the text, look from the broader perspective. Just like in your text, where you are the apologist of curiosity, we should be more curious and have more kindness in our language. Yeah, more kindness in the language. Andrzej? Right. Asking questions doesn't mean that you know the answers. We have to be aware that some things have their consequences. Yesterday we heard that humans are conservative by nature. They have to be conservative because during the human life, throughout the human life, civilization changes are so slow that you are not able to communicate some information to successive generations. They do change it, but it takes more time. Today, it has accelerated so much that at one generation level, we observe a change in the awareness. By definition, it may cause chaos. But let's not be afraid of the chaos. We can never predict, and the last 2 years proved it. Sorry. There's one more question from the audience. It's not a question. I just wanted to address your calmness and resist the lady's opinion. I'm a physician and psychotherapist, and I individually treat people who feel bad in their bodies. I can see huge consequences of the discourse on sexual identity for the children and the youth. That's bad influence. That's my subjective individual opinion. Teenagers, 10, 11 years old, come to me who do not identify with their gender. Because there is no sexual education and everybody has access to pornography these days. A 12-year-old can say to his female girl, "You are not a woman because you do not look like a woman," and we all born non-binary, and we find our identity through experience, and young people try to find their identity before experience. And that's it. I think there is no disagreement. And I'm coming back to one more thing. Andre, you said, recalling Mark Leal, that perhaps we're all conservative or egoistic. So if we were to take a more conservative approach to language, what would you like to preserve? I'm asking about something in the language which is dear to you and you think about it. I wish punctuation was preserved if possible. So let's end it with a point. Andre? I can see 0 in the time which is left. I can say I agree. Let's love the Polish language. Let's take care of it, but in a way different than the current authorities suggest. Let's nurture it in ourselves. Let's turn towards the places where the Polish language is more beautiful than in our everyday life, towards poetry, literature or songs. Thank you very much for this conversation. Adam Zieliński, Łona, and Andrzej Saramonowicz. Thank you very much for your presence and joining the discussion. This conversation can be continued informally.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the next panel of the Freedom Games. This time we will be talking with our Ukrainian guests on the future of Ukraine, but not only. It's only a pretext. What is happening in Ukraine right now will not only determine the future of Poland, but also of the whole Europe and even most countries in the world. So, what do Ukrainians think of the presence, and what kind of world can be created as a result of the process? Now I'm going to introduce participants of this discussion. And then I will give the floor to the guests, because this is most important. So, Tania Malarczuk, a writer, well known in Poland by translating Zapomnienie book. Mrs. Malarczuk lives in Vienna. Yesterday, maybe some of you have heard her during the opening ceremony. And we will be probably referring to her speech. Mirosław Marynovich, he is a vice rector of the Ukrainian Catholic University in Lviv. Well, the introductions would be very long. I'm not going to use all the time for this introduction, but he is very engaged in counteracting the previous period. He was a member of the Helsinki group to criticize the political system, and he was sent to Kazakhstan. He was imprisoned, and the system deals very aggressively with its enemy. Today we are lucky, fortunate to speak to Mr. Marynovich, who develops the public space in the free Ukraine, and Maria Zolkina, who's a political scientist and analyst at the Ilko Kucherev Democratic Initiatives Foundation. So we've got a very diverse representation, and we will be addressing different topics, including the most important one. Tania Malarczuk referred to this subject in her opening speech. Although there is geographic proximity of Ukraine, still, maybe not in Poland, because we weren't allowed to learn about our neighbor, but it's often perceived through the eyes of the Russian propaganda. So some stereotypes are used, developed by Russian studies that dominate in the West. So the only lecture on the history of Ukraine by Timothy Snyder in Yale University is the only lecture on the Ukrainian history in the United States, and it shows how great deficits are in terms of understanding the Ukrainian history, what Ukraine is, who Ukrainians are. But this is not the subject of our discussion, although we will also address it. I would like to encourage you to talk about something which I find fascinating. In the beginning of the war, in the mid-March, it still seems that we are certain that the major challenge is to win the war and to regain territories and endorse peace based on the conditions acceptable by the Ukrainian. In the mid-March, there was a very intensive debate on the future of Ukraine. So publicists were stating that a post-war strategy should be developed, and many experts, many publicists, Andriy Blichat, futurologist from Kiev, was to attend, but actually there is the war, and due to his age he is likely to be mobilized. But he was developing visions of future. So under this work there was a project of reconstruction of Ukraine. It was presented in Lugano in early July. So many pages of specific visions how Ukraine could look like in terms of its economy. Many publications, over 100 essays have been published, which demonstrate how Ukraine can look like. There are more of such publications. So let's ask how you yourselves think I would like to ask you about your private opinion. How do you imagine Ukraine and the world after the victory? Hopefully it will be very soon. I would like to start with Mr. Marinovich. I was inspired by reading your text in Zbruch magazine. It was a transcript of the lecture you delivered in July. And you shared your vision on the future of Ukraine and the world. Let's start with this. Thank you. I will be talking about post-war Ukraine. What is ahead and what are the threats? But I would like to make some remarks. I remember a saying that you cannot talk about something you are not certain of. So I will not be speaking as an economist or politologist. I will be speaking as someone who believes that the main problems are the problems connected with the values or spiritual problems. So I will be perceiving Ukraine from the perspective of identity. Our identity is as a mosaic, as a puzzle. There are regional differences, and these regional differences Putin would like to abuse these differences, and it went the other way round. Ukraine consolidated in a remarkable way, and now it's a precondition of our victory. But when the war is over, we will not become a homogeneous society because these regional differences will come back. Therefore, reassess our historical past and its impact on the future. We will have to remember what Metropolitan Andrei Shevsitsky was saying, who was saying that Ukraine is sick with immoral homophobia. So people become enemies. So we need psychotherapy in a way. We need some support of Europe. Secondly, our identification, our identity is like a lace. Ukrainian society is composed of small, poorly linked fragments, communities, which are very resistant to administrative management. Hence, there is a moment coming when all these people will be united by one idea. This is the situation that we experience in Maidan and now during the war. So we witness a huge social resonance when we live according to one idea, but it will not be like this all the time. When the war is over, this resonance will disappear, and then I'm afraid that one of the politicians can be tempted to obtain this consolidation thanks to some authoritarianism. So there will be a temptation, a trap of authoritarianism. So it's very important that Ukraine joins the European Union for us to be able to share the same principles and mechanisms that are not regulated and which are available to Europe. We do not want to follow Orban's Hungarian approach. Thirdly, this great temptation in the war is the hatred. On the one hand, the French priest Dubois used to say that the feeling of community gives us energy to fight. I won't be the utopian Christian who would say, love Russian people, give them a hug. No. I know that hatred is important. I would like to stress that hatred is very dangerous. Christianity refers hatred to the dark forces. So when we are fighting with the dark forces, we have to be very careful not to absorb this evil, this feeling of hatred, the emotion of hatred. Today we are victims of these feelings. So this prudence is very important for us not to become like our aggressors, like the aggressors. Which idea will be fostered by Ukraine after the war? So far, our main efforts and ideas are focused on convincing all the world that the regime in Russia is the existential evil, and it's very difficult. However, we are trying. If after the war, if we leave this negative approach, if we stay on this antagonistic position, we will not be united with the world. Our idea has to be positive. Yaroslav Hyslav is a historian from Lviv, and he said that Ukraine is a Palestine of the 21st century. Hence, the conflict is local in nature, but it impacts the global politics. Palestine reminds us of value because from Palestine we receive the new Christian values. So the dimension of values is very important to Ukraine. The EU reforms will not be sufficient because independent judges, it's a very good European idea, but if our judges will not be morally mature, it can turn into evil. So Ukraine is sentenced into spiritual change, and if we are successful, it will be our passive contribution to the European transformation. Thank you. Now I would like to give the floor to Maria Zolkina. Hello, it's nice to be here with you. I will be speaking Ukrainian, but I wanted to welcome you in Polish. I deal with research of social thought. I started doing it in 2014. I continue to deal with everything that is concerning one of these, the element with Donbas. What was happening in Donbas for the last 8 years and around Donbas. I have recognized many of these phenomena. Maybe not I recognize, but I can see some tendencies that that give us some capabilities. There are some tendencies that have appeared in Ukrainian society in 2014 as a response to the occupation of Crimea and Donbas. And now these phenomena have accelerated in the social thinking in terms of the system of Ukraine, how Ukraine has to be rebuilt as a country and as a society after the war. So I must say that I completely agree, and it's confirmed by many surveys of the public opinion. So we've got the same geopolitical identity which started in 2014. So this is when the society became consolidated. In 2014, we noticed that where regional and local identity was bigger based on the values than in other Ukrainian regions, and these regions where the local and regional identity received more support of the society. They were the districts of Lugansk and Donetsk and some of other districts. So after the year 2014, we witnessed a crisis. So a person who identifies himself with the political system, it says, I'm Ukrainian, I am a part of this nation politically. It started earlier. At present, we can see that this is a consolidating factor that unites the society. I think that once the war is over, although we have some regional and local identities, I think that this general national identity will be the strongest, provided that people will see themselves as a social individual. The second element concerning our perception of the future. Ukrainians, throughout all these years with Russia, were not hateful to the citizens who were behind the border. It's very important that in Crimea or in Donbas, where Russia was trying to stir hatred towards Ukrainians, Ukraine and everything that is Ukrainian. Now, I would like to say that we are in a big country. In Ukraine, for these 8 years, there was no hatred, no hostility, major hostility or hatred. So it wasn't statistically significant. And when we look at the people who were on the other side of the border, so we had to consider how to reintegrate the land that was under occupation since 2014. It will be difficult because we have different social experience narrations on the war operations, but our society was maintaining the horizontal contacts with their co-citizens, and they were compassionate. So when people couldn't leave because they had no money, it wasn't possible for them to start new life, or they couldn't leave senior parents, I found it very optimistic that Ukraine was able not just physically renew its control over all areas, but gradually we will solve all the problems using the experience obtained by the people who live in the occupied land. And thirdly, the most important question, of course, first Ukraine has to win this war, and I am sure that this internal intention in the Ukrainians is present, undoubtedly. We only need some financial and technical assistance and military support of our partners to win. Now I'm dealing with the regional security and conflicts, and now among our experts we are asking decision makers, the government, our government and foreign governments. We are asking them about the architecture structure of the security after this war. It's obvious that Ukraine cannot continue to stay in this security vacuum which which we had until 2022, so we were not the member of NATO and any other security-focused alliances. It's obvious that we have to be a part of the united system of security, common system of security, better than NATO is the best in the European continent. We are also thinking of a transitional system. Some Ukrainian experts are talking about this interim system. So before we become the member state to NATO, we can enter into some defense alliances with the braver one. There are some Western countries, for example, the UK, that is ready to talk about this. But still, there is a problem that if we look semi-measures, we will not be able to secure protection from Russia. So we are discussing it. Are our Western partners ready for this? If Ukraine is not addressing this topic, they won't be ready. Although there is the war, it will be easier for everyone to keep Ukraine between the two words. It will not work. So it's a priority to Ukrainian society. So until 2014 in Ukraine, most of macro Ukrainian regions were united. And they really favored being a membership in NATO. Some of the macro regions were supporting accession to NATO, but everything was changed in 2014. Now this support reaches 80%, support to become NATO member state. Fourthly, how do you imagine relations with Russia? It's very important. I talk a lot with my colleagues from the Western European countries, and one of the most controversial questions I have received: how Ukrainians and Russians will be able to talk or will not be able to talk. So our Western partners initiate many attempts in this field. They are trying to develop some mediatory platforms. They are going to have at the same table both opposition Russian politicians and Russian politicians. Our society is not ready for this, and at this stage there is no need for such a structure. We think that such attempts are premature, and that they will not be effective. Such attempts of this is an issue of responsibility for war crimes. It's also it's also a matter of the social pressure. So some sanctions will be used. So before the war is over, we will not be really doing this. It's not ethical, it's premature, and we want to see how the society will receive it, how the Russian opposition is really ready to do something to weaken the regime, to finish this era of regime. And to end my intervention, irrespective of the above, irrespective which emotion Ukrainians will have towards average Russians after the war, referring to political or economic relations with Russia. Now, in 75% of the Ukrainians, this is the data for August 2022, it was the National Ukrainian Public Survey. So most citizens think that we should either stop or limit contacts with Russia. Of course, these percentages will be changing, but I doubt that we will reach the moment, the time when the majority will think that these relations with Russia should be close and partnership-based. I think that we are looking for the vision for the future, how to rebuild Ukraine. But also we have our partners who are helping us to win this war, and they have to address these topics. They have to they cannot ignore the public opinion, and Ukrainians have demonstrated it for the last 4 years.
So now, Tanya Malarchuk, we heard about the spiritual values, about politics. Time for culture. Your experience of the European citizen and the observer, what is happening around. In your presentation yesterday, you expressed sadness related to the misunderstanding. Is there a chance that it's going to change? Good evening. I am the only panelist here who cannot talk about these things. I am not a futurologist, I'm not historian, I am not a scientist. My book is about unhappy love. I can only present my subjective opinion of the disaster in Ukraine. In this category, it's really difficult for me to talk. I do not talk about future, but yesterday, during the first panel of the Freedom Games, Timothy Ash said a very important thing, which I remembered, that it's not the time to say what will happen after the war, but we have to say how to reach the moment when the war ends. All possible scenarios are still there. The war can happen anytime, but nobody knows how it's going to end. We don't know where Ukraine is going to be, at what stage when the war ends. We have to think forward, but it's always better to talk about today and about the past. It has never been so vital to understand Ukraine's past and re-understanding the 20th century in the context of this war. It changed all the discourses and aspects. Now we have to re-understand and re-describe and rewrite this history of the Second World War and the history of Europe. The war had some causes. It didn't come from nowhere. The question is why we didn't talk about imperial plans of Russia. Why nobody was talking that this empire wouldn't surrender without fight. Everybody expected a happy life in Europe. It didn't happen. Every empire, throughout its decomposition, is fighting to survive. Ukraine is the cause of such decomposition, and we don't know how it's going to end. What Mr. Miroslav mentioned about totalitarian regime and hatred is something that also tackles me. Authoritarian regime, as I understand it, is something that causes high anxiety, but this is the mentality of Ukrainians. We cannot surrender. In my opinion, authoritarian regime won't work in my country, in Ukraine, because Ukrainian society can only be forced to live in authoritarian regime through terror. Starting with 1990, we had 3 revolutionary experiences. 2019 was tragic but positive because the society triggered some positive changes owing to their protests. It consolidates the society, but also gives the power to fight. And the positive experience of 2014 wouldn't have been possible save for such determination. What we can see, hatred. There is plenty of hatred. Me, as a writer, I can see that. I am highly emotional and I filtrate the emotions through myself. Hatred is the first thing that comes to my mind, but it seems that it's right not to talk about hatred, but about justified, fair wrath. This is something that we have the right to experience. Hatred has an element of helplessness. I hate a rapist if I cannot fight with them. It triggers the sense of hatred. I think that people feel more hatred the farther they are from the front or from military actions because they can't do anything. But according to my contacts, I can say that my friends fighting at the front, they don't feel hatred, they are not emotional. And if at a certain point in time they feel tired, well, they do not hate others, they focus on their mission. And that's the road to victory. It's hard to utter this word because I understand how many losses the Ukrainian society has experienced, and nobody is going to celebrate this victory. The future will be the time of trauma, of experiencing, crying over those who died. That will be the time that will last for some time. We are now under shock, we are now under trauma, and we work to survive. For Ukraine, this is the war to survive. Once it's over, we'll see what the Ukrainian society can do. I think it has it stands a good chance to become one of the strongest societies in the European community. This is emphasized by historians and journalists. Ukraine will be able to become a strong democratic country in Central Europe with its huge experience and courage. Ukraine shows some things that the Western Europe has long forgotten. The fight for survival and heroes, as well as evidence of real heroism in the battle. We don't want to live in dictatorship. We don't want to live in authoritarian regime. And that's it. So now the second round of questions, and then I will invite you, the rest of you. You talked about the opportunities that Ukraine stands to revive the values forgotten by the rest of the Europe, or perhaps they've been forgotten by the fact that they are not so obvious. Yesterday you mentioned your first book, translated into German, was created not in the Central European culture, but it was perceived as a part of the Russian culture through references. So do you think Ukraine is perceived as the part of Central European culture and world? The perception of Ukraine here in Poland and in Western Europe is different. I've been living in Austria for 10 years, and I know the language space of the Germans or Austria. Ukraine was not very well known or known only to some narrow groups. I thought that everybody was aware of what had been happening since February. I heard from journalists that they hadn't know anything about Ukraine. Understanding Ukraine in Poland and in Germany are two different worlds. Ukrainian studies have always been a part of Russian language studies. The USSR collapsed 30 years ago, but Ukraine was perceived as Russia plus, as the dependent land. And the traditional question, is Ukrainian similar to Russian? Yes, they are. But when I said it's like German and Dutch, they said, right, but I don't understand Dutch, or that Ukrainian is closer to the Polish or Belarusian language. They didn't understand it. For them, Ukraine was like a blank spot. Now people have become interested. Ukrainians can't do anything about it. The point is that the Western societies should finally understand the cause of pushing out their perception of them being perceived as Eastern Europe. They are convinced that you can walk from Berlin to the Polish border. But if we ask an average German what they know about Poland, they don't know much. From Bratislava to Vienna, there is a metropolitan railway. But when all hotels were booked, they used to go to Slovakia. If we take all these aspects, we understand that the trauma related to Central and Eastern Europe is really a trauma, because we all lived in the Soviet context. This is what keeps us together, and this is our strength. We understand one another, and we understand that standing alone we will lose. Ukraine alone won't win this war, but once we combine our forces and we show to the Western Europe that we are united, that's the direction, because Ukraine is either a part of Europe, there won't be Ukraine, there is no other solution. The cruel East will damage us. If we keep this Western Europe, we have to talk to it from a position of self-reliance. We have to, it's enough to mention post-Soviet space. The Soviet Union collapsed 30 years ago. Russia emerged 30 years ago when the Soviet Union collapsed. And that was the time when independent Ukraine and independent Russia were created. Nobody understands that there is new Russia and new Ukraine. Over the period of 30 years, huge amounts of money were invested by the Russian government or propaganda. So fuels and gas are still a constraint in discussions on Ukraine. This is a painful experience, but there is no other choice than to keep this mirror in front of them to make them aware that they were wrong. Without this territory, there is no future. Thank you. I would like to thank both my partners, both previous speakers, for their correct opinions. I would like to add details. As for the authoritarian regime, it's very important to specify. I do not think Mr. Zelensky will be lured by authoritarianism. It is not the bad will of a president, of a politician, that will trigger the hazard. The hazard will come from the fact that our politics does not have the experience of democracy. We still have some problems with the authorities' attitude to opposition and with engaging the opposition in the search for the best development pathway of the state. We do not have a well-developed tradition of using the institutions in the state to build the consensus. As a lack of experience, we can generate hazard of authoritarian regime being created. How do I see Ukraine of the future? Even if we focus on safety and security, at the beginning of the 1990s, and the Budapest Memorandum showed it very well, the West learned that the only power that can ensure peace in the Western world was Russia. Russia got nuclear power, but they were told, control this area, control this eastern part. They think in a schematic way. They control, and you, other nations that enter this scheme, have no right for self-identification. You cannot join NATO because I'll get tantrums. You will simply violate this schematic approach. These are not the European values. That's why I would like to believe that Ukraine, which gets over human tragedies by the very fact that they have an aggressive country behind the border, will not be the source of aggression towards their neighbors. Quite to the contrary, using their neighbors, it fights for its independence, and it stands a good chance of becoming one of such centers. Ukraine will become one of the safety and security centers. I'm convinced about it. In August and September, we had a cycle of public service in the democratic initiatives centers. We were quite surprised by, our Western colleagues were quite surprised. We keep on asking the same questions. Our organizations is now 25 years old. No, sorry, 30 years old. Yeah, our organization celebrates 30th anniversary this year, and some of the questions we have been asking measure the condition of the society. Our Western colleagues were surprised by the fact that during the war, the loyalty for democracy support as the counterbalance for authoritarianism has increased, and it increased significantly. We were not surprised by that, but our Western colleagues were flabbergasted because their expectations were that the strong regime would be supported to make decisions faster, to reduce the number of procedures, but it didn't happen. Now, comparing to the previous year, the support for democracy has increased by 14%. Now 75% consider it the best way to save the society. And another thing that comes as a surprise to our Western colleagues is what emotions the Ukrainians have looking at their future. We've got victims, bloodshed, and some territories were occupied, but people were fighting for liberating our land. 75% felt optimistic. That was the question. What do you feel when you think about the future of Ukraine? Optimism. It was followed by hope. And the third place in the ranking, that was the fear, anxiety. You can experience both anxiety and optimism, or anxiety and hope, but generally speaking, Ukrainians are optimistic as for the future of their country. When it comes to the future of their families or their own future, there is a lot of fear, anxiety. More of it during the war. I've got a hypothesis and explanation that it ensures certain resistance and fight for independence that lets Ukrainians fight for their sovereignty for centuries. Now we are optimistic that regardless of the current situation, that we pay the most horrific price we could fight. Now we think this is the last war for independence. We'll win it and we'll never have to fight for independence again.
You deliver the survey and its representativeness in the world. I know that the West is not problematic. It's very interesting. And the second aspect I would like you to say about how will the society change if the conflict is becoming longer and longer. Women with young children left Ukraine, first of all, so some of them will go back, but if the war lasts longer, the people who will who think they have left temporarily, they will stay for good. So what is your perspective? If you sit far away from us, please wave. We all understand that now Ukraine is fighting for their life, so asking questions on details of the system after the war is probably premature. However, Poles are very curious whether Ukraine, after it wins the war, whether it will be conservative country or less conservative country, less conservative than Poland. Probably in Ukraine, being a Ukrainian is different than being a Pole because there is no religious or language identity. It's more civic in nature, probably. So could you tell me about your opinion on this? And one more question. And then, good evening. I wanted to ask about your perspective, about the perspective of the typical residents, inhabitants of Ukraine, when we are thinking of being the subject of Russia. Ukraine, let's say, Russians suggested that some of Lugansk or Kharkiv's districts will be taken, and then we will, once we take it, we will guarantee the security of your borders until you die. Is Ukraine ready to make some excuses, or whether the President Zelensky and Ukrainians think that it's either the border from before 2014 or the war continues? We have 2 minutes per each speaker. Maria, one question was for you. When it comes to the research, to the survey, it was either face-to-face study, so we were asking questions personally, or it was a telephone survey. Usually, these are direct interviews. These territories are different. In May, we could in Kharkiv district, actually we could go there to have some face-to-face service. Then it wasn't possible. So we were performing the interview. If it wasn't possible, we have recorded such result. In August, for instance, we didn't do the survey in Kherson district because 80% of this territory was occupied. And also in Zaporizhia, which is the occupied part, and in Lugansk district. In the other territories, we could deliver such service, and we did it. But month by month, methodologies have been changing. We always publish where such service were not possible to deliver. When it comes to compromise, Ukrainians before 2014 were not ready for compromise when only Donbas and Crimea were occupied. But we were told that if we agree to be for Crimea to be occupied, then Lugansk district will not be covered by the war. And we wanted to agree to this. Now, when we are asking people how they imagine Ukrainian victory during our service, whether they think of the borders from 1991 or whether they think that Crimea should be included, 72% of the respondents declared that they need to renew the territory of Ukraine as original. So 70 out of the 75%, half of them say that the Ukrainian victory will mean that all the Russian troops will back off. And others say that some respondents say that the Russian Empire has to be crushed. So there is nothing about NATO. They ignore NATO. And it's not possible that there will be peace with Russia. Minsk contacts have been very learning for Ukrainians. I think that the problem is that no one believes in the dialogue with Putin. What they are saying right now does not mean security in future. This is the problem. If we had realistic guarantees that it would happen, nobody would like to continue this war without the end. And the last question. In my opinion, I'm not a sociologist or futurologist. It's hard to compare Poland with Ukraine because Ukraine has always been multi-ethnic, multicultural, and multi-religious country. The country with diverse experience and cultural memory in different regions. That is why it's not possible that Ukraine is conservative in future. That it will have to address its diversity. On the one hand, it's a challenge, and on the other, it's a great opportunity for Ukraine to become a democratic country and this diversity will be the strength, the power. It will not be the source of conflicts. For example, some Ukrainians speak Russians, and in the past it was the source of conflict with other countries such as Russia. So once Ukrainians understand that the diversity is something that can turn Ukraine into a more powerful country, I think this is our future, and this is my hope. I belong to this 40% of people who have this hope. I will continue this thought because Ukraine has a mosaic identity. So we will have the centers of conservatism and modernism. I think that the future of Ukraine will be defined by young people. We have to watch young people. Now we cannot guess, but in my opinion, we will have to search for harmonious balance among different, sometimes controversial, opposing tendencies. That is why Ukraine will try to find a dynamic consensus. In some cases, it will be for conservatism, in other to modernism, so it will be a dynamic balance, and we will not find just one position where Ukraine will stop. Secondly, it applies to the aspect whether Ukraine is ready for compromise. I do agree. Nowadays, Ukraine is not ready, and it's not because we are blinded by our victory. It's not because we do not believe in compromise. It's quite reverse. For many years, we have been trying to find compromise, to strike compromise, and we were not successful with it. But we have seen how compromise in Georgia cost its territories, and the compromise didn't stop Russia. It was quite reverse. Crimean compromise didn't stop the war. It encouraged the aggressor to the war. So we do not want to have a new compromise with aggressive Russia. The compromise that would allow Russia to find new energy to heal Russian wounds and to restart a new war in Ukraine. Why do we foresee that in certain circumstances Russia will restart the war? It's because Russia will not change. It will only change when there is a sine qua non. It has to be unconditional agreement with Russia. So we are not ready for a compromise with Russia. One more comment. This panel was prepared by Batory Foundation. It was to reflect a cycle of debates we are starting from the beginning of the war. It was entitled Ukraine Speaks. So you can watch our website and you can see the videos from the previous debates. Some of the questions were actually asked and answered 2 weeks ago. We had discussions with Ukrainian sociologists. We were asking them about social determination and the possibility of compromise. I don't remember whether Natalia Chernyshin or someone else said it, but this person said that even if the political authority tries to strike the compromise, the nation will continue to fight, even without the state. So this is the moment of determination which have to be considered and noticed by the politicians. So this is one of the illustrations which shows what is going on in Ukraine. So please view the videos. Some of these aspects have been discussed. Today I would like to thank for this meeting, and I will just remind the panelists Tania Malarczuk, Mirosław Marynowicz, Maria Zolkina. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention and the questions. And I hope that you will enjoy the rest of the panels tonight and tomorrow. There will be still panels organized under the Freedom Games. Thank you.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person, and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it, and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Heute Ihre Ausreise.
Atlas Network is, as the name suggests, a network, and it's global. We work all around the world. We're based in the U.S. We have about 159 partners in the United States right now. and the bulk of our partners are outside, nearly 500 in total.
Atlas Network, it connects people from all over the world defending the idea of human dignity,
Good evening. Welcome to the next panel of the second day of the Freedom Games. Today we are going to talk about disinformation, propaganda, freedom of speech. I can hear the speaker. It works. So to begin with, we had some adventures. It's okay. I hope you can hear me now. So we are going to talk in the evening about disinformation, propaganda, freedom of speech on internet in the face of war. We are going to look at disinformation as one of the leading problems. The theme of the Freedom Games is the green independence. But I always say that disinformation is one of the biggest problems of future and present, because disinformation influences election, choices, attitudes, influences our society, changes attitudes, polarizes, and very often, unfortunately, it builds nationalism. We are going to talk about disinformation, mainly during the war. We'll be talking how Russia is using disinformation as a weapon. It uses disinformation not only from the 24th of February, it's been doing it for many years. Disinformation is an old tactic, but now we have new technologies, social media, and information that reaches us much faster. I would like to present our guests. Michał Gramatyka, a member to the Polish Parliament. Małgorzata Kilian-Grzegorczyk, the founder and president of the Demagog Association, which is an organization which deals with fact-checking. Aaron Korewa, the director of the Warsaw office of the Atlantic Council. Good evening. Marcin Olender, manager for government relations and public policies for the Central and Eastern Europe at Google. Good evening. My name is Maja Mazurkiewicz. I'm a co-founder of the Alliance for Europe, where we counteract disinformation and support strategic communication. Okay then. Tonight we are going to talk about disinformation, how it has changed our world. For over 2 years, we live with fear. Initially, we had pandemic. Disinformation was before discussed only by experts, and when pandemic started and pandemic-related topics emphasized the disinformation, shows how it changes attitudes and polarizes people. And the war and Russian invasion in Ukraine has strengthened and reinforced this topic. Kamila, I wanted to ask you, Małgorzata, I'm sorry. You are dealing with fact-checking, you are checking what is going on internet. And what have you noticed at the very beginning? It was the 24th of February. Everyone woke up and was very frightened, and you had to verify internet, and you had to see how it influences our environment. So let's start with Poland. Thank you very much for the invite. As you have mentioned, the Demagog Association verifies information which reaches us also from Ukraine, Russia, information that is manipulated, and the scale was very surprising, because never before in the modern history we have not experienced such a huge inflow of fake news. Our work is consistent daily monitoring of internet. We verify the information to detect fake news. When we are looking at the Russian disinformation, it's the unending work, because disinformation from Russia works at different levels. It's a system of babushkas, and the more we aspire to reach the truth, we discover there are more and more layers, and many centers. There are many centers which disseminate this information. We are looking at the international governmental levels. We are talking about the actors who spread disinformation and try to make this information credible. So this fight is very hard. We also witness, we listen to the opinions and needs of our readers. It's not about what we had to face, it was rather about the society, what they had to face. And people were completely lost in this information chaos, in this continuous receipt of information via social media or any other media. And it showed us that people do not need just verification of information. Our aim was to make the society more resilient to disinformation, to show them the structures of disinformation, which topics people have to be sensitive about. For example, the topic of Ukrainian nationalists, or some information on Ukrainians in Poland threaten Poles. So we have focused on sensitive areas, how Russia can operate and manipulate information, and we were to demonstrate simple tools people can use in their daily lives. So we had to concentrate how to verify info, but also how to make the society more educated and resilient. So disinformation polarizes and destabilizes. Russia doesn't need the consolidated strategy, communication strategy. They want to raise fear, uncertainty, and they were doing in Poland during the war. Aaron, we were talking how Russia acts in other countries. You are a Pole, American, Swede, so you've got the global perspective. You are also the head of Atlantic Council, where you work in different countries. So I'm sure that you have different perspective on Russian disinformation. What is your opinion? Thank you very much for the invitation. I am sorry. Sometimes maybe I will include some English words. If yes, please translate them, because I have lived in America. I was born in Sweden. My mom is from Poland. And our Atlantic Council organization was opened last month, so we are stronger together. So we want to build a transatlantic community. When it comes to the Russian propaganda, we can accuse Russians of many things, but they are not completely stupid in a way. They are stupid when we look at what they did since February. They made so many mistakes, so many crazy things that you can think they are totally stupid, but they know very well that Russia is weaker than the United States and the transatlantic community, that they have no chance to win with this community. So the only chance is when we start arguing, when we are not interested in Ukraine and the rest of the world, when we are only involved in our own problems and arguments and divisions. The Russian propaganda do not aim to convince them about their truths. It's rather more about convincing people that there are no truth and that people remain passive. Very often, Russian propaganda expresses some contradictions. For example, this issue of M18 airplane that was attacked by a missile. So they were saying that Ukrainians shot the plane, then they were saying that they used the rocket. So it's like a spaghetti tactic. You throw spaghetti on the wall to see which pattern will be seen. So Russian propaganda is interested in the weaknesses of societies, and Russians are often lost. They don't know about our strengths, and there are many such cases. For example, in Sweden recently, they were discussing their accession to NATO. So Russians were threatening us, threatening Sweden that nuclear weapons will be used. So Russians were trying to steer wrong attitude to NATO. So Russia was pushing, and of course Swedes went the other way. Good example from Poland, which shows that Russians failed. Russians didn't know that there would be friendship between Poland and Ukraine. Russians thought that when they talk about Bandera men, it will be enough to stir hatred. So everybody admires Ukrainian and this friendship between the two nations. So propaganda was efficient when they were using polarization. It's huge polarization. In Poland, we are witnessing similar experience. When Russia attacked Ukraine, they forgot that in America there is this ruling for the little guy. So this is how Russia behaves towards the neighbors. So Americans remember the Cold War, and they remember these are the Russians who are so bossy. So we have to show them their place. It's not them, it's us. In April I went to Hawaii, and we can say, we can think Hawaiians know nothing about Ukraine, but if you go to Honolulu, there are Ukrainian flags everywhere. Of course, there is a risk, a danger, but there is weakness of Russian propaganda. But we can counteract it. I'm sure we will be talking about it. Stronger together, it's an answer to disinformation.
Marcin, over to you, because I'm making a round showing what has happened, and then we'll try to find a remedy to what is happening. So, from Google's point of view, have you seen any intensified activity? YouTube is still present in Russia. So, what have you observed? What did you have to implement? Right, thank you. On the 24th of February, it came as a shock. We are still in the extraordinary war mode, but the phenomena were rooted in the game that Russia has been running for a dozen or so years. But the attack on Ukraine cast a different light, and extraordinary measures were taken. The truth is that YouTube is open. As a principle, anybody can publish anything. But principally, when we talk about disinformation, speaking nonsense and lying is not illegal in the free world, and essentially it is not against our rules. But in the case of COVID, we moved the limits because we thought about that disinformation about vaccination or the existence of some magical potions to cure COVID is dangerous, and such things have to be fought. Well, if there is a direct link between disinformation and the actual harm for the society, then we say stop. Flat Earth, okay. COVID doesn't exist, is not okay. But when the war started, we took unprecedented steps. Within a few days, which is very short in Google, First, we removed Russia Today, Sputnik, and other governmental and government-related channels. It was like a wave. Finally, in relation to the war, we removed thousands of channels and thousands of videos from different sites. Russia has been isolated. There are no Russian commercials, and Russian entities cannot advertise, and this is also cutting them from the sources of financing. That was a challenging decision because it deprives independent YouTubers from financing, but we considered it indispensable. The limits have been shifted or moved. There were some changes as for the policies. We negated violent events in such a sense that the war should not be described as special military operation. All these things are considered as negations of a violent event. And there were problems even with Russian authorities. Ms. Zakharova threatened us many times. We are in a state of alarm when we will be switched off once we remove another governmental video from Russia. We always expect that would be the moment. YouTube is the last portal, a web platform available for Russians. And if somebody wants, although many don't, wants to learn the truth, they can do it owing to YouTube. Hence, we think it's worth staying there as long as possible. For us, this is also the window inside Russia, and we can see some things that we wouldn't see otherwise. What about algorithms? Because very often YouTube makes suggestions after watching a video. Have you considered it in the context of disinformation? Because those which contain fake news and disinformation can be suggested. Principally, such content should not be recommended, not in relation to Russia, but generally. Since 2019, we've been implementing actions and measures to increase the number of sources of reliable information and reduce the number of those which are not reliable, because disinformation is a broad term. The point is that quality should be a very important criterion for algorithm, namely who it comes from, whether it's a trusted, reliable source. We've got some extra subsets where there is top news. It is only associated with videos from renowned sources such as BBC or CNN. It's not only in reference to Russia, but it works, and it's very useful when we want to limit Russian propaganda. Right, there is also Digital Services Act from the European Commission. It was signed by a number of websites, which obliges them to make thorough checks. But before we move on to all these measures, I've got the question to you, Michał. How has the Russian actions and invasion affected politics? in the context of foreign policy and what Małgorzata said, Russian disinformation often denied claiming that it's a nationalist state. So from the politician's point of view, how do you approach it? Also in the context of the election. As far as Russian aggression on Ukraine is concerned, there's no problem in Poland because we're all Ukrainians today. And we know that Ukraine fights to our benefits. It's at the forefront, and we are also there, but we are not fully aware that it is the fight for the free world and free Europe. Before the aggression, there had been the pandemic. The major problem related to disinformation on the internet is that people who believe it voice their opinions. They are resistant to reasonable arguments and they cannot be convinced to anything else. I've got a sheet of paper written with from top to bottom because one of the mayors of cities next to mine negated COVID. He claimed that an excellent way to handle what everybody calls COVID is to pray. This is one of the methods that help us spiritually get over this challenge, but he also said that vaccinations didn't work, that these were paramedic preparations. And he didn't voice this opinion as the inhabitant of Siemianowice Śląskie, but as the mayor of Siemianowice Śląskie. Such statements made in public promoted him onto the position of a leader of such groups. He was invited to many meetings, to groups, and YouTube did not remove his videos, but we'll talk about it later because now I know who I should talk to about it. The obligation of each of us is to inform everybody and inform the court about it. So everybody said that from the legal point of view, there is no way to respond, that there is no way to respond to such behavior. In Poland, if you are an officer, you can say nonsense, and this is something that is hazardous. It's detrimental. A group of people will believe him because he's the mayor of the cities, and if the mayor says so, there must be some truth in it. And this entails major health issues. Fortunately, I'm saying in inverted commas, when Russia invaded Ukraine, on accounts in the social media were against vaccinations disappeared, and they started showing that this is a justified aggression. And anti-vaccination topics have disappeared. Therefore, the people, the anti-vaccination groups in Silesia were quite content, I suppose. This is a huge challenge because whenever disinformation works, when it reaches our minds and it shifts the vector of our understanding of the phenomena that drive us, it can trigger particular political effects, such as the successes of Donald Trump or Cambridge Analytica. It was proven what percentage of the UK citizens was affected by the algorithm suggesting targeted content. It was very good that Digital Services Act and similar measures have been implemented. Digital Market Act also referred to it in a smaller, in a more limited sense. Our digital habitat has become safer as a result. It is not possible for anybody to buy political advertisement. It's not possible to place anything there. Even in TikTok, you have to think what content you publish, because the social media filter the content and they do not want to be misleading. Right. Not all digital services provisions have been implemented yet. You tackled upon a very important issue, which is the freedom of speech. Very often when we talk about disinformation, we talk about freedom of speech and to what extent we can remove something or say something. From this perspective, I want to refer to the Russian accounts that has been changing. We monitor a number of accounts which send different disinformation narratives. When you take a look at Russia and other disinforming entities, we have to admit that their strategy is really good. This is quite a simple strategy, in fact. It destabilizes, polarizes the society, and you don't have to do much to succeed. I'm just smiling when you talk about the freedom of speech. I don't want to talk about politics, but I'm a member of the Commission of Innovation and Digitalization and New Technologies in the Polish Parliament. We have been discussing the Digital Services Act, and there is a requirement which states that digital platforms will be allowed to cancel an account there would be a body to refer to. During this commission, during the meeting of the commission, typically not everybody comes. Nobody in the Polish parliament knows anything about the digitalization. But once there was a discussion about the freedom of speech, the elite of the ruling party arrived, and it was right after the account of the Polish political organization was cancelled, and they decided the Polish government will settle all the disputes. It was really funny because we all know what the attitude of the Polish government is to the freedom of speech and to interfering into our rights the right to check what collect them. They've got the appetite for it as I do for steaks. So it was really real fun. Right, there was even the idea behind derived from the protection of the freedom of speech. I'm not going to talk about Polish politics because soon we'll learn that there are American agents here that will be produced by Russian disinformation. But you referred to very important aspects. Leaders. It matters when you are in the position of responsibility and you know that words matter, that what you say is not fun, is not game, that it is meaningful. The second thing, when it comes to people who believe this information, the phenomenon can be described by the fact that these are the people who feel they don't hold their lot in their hands, that something that's happening around them cannot be changed or affected. They invent a vision of the world where there are huge powers, elites, authorities, and I am the only one who knows the truth. I'm not going to be lured by vaccination. I'm not going to listen to the elites talking about Russia because I know the truth, which is nothing but the truth. I'm the superhero. I'm the Batman who can see everything. And typically, it's a man with internet connection, and that's it. So that's a challenge. That's tough because, as we heard, some reasonable arguments do not work because it's difficult to change the mindset. Right, once in fear and we change our thinking, we can be easily reached by disinformation. Marcin? I would like to elaborate on what Michał said. It's very interesting. This is a general act. For example, it includes regulations which reflect concern that websites should not arbitrarily remove such accounts. We talk about that now, and we know that it will be more difficult to cancel, to remove disinforming accounts. I don't know how we are going to implement the regulation provision that states that your account contributes to lower ranking of the website. We keep some content away from algorithms, and then once the act is implemented, we'll have to inform the people so that they can take any preventive measures to enter the algorithm. You have to be really cautious when it comes to such regulations, because even though you will to do something good, you can do the opposite. And as for the mayor of Siemianowice Śląskie, if you see something bad which should be removed, please report it, because it works. Perhaps not always so fast, but it's worth reporting it, as otherwise we won't be able to remove any longer speeches. Now I know, but if it's a longer, complex presentation, the algorithm may not be able to capture it. Reporting matters in this respect. What should we do to take advantage of these algorithms? We have a diversified and interesting group of panelists. We complain a lot. We say what has been happening, and we analyze a situation which is dangerous. Disinformation is dangerous. If we don't talk about it, if we don't educate people, we'll have a much serious problem. We also said that Russia has clear strategies, and the same applies to other actors who use disinformation. What can we do to create such a strategy? If we look back at 2008, 2009, if we had been listening to other stakeholders in the European Union, we would have learned that southern member states talked about the refugee crisis. In 2014, there was the first Russian invasion on Ukraine. Poland and Central Eastern European countries said we had to be careful because Russia would strike again. And nothing has been done. Now we sit here and say we have to be careful because disinformation changes our stance, changes our approach. We're in a situation in which we have lots of Ukrainian refugees, which is great, but it is also dangerous and it might lead to polarization. So perhaps we could dream on and use the things that we do together to create a strategy for the future. What to do to stop disinformation, to be stronger together.
I would like to start. I represent an NGO, but we operate at different levels. And I think that if we do not act together, this fight will be always lost. So we should start with the actions addressed to the citizens. Campaign, information campaign on disinformation should be implemented. We should try to educate citizens. This is the level which can be done by each one of us. We can use technological platforms, politicians can be used, or any other organizations can be used. We can also look at the international level. The European Commission recently has done a lot in this context and imposes some obligations for the platforms. As the Demagogue Association, we cooperate with these platforms and we are very happy with these initiatives. We started cooperation with Facebook, hence we can show citizens some facts. You have asked what freedom of speech means. It's not about presenting one single perspective. It's rather about giving choices to the society and to show them the real facts and which alternatives are available. So by our cooperation with Facebook, we can show this perspective. We can identify, label disinformation contents. We can also observe the actors who disseminate disinformation. They are very often the profiles which base on emotions. They know exactly how to create messages to make them popular and go viral. So this is very important. And internally, we've had long discussions what to do. I think we're still not doing enough, and if we do not have educated and resilient society, all these actions will fail. So we need a coalition focused on education and strengthening the social tissue. I think it's really important. Great, so we have regulations, we are identifying content, so we mean the education. It's not only education for school, but it's the education we can deliver via internet. We cooperate with University of Berkeley. We have some tools available, and we can work using these tools together to do more. What's next? Well, I have some problems with Demagogue. I have seen in 5 cases they have actually decided that the contents I have shared is fake, but great that there are initiatives that check facts and they check what politicians say. This association shows when the politicians simply lie. So apart from the individual case of mine, I'm really all for such initiatives. Of course, we will implement the digital tribe package into the Polish law systems. It will take place in the next consecutive years. Artificial Intelligence Act is also a part of this legislation, so it will be addressed in the Polish legislation. When it comes to politicians, there is a problem with politicians. Politicians themselves very often use disinformation. When you watch TVN station, you see a completely different word than the word you are watching in the public TV station, and it's not incidental. In the ideal ecosystem, all the TV stations would be showing the same contents, events, the same main characters, but by selecting the topics, selecting the videos and commentaries, we can see 2 completely different words which do not have much in common. When it comes to politicians, very often they publish fake news of things they have not been changed to raise some emotions in the citizens, to convince more people to vote for them. The refugee crisis in Poland allowed the Law and Justice Party win the latest election. They used this crisis cynically. The fears have been used. Also, the low level of our education has been used. So, if we are to be responsible, we need to provide you with the know-how. We have to make sure that only the truth is disseminated, and hopefully it will be easy to check whether it's true or not. The problem, however, is that in our world everything happens very fast. So an article is published and we only read the headline, and then we develop the image of the world based on this headline. So we have to take care of the education. In our group we have the following rule. We do not reach for some cynical manipulations. We are trying to check the contents. I'm sure that there is a big group of people who are not convinced about it. They follow some stereotypes which are reinforced by our peers on the other side of the barricade. I do not want to get into the politics. I just want to show some mechanisms that govern this process. I'm always asking questions when I am in the parliament or when I'm on the TV, when I confront my colleagues from other political parties. I am just asking questions, and I ask them, what does it really look like? Or I ask if I'm sure that somebody is lying to achieve some effect. I just love discussions with Janusz Kowalski, who talks a lot about the energy sector, and he is always telling lies. My questions are very precise, and it's helpful to show that he's lying. Short time. What to do that the communication is more strategic. Even when we look at Poland, there is disinformation and there is also miscommunication. Both these phenomena coexist. I think that politicians, and not only politicians, use new technologies and means of communication. So we need to use a better strategic communication, so not just to answer the contents. It's not, we shouldn't only just use the fact checking. There are different theories that work. The Atlantic Council has the same approach, so the free banking is an example. If we see some context, we shouldn't write more about them because it's like we're supplying them with extra oxygen. So we have to disseminate contents based on values, unification. Is it possible in politics? I don't agree with you that politicians don't use modern technologies. TikTok has recently limited the reach of the context to politicians because in TikTok they decided that more and more politicians share contents. Before, a fragment of the TV show could be disseminated and you could reach millions of people, and now it's not possible. Only some credible videos are shared via TikTok. Recently I took part in a discussion with the heads of TikTok in Poland, and they said they do not want to have politics in this social medium. I wonder how they will achieve this. We will see. Very often new technologies are used by politicians. Sometimes they often pretend they do not use modern technologies, but believe me, they are using them. So it's another information. Politicians use media and technologies. We will see how it will evolve. There are many interesting ideas in Brussels, for example, limiting the use of political advertisements on internet. This is another many ideas by the European Commission. It's a good idea, in my opinion. It's quite controversial, and this code is another good idea. The code of good practice in terms of preventing disinformation. So the Commission has negotiated with some companies, and some obligations, some undertakings have been expressed. So I think it will work well. Aaron, I love this catchphrase catchphrase of yours, stronger together. Małgosia has also said it. It has to be a package of joint actions. We have to reinforce each other. Legislation, code, the so-called soft law is also important. Education is hyper important. So, educated and critical society which is competent in media, is a society that is difficult to manipulate. I don't know whether you sometimes watch YouTube. Have you seen an ad? I'm joking. It's a niche video platform. Have you seen these ads or videos? Social campaign. Actually, we have cooperated with Demagogue on this campaign. So they are using the technique of the so-called pre-banking. So they are showing how such banks can manipulate us, so they make the society resilient to such actions. So it's one of the results of a broad programs after the invasion of Russia against Ukraine, and we started to deliver it. We will also deliver next educational projects, and we will have a broader cooperation with such organizations as Demagogue, not only in Poland but in the region, to create a network of sharing good practices to strengthen each other, and we will support such organizations in their work. And on the other hand, we will want to get knowledge from them how to strengthen our actions. So definitely education is required, and good cooperation, and maybe a little bit of regulations which will be used as a spice. I'm very happy about this cooperation. I think it's worth discussing. We have to work together. Lots of smart things have been expressed on strategic communication. I must say that leaders should treat their audiences as adults and mature people who understand the truth, understand the reality, and they shouldn't be lied to make sure that politicians communicate their messages. It's not so difficult to tell the truth. Education. I'm not 100% sure. I don't think that it's a bigger problem in the West that we do not teach critical thinking. It starts at schools. Actually, in America, in Sweden, probably also in Poland. I didn't live in Poland for a long time, but people say, I can think critically, but what does it mean? Can you see that the US government is saying something, you don't like the US government, so you say it's the other way around, so it's not critical, it's just like pointing at someone with your finger. You can train chimpanzee to show different direction than the direction proposed by the US government. I like the things performed by the technological companies. I don't know all initiatives in detail. I know that there is a function available so that you can pass the information on via Twitter. So you can and there is a kind of a signal. You have only read the headline, but maybe you would like to read the whole article. Russian state in media. This is another article. It really reveals Russian methods. So you have to warn people. You are a megaphone, a loudspeaker for Putin. It blocks emotions nicely. So this is how this information works. Sometimes the rules on what can be published, what cannot be. I don't know the situation in Poland, but I know that in many Western states there is a problem that people don't understand how these regulations, how these rules work. My colleague sent me a photo with Vladimir Putin naked, but he had women's breast, and there was a caption, "Russian vaccine has no side effects." I thought it was funny, so I shared it via Facebook. So I was blocked because you can not show naked bodies on Facebook. So I understand this rule. My mom said that now during the election in Sweden, she wrote something on Facebook. She wrote that the crime rate is increasing, people don't feel safe, and it was blocked. Why? Because it's similar to the narrative of the radical right wing. Is it radical wing that people are afraid of crime? This is not quite clear to people. Unfortunately, many people will not believe in fact-checking. I don't know if it happens in Poland, but it's a major problem in the West, in the United States. People say they do not believe in fact-checking. They say it's done by liberals. They want to cut off the voice of conservatives. So a short commentary, because I would like to ask the audience to intervene. So I think I have thought of a nice solutions. I think that in the social media, the posts that are affiliated by politicians but not written by politicians should be labeled. So social media users should know when Michał Gramatyka writes to him or when it's done by his social assistants using the same account. Now it's not really clear. When you go onto Twitter, you don't know whether it's Prime Minister Morawiecki who writes posts to you, or maybe it's done by the agency hired by the Prime Minister. So this information should be introduced, because then we would know who is writing to us. Once when there was a technical problem with Facebook, actually we discovered who were the authors of some accounts, and then it was discovered that the same agency is managing profiles of different political parties, and the users were unaware of this. They don't know that these agencies also run accounts of Coca-Cola or Nike, but you don't vote for Coca-Cola. But if it's for different MPs, it's important. I have seen politicians who also write their own contents. I would just like to emphasize one thing. Michał said that everything is going on very quickly. Aaron said that in TikTok there is this mechanism which says, hang on a second. So our next campaign, which has been already launched in the States, is the campaign called Start the Pause. Slow down, push the pause button, think for a second. I am an old man, I don't use TikTok. Only Twitter is my medium. It's a very important aspect added to our list. We have to be more aware of ourselves, how we consume media, and aware of our emotions. I will read out the list. It's quite broad, what we can do. So education for critical thinking, regulations, labeling, context, fact-checking, code of good practices, strategic communication, and cooperation. I think cooperation is most important, because all of us, I think, can see that there is no one golden method to fix this information. So we have to work together to generate the change. I can see some hands raised. So please pass the mic. Good evening. I was listening to this debate and it sounded very optimistic. I am under the impression that it's about political interest. Everybody fosters and promotes their interest, and the reality is quite dark. How the freedom of speech is connected with responsibility. There is the Council of Ethics. We know how internet operates, how the algorithm works. So I can see very dark reality, And I have heard completely different things from you. You are talking about disinformation. You are saying that Russians do not manage very well in Sweden, in Poland. They were doing very well in the States until a certain time. Actually, in the United States, there is this threat of authoritarianism. You have covered two key things: critical thinking and the lack of truth. It's not about the truth. So the question is, how should we cope with this? Because wonderful slogans, but I think that it's not integrated. Russians were doing very well in the United States. They still manage very well in the United States. But I heard something different. Maybe Aaron could comment. I received reality check. It's very important. Thank you. Well, it's not all so optimistic. A lot of work has to be done. I do not have any good answers. I am bullish when it comes to America and the West. We can see the alternatives. I don't think that it is possible to do something with an algorithm. It's not about technical solutions. Actually, they can be helpful. Okay, they can be helpful. I am not an expert in technology, so I cannot address this. That's why I'm talking about education and critical thinking. In the United States, the situation is not so good. It's a fact. The committee of the 6th of January has not convinced all. But the surveys show that there are more Republican Party supporters who say, I like the party, but I don't like Donald Trump. Not all of them say this, but there are more of such people. So something has worked. So you have to tell the truth. You have to talk about the actual situation. It will not resolve all the issues, but it will be helpful. I would like to comment. Our role is very difficult because association has operated for 8 years. And we were acting single-handed. Everybody was asking, what do we need fact-checking for? Why to check this information? But now we know it's a threat. So, from my perspective, I think it's great that now we are talking about it, that we are fighting disinformation, and this fight is of strategic importance at the level of platforms that can also become accountable for the contents they disseminate. It's the accountability, responsibility of ourselves. It relates to the future. That's why I emphasize education and critical thinking. I do not want to make other entities responsible, but if we do not have this bottom-up pressure, nothing will change, and we will pretend that everybody knows the reality. Russians, we have not talked about trolls and bots, which do a lot of damage in the internet. People are deceived. It's incredible that people discuss with bots, and it really happens. So without the elementary education, we are not talking about the rocket science, manipulation techniques, models of working. We have to make sure that people reach for credible information sources. So maybe the enthusiasm is due to the fact that we are talking about it and we are raising the awareness.
Well, I disagree with you that this is a dull image. When you watch Hacking the World video, where the mechanism of Cambridge Analytica is described, it's no longer feasible due to some regulations implemented in the legal system, and that websites undertook to follow. It's not possible to buy political, commercial, because it won't be verified and people won't see it. There are plenty of regulations nowadays that are aimed to make all these social media websites and digital worlds we have access to more transparent and more predictable. The process progresses, the knowledge has become broader, and the information can be checked. So the situation is not as black as it's painted, though we are far from perfect situation. Increasing society's awareness is a way to ensure common security, but I don't think it's not so dark, it's not so black. I think it is, and I am really scared because this information affects our life and it will affect it even more in the future. But sitting here, I'm full of hope because the topic of this information is mentioned in conferences. It's reverberated by the European Commission. Can we take one more question? That's the question to from the audience. Right. Me, as Ukrainian, I always have problems with algorithms because they always are supposed to protect us against disinformation, propaganda. But recently, we have had a problem that the majority of posts have been blocked because they are this is not proper content or not suitable content. Is it a violation of the freedom of speech or the impact of bots? YouTube has not been mentioned. Every platform operates in a different way. We need to remember that Facebook and Twitter are different. Every case is different. But sometimes there are side effects. Aaron, you mentioned about Putin's breast. Disinformation. Yeah, apparent disinformation. Yeah, my point is that there are some side effects, unintended. So we need to work to ensure as many positive side effects and as little negative side effects as possible. I cannot comment on the specific cases. Algorithms push us into bubbles, but we need to act every attempt. Last question. Two minutes and we have to finish. The gentleman near the wall was the first one. Yeah, the man in glasses. Good evening, Maciej Sokół, Wolna Szkoła, Free School. Do you think that understanding the mechanisms that rule social media should be included in the curriculum of public schools? Yes, it should. Poland 2050 has it in the political program. For half a day I've been arguing for it because previously I participated in a debate on the future of education and I tried to say that it's necessary to create benchmarks to check knowledge and that we need algorithms to check how a particular school teaches. I said the majority of jobs that these children will have do not exist and we can't call them. We don't know what competence will be necessary to perform these jobs. So if we do not think forward and if we don't implement social media, IT technologies, and gaining resilience to disinformation and to hazardous content, we won't go far. Right. I recommend the Aces of Internet program. Then I can tell you more about it. Under Szkoła z Klasą Foundation, we are going to collaborate. Teachers come to our society and they want us to run classes based on critical thinking, but it's media and digital education. It's important to say how internet media work. There was a very interesting panel about education, and I do hope we'll manage to establish such a coalition and activate critical thinking. Great, so on an optimistic note, we close this panel. I hope we'll sit, discuss, act, and change Poland and the world for the better. Thank you.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise
Do you still have the power to clap your hands? 8:30, the entire day of meetings. I really doubted whether you will have more power. So, once again. Good evening. It seems that Martyna doesn't have to be introduced, but I will turn to you and I will introduce Ania Pamuła to you. First of all, we are friends, and that's the most important thing. Secondly, we've been working together at Kobieca na krańcu świata, in different parts of the world. So we met in our professional space. On Monday, the book will be brought out. What do you want to say to the world? Co chcesz powiedzieć światu? Saying that Ania helped me is saying nothing. Ania is an excellent journalist and author of books. So welcome, please welcome Ania. I am here to give the floor to you. You have just mentioned women, programs, books, but your main role is to talk to people all over the world, women principally. Very often these are the women whose voice has not been heard. I would like to ask you to tell us a story about which of them changed you, inspired you, or moved you. It's always difficult to answer such a question because I feel that telling specific stories and specific experiences it's like selecting which child I love most. I love all of them equally, and save for all these stories that create the jigsaw of my life, I wouldn't be here. There are those which I remember deeper, however. The one which determines Kobieta na krańcu świata, women at the end of the world, is like a mission. It's not only a TV show, it's more like a phenomenon. That's the protagonist, Carmen Rojas, of the first season. I met her in Bolivia. She has been a wrestler fighting to ensure a better life for her children. She sat in front of me 15 years ago and she started telling the story of her experience with home violence. I understood back then that this TV show is something more, that it is the opportunity to give the voice to those who didn't have it. Carmen spoke on her behalf and on behalf of all women in Bolivia and all women who experienced home violence. For the first time ever, she has felt important and listened to. Offering attention is the most important thing we can do. Giving attention, not giving advice. This meeting gave a lot to me and it changed my approach to the mission. And we still keep in touch. What has changed throughout the 15 years? There was Carmen, and now I think about our trip to Mexico. I was really shocked there because we met Marbella there. That's the topic which opens a box with moving emotions. The story that we worked at together and where we experienced this, it's a story of Marbella, who lives in a shelter for homeless old prostitutes. and I cannot come to terms to such a description, so I'd rather say that Marbella used to live in a house for sexual worker, and now she's in crisis of homelessness. And I dedicated my book to her because her book, her story is moving. She did what she did because she felt she had no choice. She wanted to ensure a good life for her children, to ensure that they study, and that's why she followed this profession. She keeps on saying that she did it for children and she didn't regret it, but children did not accept her decision. They expelled her from home when they were adult, and she was left alone in the street, and she wanted to tell her story to the world. She couldn't do it, and I decided to help her. You asked me what has changed throughout the 15 years. A lot has changed, but not enough. 15 years ago, when I started the TV show Kobieta na krańcu świata, everybody asked me who is going to watch it. The topic of women's rights and equal rights was not as trendy as it is now. I'm very happy to see this trend, but back then it was considered a whim, or like telling about women that Poles have nothing in common with. What do Poles have in common with women from Bolivia or New Guinea? It turns out that there are more common features. Every people in the world, all the people share the same dreams. They want to be happy, they want to be loved, they want to love, and they want to ensure better lives for their families than they used to have. They want their dears not to repeat their mistakes. So I felt a kind of sisterhood with them, and I know from you that this is also your viewpoint. It's like a mirror for yourself. That's the universal aspect that is important for me as well. Since you've met so many women who got the voice, but when did you feel you can voice your opinions? When did you evolve as a woman? You were the first woman who had a show about automotive sector, then participated in Paris-Dakar, and you did many things that women had not done before you. Now the foundation in which you work, in which you help other women. I wanted to be a boy, and you know the story very well. When I was little, I thought boys have more interesting and better lives, and they could do everything that girls couldn't do. Now I'm 48, I was born in 1974. There are many young people here, so I have to say these were the times when women couldn't do many things, and in many cases they still can't. Answering your question, I will say that my voice was not full. I was simply barking. I felt I was in a wrong place, in a wrong time, and it was barking. I was loud, I voiced my needs, but that was not the real voice from my interior, from my abdomen. It was the anger, barking. I wanted to be the motorized driver. I wanted to do everything that girls were not allowed to do, and then I wanted to do things reserved for men. But that was not my real voice. The moment when I learned what my voice sounds, it was the moment when I became a mother. That was a breakthrough. first I was decomposed into Martyna before and after the baby's birth, and then it was not that I had been cheating back then, but that was the moment when I started to perceive world in a different way. I reached the core of my femininity and sensitivity. I'm not saying that males are not sensitive, but I reached the emotions that I had not been aware of, or that I had tried to hide. So it was 15 years ago. I met you first when your inner voice was strong. You might remember Martyna as a journalist, the one who was climbing the highest mountains. I know you as a single mother who heats up her child's soup, and as independent person. I got the best piece of advice for you when I was in difficulty. You said you have to take care of your life, including your finance. Although it's taboo, you're economist, you have economic background. You offered a very important finance management lesson. That's the most important weapon in women's fight. I do agree, so thank you very much for this question. It's not coquetry, but it's essential. It's easier for us to talk about sex than about money, don't you think so, girls? I'm talking to women because talking about money openly is a challenge. It's difficult for us. On the one hand, we've got lots of opportunities, but on the other hand, we are stuck to stereotypes. And when we know that if you talk with your partner before wedding or when you get divorced, let's hope you're not going to experience it, it deprives you of some romantic aspects. Owing to money, their own money, women can be free. They can stand firmly no matter what their lives look like. I'm not saying that your husband leaves you because they find a new, better model, but they can also die. It turns out that the woman who relies on her partner in her goodwill, because that was the division of the roles, if it's a conscious decision, then all right, you have to be aware of the consequences. I remember our conversation about the money. I told you to negotiate at home and at work and to fight for it. It's taking care of your future, taking care of the future of your children. Economic independence for me has always been very important. I don't mean huge money, because my financial situation wasn't as good as it is now. But at the back of my head, I always knew I wanted to be independent. Right, we are still in the moment where working at home or housework is not considered work, but your work also includes taking care of your child.
The work is also for taking care of your child, making sure that she or he feels stable and safe. And sometimes we hear, well, you do not work, but hello, I look after my house. I am a housewife. Well, this specific person works at home. She does housework. So When we were writing the book, when we were editing some sentences, I wanted to make sure that there are no phrases that would change the reality. So please say that women work at home. They look after the home and bring up children. It's an unpaid work. It should have been paid for. And this is something that still remains unresolved. Let's get back to your book when you give a voice to women. I wanted to ask you about Corinne Clyde. I love this story. I'm always excited about the stories I became familiar with and I have described in this book. So you want me to describe how we have met? Well, I was in an office of the Nuez Foundation 3 years ago. Unaweza Foundation was established. It means in Swahili, you can. Why Swahili language was the source? Because it all started with my daughter, Kabula, who lives in Tanzania. She uses Swahili language. So I went to this foundation, to its office, and a woman comes in. She is quite slim. She's wearing smart clothes, white shirt, and she starts telling me her story. And she told me that she's 52 years old and she intends to run ultra marathon on the Namib Desert, one of the hardest ultra marathon in the world. It covers 250 kilometers through the desert in extreme conditions, and she told me that she intends to run this ultra marathon and additional 3 marathon. So she's going to run 1,000 kilometers throughout 4 most dangerous deserts in the world. And of course, she's got the purpose to do it. She wants to run and raise money for Unaweza Foundation and then to give the money to the beneficiaries. So I was listening to her, and then she told me that she was going to raise the money. So I was asking her, what kind of money do you have in mind? Well, how much money? 10,000 or more? And she told me that she intends to raise 1 million. 1 million. Well, I started listening with interest. And this is how I met Corinne. And she also told me that she never was running before, and this is probably most interesting aspect of this story. So I was really impressed. She was never running. Well, so she said when I was 5, she was 50, but she looked as if she had 30. So she said, when I was 50, I had this depression. My 2 daughters left the home to study. Oh, she has 2 adult daughters, and she looks like a teenager. So she said, I was a crisis. My weight was 20 kilos more, and I decided I'm going to do something with my life, and I decided to run ultra marathons. By education, my profession, actually I'm the president of one company, I'm the executive director in the other company. So I discovered this very special story. She was born in Mauritius, she studied in China, she fell in love with a Pole, she moved to Poland, she lives in Poland, and she decided she wants to pass all the money for a project for women in Poland, not in Mauritius. She said she wanted to raise money for women, and it was the money for Polish disabled sportsmen to take part in the Olympic Games. So she ran through Atacama Desert. Now she's getting ready for her run in Gobi Desert. She plans to raise 500,000 zlotys, and the next project is called Młode Głowy, and it's for the psychiatric care. So this is the last chapter in the book. What do you want to tell the world? You can buy this book from Monday, but in stores it will be available on the 22nd of November, but you will be able to buy it on Monday under the pre-sale. Corinne was running throughout deserts. Well, I was so excited when I was reading her story. And you started diving. Actually, not so long ago, you were diving. You were writing to me, I'm in Egypt, I'm going to dive several meters down. Let's be precise. That's the conversation we had. I told you, Anya, I am ready. I decided I'm going to do it. I'm going to dive. The plan was 100 meters. And you said, okay, okay. And as it happens, Anya's husband is a scuba diver. He's also a cameraman. And I think that you didn't quite understood me. And so you said, you told your husband that, well, Martyna wants to dive, 100-meter dive. This is what she's planning. And then you called me again. You said, hey, but it's very dangerous. I was diving for 3 minutes, and I don't think it was even the depth of 1 meter. So Jacques didn't convince you about my plan. Jacques is French. Anya lives in Paris. So she came here to watch from Paris. She actually lives in the suburbs of Paris. No, from Paris. So I decided, I started to dive many years ago. And I dived a lot. I wanted to dive deeper and deeper. And I had an accident, deep diving accident, which resulted in the fact that I spent 6 days in the decompression chamber. I lost vision and I stopped feeling in my right hand side. So there were lots of complications. They were not all caused by me, but this is what happened. So they didn't allow me to dive. Then I was involved in other hobbies. Then I broke my spine. Then I climbed Mount Everest. I had a baby. I did the project Women in the End of the World. And so I decided, I said to myself, Mania, maybe we should start diving. So we went to Egypt. I started diving with my daughter. I wanted to show underwater world to my daughter. I was a dive master. I was teaching people how to dive, and I forgot about this dream. So I started diving with her, and I decided I wanted to start diving again. So first trip and the next one, I started to get ready for the project, but I had this feeling that this deep diving is probably not for me. And when I went to dive in September this year, I decided that I was so concentrated, that I am so good at diving. So I dived to the depth of 105 meters, and you told me about it later. That's true. And probably this is not the end of diving. I love being underwater. It's important because I started to implement this project 18 years ago. 18 years. So what does it say about me? Well, you cannot stop dreaming. Sometimes you have to remember your dreams. It gives you great satisfaction. After 18 years, when you finish something you started 18 years ago, it makes you really happy. Well, we are talking about the underwater world, so you also dived with sharks. And now we proceed with the main character of one of the characters of the book, Ella Addison. She was 5 when she started diving with sharks. So you're not going to say, oh, 5-year-old child. Would you allow your child to do this? Dive with sharks? Yes? No? Well, her parents didn't allow her, but they were researchers. They were researching sharks, they were dealing with preservation of sharks, so they didn't allow her to dive when she was 5. She just jumped into the water where there were lots of sharks, and this is how it all started. So she was 5, and this is when she started diving with sharks. She continues to do it, and then she started to fight for sharks. Sharks are very interesting animals. I am writing about them in my book, What Do You Want to Tell the World? So can you imagine? Let's try to remember the movie by Steven Spielberg, The Jaws. You can remember the music theme from the movie. It's a great movie, but it has nothing to do with real sharks. It's science fiction. The movie has harmed the sharks a lot. Do you know how many people are killed by sharks a year? I cannot hear. 4, 5, maybe 6, 10. It was probably the worst season. How many sharks are killed by people to take revenge? Thousands, right? 180 million. Not thousands, millions. 180 millions where majority of sharks are killed to make soup of shark's fins. It's very popular in Asia. It is to provide potency, sexual capacity, and some other things that are great for our health. It's not true. So the sharks are killed brutally. The fins are cut away, and such animals, such hurt animals are thrown back to water, and they die for a long time painfully. So if we realize the absurd activities of human beings, we do not respect the planet, animals, living creatures. This is the theme of the Freedom Games, all the panels that are taking place here. We do not have planet B, and we have to realize this right now. We have to start action right now. Ella Addison is only one of the young activists who want to protect the planet. So young people who have such need, feel this need, there are many of them. Ella says that we are young and we want to fix what you have broken.
She shows that this is also the crisis of child's rights. We don't consider it that way, but children fear that there will be shortages of water, that the earth temperature is rising, and that we face a migration crisis, as a result of which people have to escape. They have to change the place where they live. They don't have water for themselves, for their animals. That's the real crisis. The crisis we must not neglect. The children whom we deprive for the chance to exist, to live, and for this sense of security, this is something terrible we do to our children. That's why we mention children's rights in this context. This is the last moment to change it. And the last question, because then I would like to give the floor to our audience. And I wanted to ask, what do you want to tell to the world today, tonight? I talked about it in the material we prepared together for Wysokie Obcasy magazine when we were communicating this campaign. I wrote it in the introduction to the book. I would like to say to the world, enough. Enough of many things. Enough of a passive approach, doing stupid things when there are so many things going on in the world. I'm fed up with fighting for one's ego, and it leads to such wars as this one. It's a fighting for ego by a terrible man. I'm fed up with keeping quiet. It's time to speak up and to voice what we want to say. I do believe it nowadays, and now we have to tell the world what matters. Peace, love, hope. These are the things that really matter. These are the words I would like to articulate, but I do believe each of you has your words. You can also use hashtag what do you want to say to the world and say your word out, just like Larissa, who had to escape from Irpin as a result of the war. She escaped with 7 children. These are not her own biological children. Her biological son had to remain in Ukraine, and now she has 2 more children that she takes care of. She lost the sense of security, she lost her home, and she had to escape to the neighboring country. There are many stories I could share with you, but I'm interested in your stories. Each of you has a story and the important word you want to tell the world. All right, so I choose hope. That's what I'm going to stick to. Thank you, Martyna. And now I would like to give the floor to our audience. So let's distribute the mics. I'm Małgorzata Jaguś, and I would like to ask you, because you achieved a lot, which project are you most proud of and why? I'm most proud of my daughter, Mary. It's not a project. Yeah, she prepares cucumber soups. I never let my child leave home without breakfast. She says I exaggerate with her care. You can call me by my name if you want. You can climb Mount Everest and the highest mountains. You can dive through all the oceans. You can do whatever you want, but there is nothing more important than your family and your relations. All these statuettes, diplomas, handshakes, and all the presents, it doesn't make sense. There is nothing more important than health that we learned during the pandemic, and our nearest and dearest. I'm proud of my daughters, Mary and Kabula, who just started her studies in law. She suffers from albinism. She lives in Tanzania. She doesn't have one hand because it was cut off when she was a little girl. She almost can't see, and she has a poor sense of hearing. And she recorded Believe record. That's a good word. I would like to tell you about the Unawazaniu project. So that's the icing on the cake. Good evening. I would like to find out, how do you find these women? Just like I found you. It happens this way. We've got 8 billion people in the world. Half of them are women. 4 billion stories. So a lot of stories to tell. We've got plenty of work to do, Anya. Right? We'll have plenty of work. You have to be open and curious of the world. I keep hearing these stories in the press, on the internet. I read a sentence and I try to learn more about it. Sometimes I tell a story about a person, or I'm looking for a person representing a phenomenon. Sometimes you go to a place in a remote part of the world, you are stopped by the police, you are deported, and you say, oh, what can I do? I will go to a neighboring country. You go there, you fly, you drive, you reach a village, and then you think, you're going to be our protagonist. That's the real story from Thailand, from Padang ethnic group. This is the story of a person from Bangladesh who I selected from a school group. And there are more similar stories. I do believe every person has their story. Now it's like a network of people all over the world who write to me, and you write to me. I get stories from people, so it's worth learning more about the person. I've got at least 50 ideas for the next episodes. But perhaps one day I'll make a program about you. Good evening. I would like to ask the following thing. Since I read Mr. Harari's book about Homo sapiens and humankind, there was a chapter devoted to patriarchy. He claims that we cannot say why it is so strong. There are some opposing ideas why societies focus around masculine ideas. You traveled around the world, you saw different cultures and societies based on a patriarchal system. Intuitively, can you answer the question why this is still an issue, why in the 21st century it should be over? I am shocked. I'm appalled. Amazing. Do you know why there is patriarchal system in the world? Because there are not enough men just like you, in brief. Respect. A round of applause for this gentleman. I read Harari, but answering your question about what I saw, it still remains because males observe it. Money is one of the control tools. Women are prevented from becoming independent. One of the methods can be to deprive women of some parts of their body, of the pleasure and of identity. In Malawi, the girls after the first period are group raped by senior males, and this means they can enter real life. How does it define their position? If somebody does something like that to you, you feel you cannot decide about anything. But there are some softer forms. For instance, in order to make women take care of their families and of their homes, males emphasize that they should do it. So sometimes women cannot voice their opinions, but it's happening. But there are no tools to enforce it. If there were more people who think our equality is natural because we as males and females have the same resources to manage a state, a company, we can see that in the countries where women are in power do better in the pandemic and during times of hardship. These are the examples which speak for themselves, because women are more prone to consultation. as they are brought up this way. Males are brought up towards aggression and authority, power. It's a curse for you, gentlemen, because sometimes you are not allowed to show that you're soft, and women have to follow the compromise and not to. And they are raised not to voice their opinions. I do believe that here, when we can affect it, it's worth changing it. Owing to such males as you, I hope it's going to be possible. Okay, so I will join the gentleman's question. Now you will say the apology of beauty and intelligence. First and foremost, I would like to say I remember Big Brother, when my mom used to cover my eyes, so I'm really happy to ask you a question. But now, coming back to my question. I come from Legnica. Legnica loves the trash type of macho men, and women like my mom, my grandma know they have to be excellent and helpful for males. But how can we make it happen? How can we improve the situation and enjoy the rest of the evening? I am delighted. Which is the center of transition. The revolution has just started here. Do we have more gentlemen thinking this way? I'm going to move to Łódź. I'm answering your question, but I actually tell everybody, how can you help? The change should start with yourself. The mission of our foundation is to give wings, but we also say that changing the life of one person, we change the entire world. If you change the life of 1, 2, 3 people, it's a success. You don't need a foundation to do it. It's enough to approach somebody and ask, what can I do for you? How can I help you? How can I support you in pursuing your dreams and your passions? Once you do it and you change the life of at least one person, it will be a lot. This person will share it with 1 more or 2 more people, and that's how the scale effect is created. That's how big changes start. Changing yourself and one person in your environment.
So the question is whether I have to leave now, because maybe the organizer will tell me in a moment that we have to leave because remuneration is only until specific time. So the organizers have just allowed me to make this meeting longer. So I'm waiting for questions. My name is Antonina. Thank you for the introduction. I am a local government politician from Łódź, and I wanted to ask you about something that is very close to my heart. You are very successful in the world that is mainly dominated by males. When you were starting, it was even more dominated. I also live in this world because politics, it is changing, but still males are predominant. So do you have any advice, a word of support to young women who live and want to be successful in the world dominated by men? It is very important to me, to us. Are you asking me about the advice? It's a huge responsibility to give advice. I can tell you what I used to do. I was 10 when I decided what I wanted to do with my life. And this one decision has sentenced me to solitude in pursuing my goal. We have to be clear that such decisions have a cost. When more women will be able to do what I can do, well, you have to agree that you will live in solitude. And this is the feeling I had. Of course, my parents supported me. I was very lucky. Not everyone is so lucky to have parents who provide us with roots and wings. That was my childhood, and I am where I am thanks to my parents. That's why I'm the mother I am. I will tell you about another project of UNESA Foundation. That is to support young people. Initially, I was feeling as a weirdo. Sometimes I was humiliated, but I still did my job. And I knew what I wanted, and I didn't allow people to change my mind. Even if I'm not approved of, I will not change my work. I hope you won't have to pay this price, and if yes, it is still worth it. Hi, my name is Ola, and I wanted to ask you about the topic of money you have raised. You said that this is still a taboo, especially among females. So I wanted to ask you whether there was a breakthrough moment when you realized that money is important and that it is worth talking about financial independence. Whether there was a breakthrough moment when you realized that it is worth considering money. Yes, I have seen too many women who depended on their men and who couldn't decide on their own lives about leaving their partners when they were experiencing verbal violence, economic violence. Very often we do not realize what economic violence is. It happens even when the partner limits money available to the woman, when he controls expenditure, when he doesn't trust his partner, he's asking whether you really need this money to buy another blouse or to maintain kids. And also victims of physical violence. I have witnessed such situation. I was a good student. Once I graduated from the secondary school, I didn't start full-time university education. I was going to evening studies, and it was my decision. I never worked for money as such. I work because I love something, because I'm passionate about something. I only do things in which I'm really engaged, and only then you can work well. So there were moments when I really suffered, but I wanted to show that I'm able to do this and that I will get another chance. I never claimed that things must be given to me, so I did what I loved. I earned little money, but I did earn it, and I decided that I'm responsible for my life and nobody will tell me what I have to do. So when my friends were graduating from the full-time studies, they had a graduation diploma, they were looking for a job. I had a base of experience, and the time when I entered the labor market, it was the crazy 1990s. This is when people were promoted only because they were in the right place and in the right time. it was my case. So I was going to many places. I was very curious. If somebody was closing the door, I was putting my foot in between the door. If I was thrown through the doors, I was coming back through the window, because when I believe in something, I just keep doing it. Nobody can stop me. Thank you for the round of applause, but it's not available to everyone. I don't want to give you advice. This is my way and my experience. Everyone is different. You can have a completely different path. Impossible doesn't exist, but it doesn't work for everyone. My parents really influenced my life. I don't know what would happen if I didn't know that I can always count on them. I don't know whether I would have enough courage and energy. If you're making different choices, don't blame yourselves. We are all sufficiently good. And please remember this from today's meeting. Thank you, Martin. Well, you told us that we regain our voice thanks to the financial independence. It's true. There's also another aspect, something else which gives us more voice, wise voice, more good in the word. It's for the politics. Today, I could meet women at different ages, and we talked what is needed to make sure that more women become politicians. Why women are scared to become politicians, and why would it be important? We were talking about different values in politics, and the good. Is very important. Very often being good is perceived as being weak. So we really need the power, the strength of women. So firstly, how would you encourage women, great women you know, in Poland? We are talking about the community of values, not about political beliefs. How would you convince women to become politicians? We have to do it, otherwise there is no other solution. And I know that your foundation is referred to as Yes, We Can. It's a phrase well known in the American politics. So I wanted to develop a project to involve more women to become politicians. You have also mentioned climate. You were speaking as the ambassador for climate, and I would like you to become the European ambassador of the Climate Pact. Later on, I will contact you. I love wood. What is going on here? I have already said it, but I will repeat. Most women I know, maybe not just women, also men, should be involved in politics, and they say, I don't want to get into politics. It's like a swamp, and this is how I associate Polish politics, and it's not nice. Sometimes people say, well, I'm not interested in politics, but it's not possible not to be interested in politics, because politics impacts our lives. So I would like to warn you, don't just say that you are not interested in politics. Do you know when politics starts? When we are voting. I still cannot understand why in Poland so many people decide not to vote. That is probably why the situation is as it is, because people think that the votes are not important. So we all need to vote. Only then we will be powerful to vote for people who should become politicians. Yes, and we should have female politicians. Parities were used in some countries to achieve this objective. Maybe there is no other way out. So I would like to encourage you to vote, first of all, and when it comes to the pact, contact me later on. Thank you very much. The last question, because I wanted to tell you about something very important. So the last question. Martyna, you are a single parent of 2 daughters. You are bringing up two children. This is a very important mission. So which directions do you follow? This is a very important question. I mainly follow my intuition. I had a moment in my life when I was using hard facts. I was reading lots of textbooks. Today I would like to throw them away through the window. I like to listen to my intuition. I wish I did it when I was young, but we women are taught not to follow our intuition. We should listen to wiser people. So, first of all, I would give myself the right to rely on my internal belief. So I follow this direction. I want to make sure that my child is happy. These are small things very often. So for example, you need to allow young children, small children, to decide for themselves. This is what I was teaching my children, my daughter when she was 2 or 3. I didn't tell her which clothes to wear, which food she should eat. I tried not to influence her choices, and I didn't assess her. Nobody has ever asked me which grade I received for physics in my first year of secondary school, and actually I had D grade. So I was telling my daughter that I don't care about the grades. I just hope that she will progress with the specific years of study. So I trust my child. This is also important. I prefer to equip her in knowledge, to tell her about the world as much as I know, and I prefer to allow her to experience. We would like to protect our children from our mistakes. I have mentioned it, but it's not possible. So I bring up my daughter to be open, to be brave, and the courage comes from our mistakes, and nobody punishes us for the mistakes, nobody humiliates us. Thank you very much for this question, because I have just reached the point when I want to tell you about the super important project, the Young Hands, openly about mental health. This Monday we started with this project. We cooperate with different foundations, with specialists and experts. We still build this group, but first of all I need you. Are there any people who are younger than 19 years old? Okay, I need you, because we are starting a survey, and I would like you to take part in this survey. It's performed in elementary and secondary schools among respondents 18 or 19 years old. We have just started the project. It will last until the end of February. This exam is free of charge. It's anonymous. And we want to ask young people what you need, because adults are just trying to guess what our children may need. I need to ask you, I need to give the voice to young people. I am looking at you, and then I address all the young people who have raised their hands. Talk to your teachers, headmasters, to propose that your schools take part in this project. Are there any teachers in the audience? Well, please help me. Please support me. I do respect your work. I know that your work is very hard, and sometimes you are missing tools to cope in these very difficult times. How many parents are there in the audience? Great. I also need you to express consent for your children to take part in this survey. I need you to take part in this process. There is a dramatic situation in terms of mental health of young people. It's dramatic. Do you know that the increase in the number of suicides and suicidal attempts, it has reached 77%? And among girls, over 100% girls hurt themselves. Children are lost. They don't know what to do. I am the mother of a teenager.
teachers feel pressure and no help. So it's time to act. Zrzutka.pl, we can do something about it. That's why we are starting this initiative. Young Heads openly about mental health. Time to talk about it. I'm going to share my personal experience. Nearly 2 years ago, my daughter received a phone call from her friend who decided to commit suicide, and she confessed it to my daughter and what my daughter was supposed to do after the friend's death. It was a traumatic experience for her, for me, and for the girl, for her parents, for the school that I alarmed, for us all. It was traumatic, and I started to seek help. Do children know where they should go to get support? Have they ever visited a psychologist? No. You go there because it's a punishment. Can you tell what I experienced? No. You've got everything. I gave you everything. I work. You've got the new iPhone, new shoes. What else do you need? When I was at your age, it doesn't make sense. Because when we were young, the circumstances were completely different. My experience of a teenager and my daughter's experience is a different story. Hate. I argued with a colleague, never with Anya, but only the two of us knew that, and that was it. Perhaps someone else at school now. It is disseminated on the internet, and that's the pressure nobody can resist. So I do encourage everybody to look at our children and to listen to them. We should not assume we know something about it. We are not in their heads. BDOS is with us. Over 11 million hits on TikTok, which promotes this campaign. Do you use TikTok? I'm not going to force you, but once we finish this meeting, follow it, share it. Let's do it together. I do encourage everybody, and I'll be much obliged. I thought the foundation should focus on women. What if we didn't glue broken wings? What if we started earlier, and if we let young people spread their wings and be brave to be themselves? That's a beautiful mission, and I invite you to follow me. I suppose we can end and giving voice. I just wanted to say, remember młodegłowy.pl, Young Heads, our social media, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok is our strategic partner. They support us in this project, and it brings together young people and older people. Thank you for your support. In order to leave you with what Unaweza does, I would like to play a short video and then we'll leave. Brief.
Od lat podróżuję po świecie. Spotykam niezwykłe kobiety i wiem, że wszystkie jesteśmy takie same. Chcemy kochać i być kochane, czuć się bezpiecznie, zapewnić swoim dzieciom lepsze życie. Dla wielu los nie był łaskawy, ale jestem pewna, że razem możemy to zmienić. Po to właśnie powstała Fundacja Unaweza. Zapewniamy możliwości edukacji, opieki zdrowotnej i prawnej. Pomagamy w spełnianiu marzeń. Dajemy kobietom skrzydła. Unaweza oznacza you can. Możesz. Każda z nas może. Teraz możemy działać razem. Unaweza.
Each of us can do it. Thank you very much for this meeting. I love you. The watch is amazing. Thank you. It's great to see you. It's great to see so much energy. Thank you for being with us and for getting so much from you. Thank you once again.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it. And how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise.
Atlas Network is, as the name suggests, a network, and it's global. We work all around the world. We're based in the U.S. We have about 159 partners in the United States right now, and the bulk of our partners are outside, nearly 500 in total.
Atlas Network, it connects people from all over the world, defending the idea of human dignity, defending human rights and personal liberties.
Atlas Network is focusing on, I think, the most important and moral cause in the entire world.
We partner with local innovators, local leaders who understand conditions on the ground in communities facing real challenges. We look at the people from the worldwide freedom movement that are passionate, are ready to make a difference, understand local conditions, and we invest in them.
At Atlas Network, we unleash individual ingenuity to enrich humanity.
The United States does not have a lock on the idea of freedom and liberty. Those ideas are beyond borders.
One of the main goals of Atlas Network is to eradicate poverty around the world, and we do that by investing millions of dollars in our partners' work every year.
Historically, wealthy nations around the world have tried to help low-income countries develop. The way we've been doing it traditionally has not really been working. So there's a movement to do development differently, and that means we need to step back as outsiders and rethink the role that we're playing in helping people in low-income countries achieve their dreams.
We want to make the world a better place. We want to make the world a freer world.
All of us want to leave a legacy and be part of something big to make a better world. This is exactly the work of Atlas Network.
With our growing number of hundreds of successful partners, we're stronger than ever.
Changing the world.
Changing the world.
Changing the world
starts together
with us.